Are you ready to build a modern dating app that showcases the best of full-stack development? In this comprehensive course, you'll create a feature-rich application using Next.js, Prisma, and NextAuth, complete with real-time messaging and media handling. Eric will teach you everything from user authentication and database management to real-time features and cloud deployment. Eric is a software developer at Microsoft.
Welcome to building a full-stack web application with Next.js 14. My name is Eric, and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. In this course, we're going to build a feature-rich application from scratch using some of the most popular tools and libraries in the modern web development ecosystem. So in this course, we're going to use the following tools and libraries. So by default, we're going to use Next.js framework to build our web application, and we're also going to use Prisma to communicate to our database as a ORM, object relation mapper, and then we're also going to use Tailwind CSS for styling, Dot for form validation, Zustand for state management, Cloudinary for image upload and image storage, NextAuth.js for authentication, Pagination and filtering and sorting, as well as Pusher for real-time WebSocket communication. And the prerequisites for this course is that to have a solid fundamental for HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and also have some knowledge with React as well as TypeScript will be also ideal. All right, so let me give you a demo of what we're building inside of our application. So in this course, we're going to build a dating application. And here you can see we're on the homepage of this application. You can click on the login to navigate to the login page. And once I enter the email and password, I click on login. And once I log into the application, and here you can see we can be able to view all the members. And if I only want to filter by females, in this case, I can be able to deselect the male option. And here you can see we have total of 5 females. And I can also be able to filter by age range. So if I only want people who are less than, for example, 32, I can be able to do so. And I can also be able to send real-time communication between users. So one account using Maya and the other user is using Sarah. And here you can see currently we are able to see that Sarah is currently active and having the green indicator shows here. And also for Sarah's account, we do see that Maya is also active as well. So if I were to send a like, so if I were to click the like for Maya on the Sarah's account, I can be able to receive the notification. And if I were to click on the list page, and I can be able to see the members that like me, and I do see that Sarah liked me, and I can be able to like Sarah back. And here you can see we do have notification showing on the Sarah's account. And if we were to click on the mutual likes, you can see that Sarah do exist in the list. And we can be able to click on the Sarah's profile, click on the chat, and send a message in real time. And here you can see Miles sends a message to Sarah saying, "Hi Sarah." And I can also be able to check the message page to be able to see all the messages that Sarah received. Now, if I were to send another message to Sarah, and here you can see Sarah received this message in the messages page. And I can also be able to add a profile in the Miles page, and I can also be able to upload a photos, right? So currently here you can see I'm going to upload a photo on my desktop, and this is going to be just a demo photo, and here you can see the status is currently awaiting for approval. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log in into admin account, and I'm going to click on photo moderation, and I can be able to either approve or reject the photo. So I'm going to approve this photo, and if I were to refresh on Miles' edit profile page, and I can be able to see that the photo is approved. And I can also be able to set the photo as the main photo of this current profile. So if I were to click on the star, you can see the profile has changed. And if I were to navigate to the members list, and I do see the profile has changed as well. And then user can also be able to register their account and by filling out their email and password, as well as their profile information. And then they will receive an email to confirm or verify their accounts through email here. And if I were to click on this link, and you can see the account is verified. And user can also be able to choose social login. So I'm going to use Google to log in, and I can be able to choose a Gmail account to sign in with Google. And here I'm just going to fill out the basic profile information. And once I submit, choose the account to continue again because I have multiple accounts. And here you can see I have successfully logged in. Here you can see I can be able to view all the members. So pretty much that's all the features that we're going to add in this project. So now why you should take this course? Is this course for you? Now the reason number one is that this course have diagrams, roadmaps for every lesson we progress. For any changes that we made, for example, like our database changes, we're going to demonstrate the relationships for each tables. So you have a clear illustration on what change we're going to make for our database, as well as our entire system. So let's say if we're going to add pusher to our database, or let's say we're going to add authentication, how does this fit into the bigger picture? How does our front end interact with this feature? How does it interact with our server? How does our server interact with our database, right? We're going to have a diagram to show where we are while we progress our course. So it's very clear on what we're doing and where we are, so that it's not just gonna be, here's the code that I'm writing and here's the feature that we're adding. It's not as that. So you get a wide view of what we're developing in each step of the way. And the other reason why you should take this course is there's gonna be more diagrams and simplifications throughout all of the key learning points. For example, if we're gonna learn about pushers, then how does pusher work? How does it fit into our application? If we're gonna learn about Prisma, then how does Prisma work? How does it communicate to our database? How is React different from Next.js? How does Cloudinary works, or the image upload process work? How does NextAuth.js authenticate users and manage our sessions? Even how does middleware works, or even how does the caching works in Next.js? These are some complicated things, and we're going to answer all of those questions in this course in a clear, simplified, and visualized way through diagrams, through drawings, so that it will make it a lot easier for you to understand. And the last reason is the source code is completely available for this course. And there is going to be commits for each of the lessons we're going through. And the repository is completely accessible. And the last thing we need to talk about is what you need before you start the course. The minimum requirement is having a computer with operating system using Mac, Windows, or Linux. And also having an IDE installed. We're going to use Visual Studio Code, but it is completely fine to have any IDE you like. And also having Node.js installed. And also the other thing is Redux DevTool, which is going to be a state management tool to view our state for our client application. And lastly, we also need to have the browser. So I'm going to use Firefox for the entire course, but feel free to use Google Chrome or any other browsers you like. Alright, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. Alright, welcome to lesson 1. In this lesson, we're going to focus on setting up our basic application for our Next.js projects. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at how to first set up our Next.js project, but first introduce Next.js framework and how is it different compared to React. And then we're going to create our Next.js application using the Next.js documentation. And then we're also going to set up our Tailwind CSS for styling. And then we're going to install the NextUI library as well as React icons to decorate our application. And then we're going to leverage the Next.js routing feature to be able to add routes to our application. And here is all the routes we're going to add in this lesson. So in the beginning, we're going to have the members, messages, list, where members can be able to view all the likes. And then we also have our authentication page where a user can be able to register their accounts as well as log in their account. And the goal of this lesson is to basically adding those routes so the user can be able to navigate to those routes and view the page. And then we're going to focus on is to add the nav bar. So user can be able to click on each of those links to navigate to each of those pages. And lastly, I'm also going to add the changes to source control so that you can be able to view all the changes for each lesson. Let's take a look at what is Next.js. So if we were to look at the documentation here, it is a React framework for the web. And if we were to click on get started, you can see that it is a React framework for building full stack web applications. So it is really just a framework that builds on top of React and provides additional features and optimizations. And we're going to learn more about these features in the upcoming lessons. And here's how React different from Next.js. So if we were to look at this diagram here we have a client application that built by React. And the way how it works is that we first have to get the HTML, plain HTML from our server. And this is what it looks like. So we have our plain HTML and we have our script, and this is the source. And the source points to the source/app.js. And then we're going to send another request to our server to get our JavaScript code. And our JavaScript code is also going to send another request to our server to get the members data so that we can be able to display all our data and our components in our client browser. And here you can see that with React, we are making 3 calls to our server to get 3 different things for our client applications. But with Next.js, it will be completely different. Next.js will basically return both the HTML and the server data to our client, and then it's going to get our JavaScript and then compile this inside of our client browser. So we can be able to reduce the numbers of calls to our server, and we can also be able to make it more SEO friendly, because here in our React, you can see that we're only returning a plain HTML without any data inside. But here you can see that we do have the data and return with the HTML so that the search engine can be able to crawl the HTML to find the data they need to rank the page to its corresponding search terms. And this will also reduce the page load time because we're only making a few calls to our server to get both the server and data and another request to get our JavaScript code. Whereas React, we're making total of 3 calls to our servers to get 3 different things. And that's pretty much the main difference here. And there's also additional features that come with Next.js like pre-built routings and be able to create our Next.js API functions, caching, styling, and such. And we're going to learn more about Next.js in the upcoming sessions to build this amazing Next.js project. All right, first we're going to take a look at how to create our Next.js project. So first we're going to navigate to NextJS.org to get started with the installation. And we're going to install Node.js for version 18 and later. And to install this, we're going to run the npx command to create our Node.js application. And it's going to ask us a series of questions. So we're just going to copy this, come here, run this. And it's asking us to create OK to proceed. So we're going to name our project called Match Me. And we're going to say yes for TypeScript, yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind CSS, and we're going to use the source directory, and we're going to use the app router default from Next.js. And the only thing that we're going to say no to, which is the import alias, so we're going to say no to that. And it's going to install this inside of our code directory. And once we have successfully installed our application, we can be able to cd into matchme. And if we want to start our application, we can be able to run npm run dev, and this will start our application on localhost 3000. So if we were to navigate to this, you can see here that on the left, we do have our localhost 3000, and this is what we have inside of our local application. And you can see here that we can be able to start editing on the page.tsx, so which is here, and you can see that whatever we change here will affect here. So if I were to remove this and just say hello, if I were to save this and refresh, you can see that we do have the text changed on our home page. And inside of this folder, we have the layout and the page. So the layout is basically going to be the parent component for the page. And you can see that for this layout, you can see that it takes the children. It's going to display the children inside of the body tag. Now here inside of the layout.tsx, you can see that we also have the metadata. We can be able to change the page title to something that we want. So in this case, if we were to change the page title to, for example, like Match Me, we can be able to refresh, and you can see the page title changed. And of course, we can also be able to change the description if we need it. So here you can see on our page, we have a dark background as well as we have the content display in the middle. So in this case, if you want to remove the default styling that we have, then we can be able to jump to global CSS, and we're just going to remove the styling that we define here. So we have to define the root, the body. We also have the styling for different screen size. So in this case, we're just going to remove this styling. And if we remove this, you can see that we have the text displayed in the center still, and the background changed to white. And if we were to jump to our home page, if we were to remove this for the main tag and just display the div, and you can see that we have our hello display at the top left of our page. So you can see here now we basically remove the styling. So pretty much everything that we need to get started for our development. And because here you can see we're basically using the Tailwind CSS for styling. So here you can see if I were to change this, so if I were to add a h1 tag for this, you can see the text didn't change. But if I were to add a class name for the Tailwind CSS, you can see that we do have the styling change. In this case, we're going to specify the text 3x large. And if we were to change this, you can see the text gets bigger. So it also highlights the styling for the class name. And here you can see for the text 3x large, it changed the font size and the line height. So, and the other thing that we want to take a look at is the Tailwind config TypeScript. So here you can see inside of the config object, we have the content. So this basically specifies where we are going to apply the Tailwind CSS. So you can see that anything that's inside of the source/pages or source/components or source/application folder, we're going to apply this Tailwind CSS. And if there's anything that we're going to add a new file outside of these paths, then we're going to specify inside of the content array. And then for the theme here, we're just going to remove it because we're not going to use the background that we specify here, so that we can be able to keep it as simple as possible. All right, so after we create our Next.js project, now we're going to focus on is to install the NextUI library as well as React icon library. So because of this tutorial, we're going to focus more on the development of the actual project. We're not going to focus too much on the UI side of things, the styling. So we're going to use a UI library called NextUI. So to do so, we're just going to click on the get started from the NextUI.org. So we're going to click on the installation part on the site nav bar. And here you can see it asks for the requirements. So we're going to have the React 18, and we can be able to look at these versions inside of the package.json. And you can see that we do have React 18 above, as well as Tailwind CSS. So you can see that we have Tailwind CSS here for the 3.4 later. And then we don't have the framer motion. And then to install this, we're going to scroll down to the manual install, since we already have the Next.js application installed. So here you can see, because we don't have the framer motion, we're going to npm install the framer motion as well as the NextUI org React. So we're going to click on this and then come back to here. And if we were to clean this and install those two packages, and you can see that those two packages have installed, and you can see that we can be able to see this inside of our package.json, inside of our dependencies. So after we have installed the packages inside of our application, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the next step, which is the hosted dependencies. So this is required if you're using the npm. So since we're not using that, we can skip this for now. And then we also have the Tailwind CSS setup. So in this case, inside of our Tailwind config.ts, we're going to add a no modules. So this is going to be the path for our NextUI package. So basically tell Tailwind CSS where to look. So for our NextUI library package. So here you can see we basically add this inside of our content. And then we're also going to add the dark mode and the plugins. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to import the NextUI from the nextui/org. And if we were to look at our next step, which is the provider setup, so it is essential to add the NextUI provider to our root application. So the root application for our Next application here is going to be the layout.tsx. So here is going to be our layout. We're going to add a provider here. So obviously we can be able to add the NextUI provider here, but I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to add a new component called providers, where we're going to add all the providers inside. So to do so, we're going to come to the source folder, and we're going to create a new folder called components. And basically this components folder will contain all the reusable components that we can be able to use throughout our application. So inside of the components folder, we're just going to say providers.tsx. And then inside of the provider here, you can see we basically pass the children, which is a React node. And then we're just going to return the children. And here you can see we have our NextUI provider wrap around the children. And then what we're going to do is we're going to import this into the layout. So come to the layout.tsx. You can see here that basically what we did here is we're going to import the providers from the components/providers, which is what we had defined here inside of the provider or the components folder. And then here we're basically going to use it and wrap the children around the providers. So this children will basically have the NextUI provider functionality wrap around. So this is basically how we're going to use that. So the next part is we're going to add the React icons, so we can be able to add icons inside of our application. If we click on the npm package, and if we were to run the npm install React icons, right, so once we have this installed, what we're going to do now is we're going to start our application again. So we're going to say npm run dev, and this will start in localhost 3000. And if we were to refresh, let's see if there's anything changes. Okay, so you can see that we still have hello. So now if we were to add a button from the NextUI, we're going to say click me. And if we were to refresh, you can see that we have our button here. So we can also be able to change the color and the variant here inside of our button. So here you can see we changed the color to danger, so you can see the color changed to red. And then for the variant, we also changed to bordered. And then we can also be able to add a start content. So here you can see we can also be able to add a paragraph. So you can see that we have a content at the start of the button. And we can also be able to add a icon, which in this case, if we were to say smile, for example, this one, if I were to refresh, you can see that we have a smile icon at the front of the button. All right, so after we install the NextUI library and the React icons and add it inside of our application, what we're going to focus on now is to take a look at the Next.js routing. So since we're using the Next.js app routing, basically what it means is that we're going to create a routing based on the file and folders. So here you can see inside of the app, we're basically on the home page. So page.tsx will basically display the home page of the main route. If we want to specify a different route, we're just going to create a new folder for, let's say, for example, members is going to be the route. And then we're just going to say the page.tsx. So basically when user navigates to the members route, we're going to display this page.tsx. So if I were to create a page, members page, navigates to the members, and you can see here we have our members page component display on our page. And we can also be able to navigate to different routes. So since we have our members route and our homepage route, we can now be able to add navigation. So we can be able to navigate to different routes. So here you can see inside of our homepage, I make the button as a link from the NextUI library. And then we also have the href, which navigates to the /members page. And then inside of the members, I also create a link which will navigate to the home page, which has the href pointing to the home page route. So if we were to test this, if I were to click this, you can see that we navigate to the members page. And if I click on the go back home, you can see that we navigate back to the home page. And of course, we can also be able to add stuff inside of our root layout. So here you can see we added the hi there inside of the layout from the app folder. And here you can see we have the hi there display on our page. And it's really effective if we want to add like navigation or something that's common throughout all the routes. So we can also be able to do so inside of the sub routes. So inside a sub route, if we want to add another layout, for example, I can also do so by specifying the layout.tsx, and the name have to be exactly the same. So in this case, if we were to do so and adding something like layout, then in this case, if I were to navigate to this page, you can see that we have layout display here inside of our application. Obviously, we have to import the children to have the children display on the members, like the children components. So in this case, it's just for demonstration purpose that layout also works in the sub routes as well. All right, so after we learned about how the Next.js routing works, now we're gonna focus on utilizing that and be able to add a nav bar using the Next.js routing. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna delete this layout since we're not gonna use it. And what we're gonna do is we're going to focus on how we can be able to add navigation inside of our applications. So what we're gonna do first is that inside of the components, we're going to create a new file inside of the navbar. So we're gonna call it navbar folder, and then inside of the folder we have a top nav. So we're gonna call it topnav.tsx, and we have our top navigation components. So for this learning tutorial, we'll just try to keep it simple. So I just gone ahead and add some styling to our top navigations. So here you can see this is what the navigation look like. We have our logo, we have our midsection, and we have our right section, right? And this is exactly that. So we have our top bar, which has the full width, and this is the color for the transient. And then we also have the class name for the text. So here you can see we also have our navbar brand, which is our logo. And you can see we have our icon from React Icon, and then here is basically the text. And then here you can see we have some links in the middle. So this is the navbar content, which justify in the center, which is what we see here. And you can see that these are these items that we have. We have the matches, which navigate to the members. And then we also have the messages, and then we also have the list. So these are the three of them. On the right, you can see we also have the logins, so the login and the register. So basically you can see, obviously if we were to click around, it doesn't really work because these pages we haven't created other than the members. In this case, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add those pages inside of our app folder. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create a new one called lists /page.tsx. And we're going to use the snippet. We're gonna call it the list page. And now if we were to click on the list, you can see that we have our list page displayed on our page. And now we're going to create our other items like the messages. So for messages, it's gonna be messages /page.tsx. I'm gonna call it messages page. And if we were to click on messages, you can see that we have messages page. So then we're going to add the routes for the login and the register. So to do so, we're going to create a new folder called auth inside of the app folder. And inside of that, we're going to have our login /page.tsx. And here you can see we have the auth folder, and the auth folder has the login and the register. And to navigate to login, and you can see that we have our login page. And then here inside of the top nav bar, you can see that I basically specify the /login and /register. So if I were to click on this, you can see that the page is not found. And if I were to specify /auth/login, you can see that if I click on this, you can see that we are navigating to the login page. But let's say we don't want to have nested route here. In this case, we just want to have the auth folder as just the folder itself rather than the sub route. Then in this case, what we can do is we can be able to wrap the folder name around a parentheses. In this case, we can still be able to navigate to the login without specifying the auth. We're navigating to the login page, no problem. And if we were to click on register, you can see that we navigate to the register. And the other part we're going to talk about is the nav link that I created inside of the navbar component. So we're using this nav link component inside of the top nav section. So you can see here those three links. We're using the nav link component, and we can be able to see it here. So here you can see for the members, we are basically passing the href and the labels, and same thing for the list and messages. So once we have the href, we're going to see if it's equal to the path name. So we're using the use path name from the Nest navigation, and we need to basically tell Next.js that this is a client application. So we're using so on the top of the file, we're using the use client to tell that this is a client application. And once we have the path name, we're going to see if it's equal to the href. If it is, then we're going to have the active, and you can see that once it's active, it is yellow, it is showing yellow on the nav link. And here you can see we have to specify this is a link from the Nest link, and then we specify this is the href and then the label. So you can see here that if we were to click on messages, it displayed the messages since we console log the path name inside here. All right, so that's pretty much all for adding a top navbar as well as adding a subroutes and such. So what we're going to do now is we're going to commit all these changes. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to commit these changes and add it to the match me repository, which you can be able to find it in the link below. So what we're going to do is we're going to add those changes. You can obviously do this in a command line. I'm going to commit this, and then either you can be able to push it here or you can be able to do it in command line. So I'm going to do git push, and if we were to refresh, you can see that I do have the changes here. So basically as the lesson progresses, we will basically add the commits here, and you can be able to find each lesson's commit in the commits history here. All right, so that's pretty much all for this section. We have take a look at how to create a Next.js project, take a look at the Next.js intro, and also create the Next.js application, as well as take a look at the Tailwind CSS setup. And then we also take a look at the NextUI library and the React icons and add it inside of our application. Then we also went over how to use the Next.js routing, and also creating our subroutes as well, and having our page to be named as page.tsx inside of a designated route folder. And then we also add a top navbar, which in this case, user can be able to navigate to different part of our application using the navbar. And then lastly, we also commit all the changes into a source control so that we can have a backup for all the changes that we make. And up next, we're going to take a look at authentication using NextAuth, or in this case, it's called the Auth.js. So let's take a look at the Nest. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 2, which is about adding login and register form. So in the previous lesson, we learned about how to add routes and using the Next.js routing. And 2 of those routes are register and login. And that's going to be our main focus of this lesson. We're not going to focus on the functionality side of things where a user can be able to authenticate themselves or register their accounts, but we're just going to focus on just adding the form. Specifically, we're going to use tools like the React hook form, where we can be able to handle our form more easily using a hook format. And of course, we can also be able to use the validation that comes with the React hook form. But because we're using a TypeScript, we can be able to use something called Zod, which we can be able to create a TypeScript schema for our form validation. And this schema can be able to use anywhere inside of our application. And it's, for example, like server actions and such, which will make it easier for our development. And as a result, this is what the application will look like. By the end of this lesson, we're going to have a simple login form where a user can be able to enter the email, password, and click on the submit to see to view our form data. And same thing for register, where a user can be able to enter the register information. Once the user click on register, they can be able to view our form data. And for this learning, I do have a repository for this, so feel free to view the commits for each lesson. All right, so first what we're going to do is we're going to focus on how to add a login form inside of our application so that user can be able to enter their email, password, and validate themselves. So here you can see we're on the login page, and you can see that we have the login page display on the page. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a new component called login form.tsx. So for this component, it will have the form. We're going to create a form inside of this component and basically display this form inside of the login page component. And here you can see we have our login form text display on the page. So now we're going to focus on adding this component with details. And here you can see I just went ahead and basically making our login form look like a form. So I basically using a card from the NextUI as well as the button and the input. And if we were to look at the login form, this is what I added. So I have imported the button, a card body, card header, and input from the NextUI. And then you can see I'm also adding an icon for the lock. And then these are the texts that we have displayed. So here is our card head, which you can see we have the login. So this is login with the icon as well as the paragraph. And then here you can see for the card body, I have added the input, email, password, and a button, which is a default color for the login. So what we're going to do is we're going to install some packages. So we're going to cancel this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to install the React hook form and Zod and the hook form for the resolvers. So we're basically going to use the React hook form to build our form and use Zod, which is a TypeScript first schema validation to validate our form data. And then we're going to install the hook form resolvers for the form validation resolvers. So we're just going to go ahead and install this. Okay, so once we have this installed, you can also see that inside of our package.json that this has been installed. So after we have this installed, we're going to use the use form and the submit handler from the React hook form. So we're going to import it here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, for each of the input, we're going to specify the name. So in this case, for the email, we're going to say this is the register. And of course, we're going to also add the register and the handle submit before the return function here. So you can see that we have our submit form. So we're going to worry about the type later. So we have our register. So this is going to be the email and this is going to be the password. So we have our password, and then for our login, which is going to be a type submit. And then right above the form, we're going to add the submit here. And then we're going to define the unsubmit, which we're just going to simply console log the data. And we're just going to put it for any for now. So if user is going to submit the input, the password, when they click on the button, it would basically trigger the handle submit, which will basically trigger the unsubmit function, which takes the data for the form data and will basically console log that. So now if we were to run our application again, you can see that we're getting an error. So to resolve this, we're going to add the use client above the file to tell that this is a client application. And now if we were to type something for the password and the email, if we were to click on the login, you can see that we have an object displayed at the console below. All right, so as of now, so you can see here, if I were to not enter the email and click on the enter, you can see that we don't have any validations, right? So you can see that you can be able to still enter a input where the email is empty. So to avoid this, we can be able to use the validation for the React hook form. So if we were to do so, you can see we can specify that this is required. So you can see that we can be able to set the required to true. And if I just enter the password, you can see that we don't have any data output. That means that this form has an error, so we need to display the error on our form. So here for the use form, there is a form state. So here you can see we can be able to add the form state, and inside of the form state from the React hook form, if we were to look at the form state, you can see that we can see is valid. And we can also be able to see the errors for each fields. So we can use that. So here, if we were to come back, and if we were to say it's valid, and errors, and here we can also be able to set a message. So we can say that email is required. And then for password, we can do the same. Password is required. And we can also be able to set a minimum length. So we can be able to set, so the length, it must be a minimum of 8 characters. And if it's less than that, so we will display the password must be at least 8 characters long. So if I were to enter something on the page, you can see that we did not have anything displayed on the console because we got an error on our form. So to do so, we're going to say that here is valid. We can be able to see if the error.email is true. If it is, then in this case, we're going to display the error message, and we're going to display the error message here. And the same thing for the password. So we're going to say it's valid for the password, and the error message, we're going to do the same thing. And then for the button here, we're going to say is disabled is equal to is valid is false. So if it's not valid, then we're going to disable the button. So here you can see we have our button disabled. And if we were to enter something like Eric, whatever, and then the password, you can see that we have changed the button to be enabled. So if we were to click on this, you can see that we have our data output. And if we don't have this, for example, one of the form is empty, you can see that we have email is required. And if the password is empty, then password is required. And if it's less than 8 characters, you can see that the error displayed that password must be at least 8 characters long. And you can see the button is still disabled here. So this is how we can be able to add validations for the React hook form. But obviously this is not really pretty, because here you can see we have data as any, right? We have to create our custom type. For message, you can see that we don't know if this is a string or anything else. So we don't know exactly what type of the email is. So we can be able to define this using Zod. And here you can see in the folder for the source, we're going to create a new folder called lib, which contains all the functionalities that we're going to share among the components or the application that we have. So here inside of the lib, we're going to define a new folder, and we're just going to call it schemas, which contains all the schemas that we're going to define throughout our application. And then inside the schema, we're going to create a file called login schema. Because this is a TypeScript file, it's not going to be a React file. So what we're going to do is we're going to import Z from Zod, and then we're going to create a login schema. So notice that this is a lowercase login schema, which basically we're defining the validation. So we define that this is a string and it's an email. And then for the password, we're going to make sure that it contains at least minimum of 6 characters. So basically setting the rules for our schema. And we're basically creating a type of the validation that we create using the infer. And here you can see we have our login schema type that we can be able to use in our application, which contains the email and password. So in this case, what we're going to do is that we're going to change this. We're going to say this is going to be a login schema, and we're going to import this from the login schema that we define. And here for the use form, we can be able to say that this is a login schema. And here we're obviously going to change it to lowercase, because here you can see we define it as a lowercase. So we're going to change that as well. Email. And then same thing for password. So we also need to add the resolver to add the functionality of the validation. So we're going to use the Zod resolver. And then we're going to pass the login schema from the login schema.ts. And this will basically add the validation rules that we set inside here. So this is the validation rules, and we're going to use that rule for our use form. So now the form will basically follow the validation rule that we set. So if we were to clear the console and try to enter some data, so you can see that we have the invalid email, right? And then we also, if we were to type in ericemail.com, and then password, for example, like this, if it's like less than 6 characters, you can see that it shows it must be at least 6 characters. And if we enter more, you can see that, okay, we have the button enabled. So if we were to click this, you can see that we have data showing here on the console. And of course, we don't really need to have this anymore, since this will basically follow the validation that we set in the resolvers. So we're going to remove this that we have defined earlier. So that's basically it for the login section. And obviously we're also going to do the same for the register. So what we're going to do is we're going to also add the register schema inside the schema folder. So here we're going to say register schema.ts. And this is what we're going to have. So here we've basically defined the name, the email, as well as the password. So same thing, it's going to be very similar. And then inside of the register folder, we're going to have a register form.tsx. And here you can see I have gone ahead and create the register form feature inside of our application. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you first on how this works, and then I'm going to go through what I added and to test it out. So you can see that if we delete it, you can see that string contains at least 3 characters, right? So if I were to enter more than 3 characters, it's passed. And then for email, we're going to say something like this. And you can see that it's an invalid email. And if we were to add at email.com, you can see that it is a valid email. And then password, for example, if it's just like 2 characters, then it will give us an error. So it says password must be at least 6 characters. So in this case, we're going to enter more than 6 characters. And you can see that if we were to click on this, which will trigger the unsubmit, which will basically console log the data in the console. So here you can see we have our data display in the console. And to go over what we have here, you can see that we basically have our use form, which has the register, our handle submit, as well as our form state, which has the errors, is valid, and is submitting. So here basically we have our resolvers, which will basically follow the validation rule that we set. And then we're going to set the mode to untouch. So basically, whenever we touch the form, we will basically adding that validation. And then here you can see we have our cart header, which has the icon. And then here is our cart body. So you can see that we have our input for the name, and then we also have our input for email and the password. And here you can see we have the error message and if it's valid or it's not valid. And you can see that it is bind with the registered. And then we also have the is disabled. So if the form is valid, now we're going to have the disabled to be false. So pretty much this is it for this section, and learn about how we can be able to install React hook form as well as Zod for validation. And then we also take a look at how to add and build our form using the NextUI library. We basically added the login form as well as the registry form. And what we're going to do now is we're going to commit these changes and be able to git push our changes here. All right, so that's pretty much the end of this section. To summarize everything, we basically first add a login form, and then we integrate our login form with React hook form. And then we also add a Zod form validation to our login form as well. And then we basically use everything that we learned to also implement our register form. So that's pretty much it for this section. And then up next, we're going to add our user database and be able to allow user to register their account and add their user data into our database. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 3, where we're going to focus on adding the user authentication to our application. So in the previous couple lessons, we learned about how to add different routes like members, messages, lists, and such. And we also learned about how to add different forms for the register and the login. But in this lesson specifically, we're going to focus on adding the authentication to that so the user can be able to authenticate themselves and be able to register their account. We're going to utilize a tool called NextAuth.js to authenticate a user. And we're going to use a Next.js server action, which we're going to create our first server action called authActions.ts to basically communicate to our database and be able to save data from our forms. And we're also going to use a PostgreSQL database to save our data. And we're also going to configure our Prisma to basically communicate to our Postgres database. And we're also going to touch up on other things like error handlings for our register forms. And we're also going to utilize the NextAuth callbacks feature to get our user session data so that we can be able to get our user ID and such. And then we're also going to utilize the Next.js middleware to add protected routes so that unauthenticated user cannot be able to access routes like members, messages, lists, and such. And the source code for this lesson is in the commits, so feel free to navigate to the commit here to view the code for this lesson. All right, in terms of the authentication part, we're going to use a tool called NextAuth, which is also known as Auth.js. So the way how it works is we're going to have our login page, and we're going to have users try to enter their email and password. Once we submit the form, our server is going to validate this data based on our database. And if the user exists in our database, then we can be able to validate the user and send a cookie to the user. And then the user is basically authenticated. So now if the user sends a new like or a message to any members, then in this case, our application knows who this is because the cookie contains the user information. And this way, user doesn't have to authenticate themselves every time when they try to perform an action like sending a message or sending a new like. And up next, we're going to learn about how we can be able to add this to our application to authenticate the users. And before we set up our authentication, the other part we need to talk about is our database. So let's talk about how we can be able to set up our database to our application. All right, so it's time to talk about how we can be able to add our database to our application. And the way how our server is going to communicate to our database is using a tool called Prisma, which is a database object relation mapper, or short for ORM, which will basically help us to translate our code into a database query that we can be able to write to our database. And because each database will have a different query language, so having a code structured way to write our query to communicate to our database will make it a lot easier, since we can be able to use the same ORM and be able to change it to a different database. And Prisma supports many databases. So the one that we're going to use is called Postgres, but it also supports any other database as well as NoSQL database, for example, MongoDB. And the way how the Prisma works is that we have to define our schema inside of our code. And here you can see first we define our data source, so what provider we're going to use. In this case, we're going to use the Postgres provider. And the URL is basically going to be the database URL that we're going to create. And then the model is going to be the tables that we have. So inside our database, we can have a user table. And here inside of the tables, these are all the columns. So we have IDs, name, email, password, hash. These are all the columns for this table. And this is the type for the properties or the columns. And here you can see for this property or this column, it will take string, and the type of it is using a ID. And by default, it will automatically generate a CUID, which is a unique ID for this column. And the other one is email here. So you can see we have a unique. So basically this column only allows unique values, right? So if we have duplicate values, then it will not be able to add it to the table. So that's what the add unique means. And that's what we're going to focus on, is to add those tables for our database. And after we set up our database and generate our tables and such, Prisma also offers Prisma Client, which will basically generate all the models in TypeScript that we create for our schemas. And the other feature that comes with Prisma is Prisma migration. So the way how migration works is that we first define our schemas, right? So just like what we mentioned, we define our database, our models, our tables and such. And then we basically run a Prisma migrate dev, which will basically create a migration for the change that we made. So this will basically create a SQL script, and we can be able to then run this script to apply the changes to our database so that we don't have to manually create those tables inside of our database based on the schema that we create. And then here you can see it creates a migration script inside of the migration folder for a project. And then if we want to make additional change, we just then create another migration, right? Specify the name of the migration, and you can see here that each migration has a history, so we can be able to revert back to any changes for our database. And the other tool that we get is the Prisma Studio. So this tool basically creates this console like this, which allow us to, for example, add a record, manipulate data, or be able to view the data. We can also be able to sort or filter the data or find the data inside of our database, or also view the relations for each tables. And they can also be able to edit changes, right? So you can not only just add records, but also be able to edit changes to our database. All right, so that's going to be the intro for the NextAuth as well as Prisma ORM. So let's add those two things together to our application. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to install the Auth.js. So in this case, you can see that we're using the beta version. By the time when you watch this video, maybe the version might be different. Please visit the official documentation to properly install this package. So in this case, we're going to first install the NextAuth at beta version. So we're going to install the npm install NextAuth at beta version. And once we have this installed, you can see that we have this inside of our package.json, that we're using the beta version for version 5. We also have the migration, so we're going to follow this guide. So first, we're going to create a configuration file. So inside of the source, we're going to create a new file called auth.ts. And you can see that for the Auth.js Auth.js file, and you can see that it returns us the auth handlers, sign in, sign out. And here you can see we have our providers. So we're not going to use any providers for now, so we're just going to delete it for now. And then if we were to scroll down, we also need to create a new file called route.ts. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a file, and we're going to call it the route.ts. And then we have our handlers, which will basically get our get and post. And then we also have our adapters. In this case, we're going to install the database adapters. So in this case, we're going to copy this command to install the auth Prisma adapter. And if we were to check out the adapters page, and we can select the Prisma, since we're going to connect Prisma, you can see that we're going to install the auth Prisma adapter, as well as the Prisma client and such. So we're going to copy this. And since we already have the Prisma adapter installed, so we're going to remove this for now. And once we have everything installed, what we're going to do is that we're also going to create a new file called authconfiguration.ts. So inside of the source folder, we're going to create a file called authconfig.ts. And then we're also going to copy this code here. Obviously, we're not going to use GitHub, so we're going to delete the GitHub providers here. And then here inside of the auth.ts, what we're going to do is we're going to import the auth configuration into our NextAuth object. So I'm just going to copy this, And here you can see we have our auth configuration, and basically we're going to get our providers here. Then we also have our adapters as well. And we are setting the session to be using the JWT strategy. So now if we were to come back to our package.json, you can see that we have our Prisma adapter, Prisma client, NextAuth, as well as Prisma. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set up our Prisma ORM. So we're going to type in npx Prisma init, and this will set up our Prisma schema. All right, so very close to finish our setup section. So here what we're going to do is we're going to use something called neon.tech to basically set up our database. So obviously one way we can do this is we can be able to install Postgres using Docker in our local machine. But in this case, we're just going to use a Postgres database in the cloud called neon.tech, which is free. So you can see that if we were to click on the pricing section, this is the free tier, and you can see this is the storage. So there's no credit card is required. So in this case, we're going to sign up. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and sign up, and then we're going to enter a project name, and then we're just going to create the project. And now if we were to click on dashboard and then navigate to the dashboard here, you can see that we have our main branch, and here you can see we have the detailed information for the connection. So here for the connection detail, we're going to select Prisma. And then here you can see this is the environment variable that we're going to set, and this is the schema.prisma that we're going to set. So here what we're going to do is we're going to set our environment variable. So if we navigate to the environment variable for the database URL, we're going to change it to what we have here on the left. All right, so at this moment you can see that we have our auth.ts, and inside of this file we have an instance of our Prisma client. So every time when we start our development, we're going to create an instance of the Prisma client. So eventually in development mode, we're going to have multiple instances of Prisma clients. So to avoid multiple instances of the Prisma client in the development mode, so inside of the lib folder, we're going to create a file called Prisma.ts. So basically the way how it works is that for this global variable, which we're going to cast a type that has the Prisma property, and then we're going to use this global for Prisma, and then we check to see if it has this Prisma data. So if the global variable has the Prisma property, then we're going to use it. If not, we're going to create an instance of the Prisma client. And basically for logging here, we're just going to log the SQL queries. So once we have our Prisma, we're going to use it through our application. Lastly, we're going to see if it's in a production mode. So if it's not in the production mode, we're going to set the global variable.prisma equal to the Prisma that we define here. All right, so once we have our database created, what we're going to do is we're going to find ways to interact with our database. So here you can see the way how it works is that usually we have our browser, right? We have our client side, which communicates to our server, and our server will communicate to our database. But in this case, we can be able to implement the Next.js 14, the server action functionality, so that we can be able to create our server function, and the client can directly interact with the server action and be able to interact with our database. So inside of the app folder, we're going to create a new folder called actions. We're going to create a file called authactions.ts. And on top of this file, we're going to have the use server, which basically tells the Next.js that this is a server action, which will be stored in the server side, not from the client side. So every time when we try to retrieve our client application, the server action will not be sent down from the server. It will basically be triggered from our client side. So here you can see I have gone ahead and created some server actions inside of the server or the auth actions file. So basically what I did here is I just gone ahead and first installed the bcrypt, and also adding the type for the bcrypt so that we can be able to create hashes for our password. So first we're going to take a look at the register user. So basically the way how it works here is that we take the data from the client, right? So the client will basically call the register user server action, and then what happened is that it will basically pass the register schema data that we define inside of our lib folder, right? So that we don't have to define again inside of our server. So here you can see what happened is that we first use the register schema to check the data if it's validated. So if it's not validated, then we're going to return an error. So there's no way for us to basically call the server, because the only way we can do this is we can be able to call it from the client side instead of throw the error in the server. And then what we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct our data that's validated, and then we're going to hash our password. So we're using the bcrypt to hash our password, and if we look here, that the hash will also take the string for the password as well as the salt. So if we increase this number to a higher number, this will basically increase the security of our password. But obviously this also consumes more compute power as well. So 10 will be a good number for us to take just for demo purposes. So here we also try to search using our Prisma ORM to see if there is an existing user for this email. So if there is an existing user, then we're just going to return that this user already exists. Then we're just going to create this user inside our database, and notice that we're using the hash password for our password hash. We're not actually going to store the actual password inside our database. We're just going to store the hash version of that password inside our database. So if we want to retrieve it, we're just going to decode that password and be able to validate it if it's correct. And then we also have here that once we have our data created, we're just going to return the user. So notice here that for our return type, we're basically casting using promise, of course, because we're basically using async await inside of our function. But the other thing we have to pay attention to is that I also create a type for the action result. And here for the action result, we're returning the data as type user. So this is what I did. So if we were to click on the action result, and here for the action result type, you can see that we're using a generic variable. So this generic variable, we can be able to use user, or in the future, we can be able to have message, right? So this is the action result that we're going to type, that we're going to return to the client. And the type is this. Either we're going to have the object like this, where the status is success with the data is equal to the generic type that we define, or we have a object where the status is error, and the message is, or the error is either a string or a Zod issue array, so which will basically an array of Zod issue objects. And if we were to look into the Zod issue, you can see that this is what it has, right? So it has this type, and as well as the message, which going to contain inside of the error. And then for the register form, so you can see here that I also made a change. So for the onSubmit, so when the user click on the register button, which will trigger the onSubmit, this function will take the data. So basically you can see here that we're coming out the resolver from the client side so that we can be able to validate the data on the server side. So here you can see for the onSubmit function, the way how it works is that once the user click on the register, it will trigger the onSubmit function, right? And then because we specify here that the handle submit will call the onSubmit, which pass the form data to this onSubmit function. And again, the register schema, we can be able to find here that this is going to be the schema, right? The rules for the form. And then here you can see once we have the data, we're going to pass it to the register user, which register user, if we look here, you can see this is the auth action. So in the auth action, we have the register user, which is the server action that we just created. So you can see here that once we call this server action, we're going to get the result. And once we have the result, we're going to check the status. So if it is successful, we're going to see that we're going to say that the user registered successfully. And if it's an error, or if it's not successful, then we're going to check to see if the error is an array. If it is, then we're going to iterate the array. So once we iterate the array, we're going to get the error message, and we're going to get a field. So so basically you can see that right now we didn't cast or have any type for the error because we haven't defined that yet. But we're going to define it later. But you can see that for it has the path as well as message. So once we have the path, we can be able to construct the field name for that. And then once we find the field name, we can be able to use the set error from the use form. So you can see that use form, I added the set error. So we can be able to set the error message manually for the form. So here you can see for this field name, we're going to set a message for this. Right, and of course, if the error is not a list of errors, then we're just going to display the error in the message, right? So we're going to say that this is a server error, and we're going to display the error results. So basically, this is the way how the onSubmit function works. So here you can see, if I were to type something, you can see that we don't have any validation because we're trying to validate the error once user click on the submit button, right? Or the register button. So if I were to enter a name and enter an email, right? And let's say if the password, there's only 3 characters, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to click on register. And you notice here that we are getting an error message, and it's setting it back, and the error message is actually sent back from our server, and we can be able to see it inside of our network tab. So you can see here that if we were to look at this request, and the response is a error message. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the password is at least 6 characters. So we're going to say, and then if we were to click on submit, and you can see that we have user register successful. And if we were to look at our network tab for register, you can see that this is the message that we're getting from our response. So we have so here you can see if we were to look at the auth actions, we're sending the status a success and the data as the user. So this is the data. We have the user ID, we have the name, we have the email, we have the password hash as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to our Prisma Studio, and if we were to refresh, and you can see that we have our data appear on our Studio console. So in the past, I have showed you that we can be able to add different providers like Google, GitHub's, or any third-party authentications. We can be able to add our own authentication inside of the providers. And then basically what I did here is I have gone ahead and filled out the credentials. And then for the credentials, basically it takes the object, and this object has the name as well as the authorized function. So we basically name this credential provider as credentials. So for the authorized function, basically when user calling the sign in, this function will be called, and this credential contains our form data. So basically we will use the login schema to validate the form data. Once it's validated, we're going to get the email and password. And then we're going to use the get user by email from the server function that we created. So here, if we were to look at the server function, it takes the email, and then we're going to search in our database to find that user. So once we find that user, we're going to return this user as the return type for this function. So once we have our user, we're going to check to see if the user exists. If it doesn't exist, we're going to return null. If the password is incorrect, we're also going to return null. So what's going to happen is that if the user has fully validated, we're going to return the user. If it's not validated, for example, if the form is invalid, then we're also going to return null. So basically, we're going to define this authorized function to validate our user. Since we're using the JWT session strategy, what we also need to do is we also need to define our secret. So JWT can be able to sign using a secret or a public or a private key. So we're going to create that when we are creating our JWT token. So inside of the environment variable, I'm also going to create the auth secret. So I'm just going to name something like this is very secret, for example, right? This can be anything. So we need some kind of signature or some kind of secret, because the JWT token has 3 parts, which is the header, payload, and signature. And you can see here that there is more descriptive explanation, but so we basically simply create the signature or the secret to decode our header. And then inside of our server action for auth actions, you can see that I have also created the sign-in user function, or the function or the server action to handle the sign-in. So basically, you can see that we take the login schema, and this login schema, we can be able to find it inside of our lib folder for the schema, and this is basically takes the email and password. And you can see here that once we have the email and password, we're going to call the sign-in function that we define inside of our auth. So if we were to click here, you can see that this is our auth. We have exported the sign-in and sign-out feature. And if we were to look at our sign-in, you can see that we can be able to provide the provider. Obviously, this is optional. And then we also can be able to provide the options, which is the form data and such, right? So if we were to look at the auth actions, you can see that we provide the credentials, which is what we define inside of our auth.config, which is this provider right here, right? So we specify that we're using this credential, which is the name credentials, to validate or to authorize our user. And if we were to look here, we basically pass the form data, right? So we specified the redirect to be false so that we don't have to redirect anything. We can, so the result will return us a URL that we can be able to redirect to. So in this case, we're just going to specify the redirect to false. Once we sign in, if it's successful, then we're going to return the data as success. If not, then we're going to cache the error and basically log the error and return the error, right? So you can see here that first we check to see if it's off error. If it is, then we're going to return the error message. If it's not, then we're going to say that maybe it could be a network error, or for now we're just going to say that something else went wrong. So we're not going to get too specific on the error message here for now. We're just going to lay out the foundation, and we can be able to build on top of that later. So now what we're going to do is we're going to edit our login form, so that when user fill our email, our password, and click on the sign in, which trigger the onSubmit function, we're going to call our server action to validate the user. And because we're using the Auth.js, it will basically handle a process to save the token inside of our browser. And then here you can see I basically gone ahead and implement the onSubmit function. So you can see here what I did here is I basically used the sign in user from the auth action, the server action that we just went about. And we're going to call that, pass the data from the form, and then the result will have the status. So if the status is successful, then we're going to push and navigate to the different routes. So we're going to navigate to the members route. And if it's an error, then we're just going to console error the error message. And for the router, we basically use the use router hook from the Nest navigation. And this will allow us to navigate to different routes using the .push function. So if we were to test this, and let me just change the name to something that we can be able to remember inside of our database. So we're gonna using the password that we entered to create this user. And once we click here, you can see that we navigate to the members route. And then if we were to navigate to our browser for the storage, and if we were to select the cookies and select the localhost 3000, which is the port that we're on, you can see that we have two keys. So one is the callback URL, and the other one is the session token. And this is the value for the session token. And you can see that this is the JWT token that we have stored. We can be able to use this session token to validate the user using the Auth.js. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to make our application look pretty. So we're going to install the React Toastify so that we can be able to add alerts. We can be able to make our application look pretty with the alerts like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the npm install to install our React Toastify. So if we were to close this and try to open a new terminal, we're just going to install the npm install save React Toastify in our dev dependencies. And it also tells us how we can be able to add it inside of our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to our providers. Again, so this provider component will contain all the providers for our application. So we use it inside of our layout so that every time when we add a new providers, we don't have to add it in here. We can just add it inside of the providers component itself so that we can be able to make our application a little more cleaner. So what we're going to do is we're going to add it here. So we're going to import those things. And then we're also going to add the Toastify container. And if we were to click on the demo, you can see that we can also be able to change the position on the toast alert. So you can see that we can be able to show it on the top. You can be able to show it in the top center. Right, we can also be able to show it in the bottom right. So we can be able to change the color, right? We can be able to make it dark. We can be able to make it different. We can create different styles for the alert. And we can be able to specify that either using the toast function, what we call it, or we can be able to specify a consistent styling in the toast container components. So here basically what I did is that I specify the position where the alert is going to appear. We're going to have the alert appear consistently at the bottom right, and we're also going to hide the progress bar. This is optional. You don't have to hide the progress bar. So if you don't hide the progress bar, you will still see that there is a progress bar at the bottom, right? So you can still see that. So now if we were to navigate to our login form, and here for the, instead of the const.error, we can be able to use the toast, and we can be able to say that this is an error alert. So now if we were to navigate to our login page and enter an incorrect email, we're going to see that we're going to have a invalid credentials. You can see that we have React Toastify alert pop up on the right. In this section, I also mentioned that inside of the cookies, we have the session token stored, right, inside of our cookies. And this is handled using Auth.js. And we can be able to retrieve this token data using the Auth.js functionality. So if we were to look at the new features, you can see that we have this universal auth. And basically the auth function, we can be able to handle all these things, right? So we can be able to read what we have inside of our session and be able to get the token data. So what we can do is that inside of the home page, so inside of the main page, I'm just going to make some edits to basically read what we have inside of our session token. All right, so here what I did is I gone ahead and basically get the session from auth. And then what I did is I checked to see if the session exists. If not, we're going to display the not sign in. If it is, then we're going to basically log data that we have. So you can see that we have the user object and when the token expire. So we're going to talk about the expiration for this token later on. So what we're going to do first is we're going to focus on building the UI. And once we finish building the UI, we're going to add more functionality for our security. So here you can see we can also be able to click on the logout. So I basically create a form, and this form has an action. So this is a button, and this button is a submit type. And here you can see once the user click on this button, it will trigger this action. So we're basically using the sign out functionality from the server side. So in this case, you can see here, if we were to call the sign out function, it will basically have to use something like a use server to tell that this is a server function. Obviously, this is not an ideal way to do it, since this is a client file and we're calling a server action or server function inside of a client function. So we're just gonna do this for demonstration purpose. I'm going to clean this up later. So what we're going to do is you can see here, once we click on the sign out, you can see that we don't have the token anymore. So if we were to look at our cookie, the token have disappeared. So this is just the callback URL. And now if we were to log in again, you can see that we do have a session token stored. And if we were to go to the main page, we still have our data appear. But you can see that at this moment right now, we don't have the user ID, which is very critical if we want to query data using the ID of the user. But we do have the ID sending back. So if we were to look at our auth.ts, it also has this functionality of callbacks. And if we were to look into this callback, you can see that it is an asynchronous function that can be used to control what happens when the auth-related action is performed. And inside of this, there's also a JWT async function. So this function can be able to get a token for the user. So if we were to just take a look at this, and just print the token inside of our console, and then we just return the token. And here you can see if we were to refresh our page, we do see that we have the token data, right? So we have our name, email, and then we also have our sub, which in this case is the user ID. So if we were to look at our studio and if we were to look at this user, you can see that this is the ID and this is the ID for that user as well. But at this current moment, you can see that the data does not display the ID, or in this case, the sub property. So in this case, what we need to do is we also need to get the session. And here you can see if I were to type in S, you can see that it also tells me that where I can be able to get the user, right? I can be able to make a Prisma call because this is a server function. We basically finds the user by the token.sub, which is the user ID. So we're not going to do that. We already have the user in our session. So what we're going to do is we're just going to log the session to basically show you. And if we were to log the session, return the session, and you can see that this is our session, right? You can see that we have our name, email, and image as null, and also the expires, which is what we have displayed on the page. So what we're going to do is that we can be able to modify our session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the session.user.id is equal to the token.sub. And of course, we also need to make sure that the session contains those information. First, check to see if the ID exists as well as the user. If it exists, then we're going to set the user.id is equal to token.sub, which is the user ID. So here you can see if I were to save this, and this is the ID that we retrieved from the token.sub. So that's basically our purpose, and we can be able to call server actions using the ID that we provide. So now what we're going to take a look at is how we can be able to decorate our UI. So we're going to first start with our dropdown. So here you can see this is our dropdown where user click on a button, it will have the dropdown display at the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a drop-down menu inside of our top navigation. So if we were to navigate to our nav bar, for the top navigation, you can see that this is what we have, right? We're going to add a drop-down menu here. We're just going to create a new component called the user menu.tsx. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to import the auth where we can be able to get our session. And of course, we can be able to make this as async. So it's going to be an async component. And once we have our session, we can be able to check. If we do have our session for the user, we can be able to display the user menu here. If not, we're just going to display the regular login and register. So to do so, I have a Turner condition where if the user exists, then we're going to display the user menu. If not, we're going to display the buttons. So we're just going to import the user menu and basically pass the user session.user, which is the user object, to the user menu component. And you can see that for the user menu, I just went ahead and add the dropdown. So for props, it takes the user, it's coming from the session at user from NextAuth. And then we have our dropdown, right? So this is our dropdown, and we also have our drop-down trigger. So basically it's going to be an avatar. So if the user has the image from the user.image, then we're going to use that. If not, we're just going to use the user.png. And you notice here that I basically add a user.png inside of the images. So here you can see this is the image. It's just a unknown user profile. So that's basically the drop-down trigger. And then we also have the menu, right? So you can see here that we also have our drop-down selection. So these are the items. So for the selection, we will basically display the sign-in as the username. I will also display the nav link to add the user, and also the button to trigger the logout functionality. And the functionality here, I also have implemented this. So inside of the auth actions, we will basically trigger the sign out from auth. So like I mentioned in the past, that so we can be able to only trigger the sign out in the server function. We can't do it inside of the client component. And if we were to do it in the client component, we will have to use the use server in text. So in this case, if we were to add it here, we can be able to just directly call the server action that we created. So in this case, inside of our user menu, right? So we can just call this, and we can be able to log out the user. So if I were to sign in again, so if I were to click on sign in, and you can see that we have our profile or our dropdown at the top, right? So we first have our dropdown trigger, which is a nav bar or an avatar. And once we click on this, you can see that it shows sign in as this person, and we can either click on edit the profile or log out, right? So if we were to click on the edit profile, it will navigate to a page of the edit. Obviously, we haven't implemented that yet, but you can see that we can also be able to click on the logout as well, right? So if we were to log out, you can see that we don't have the token displayed on our storage. So if I were to navigate to our cookies, we don't have the session token here anymore. So of course, we can also be able to add middleware inside of our Nest application. So inside here for our routing, you can see that the middleware, it basically allows us to run code before a request is sent or before the request is completed, as well as we can also modify the response by rewriting the response that gets sent back from the request. So we can be able to modify the request or response headers or the responding data or payload. So in this case, to do so, we have to be a little more specific for the file name. So it has to be middleware. So inside of the source folder, I will create a file called middleware. And basically Next.js will tell that this is a middleware. And the goal for this middleware is that we can be able to have this protect the routes so that if the user is logged in, they can be able to navigate to the members and they don't have to go to the login or the register page. And that's the goal. So first, we're going to create a routes file. And this routes will basically contains all the public routes as well as our auth routes. And here you can see I have basically created this middleware. So what happened is that we have our request, which is the Nest URL. So the Nest URL that we're going to about to navigate to. So if the request.auth, it is logged in, so we have this functionality to check to see if the auth exists. If it is, then we're going to say that this is logged in, right? So then what we're going to do is that because we have displayed the routes, so these are the public routes, these are the auth routes. And what we're going to do is that for the public routes, if it contains this, then it is a public route. if the nesturl.path name contains inside of the auth routes, then this is a auth route. Then we're just gonna let it go. We're just gonna let it navigate to the public routes. If it is a auth route, then what we're gonna do is that we check to see if it's logged in. If it is logged in, then users still want to navigate to the authentication route, like the login, the register, then we're just gonna force it to navigate to or redirect to the members page. And then if not, then we're just gonna let it go. We're just gonna let it navigate to the login page or the register page. And then also if it is not logged in and is not public, then we have to force it to navigate to the login page, right? So if the user is trying to access the member page and they're not logged in and the members is not a public route, then we're just gonna force it to navigate or redirect to the login page. If those conditions doesn't pass, then obviously we're just gonna let it navigate to wherever they want to navigate to, right? So in this case, if I were to click on login, you can see we have our login page. If I were to click on the matches, you can see that it redirects to the login. So if I were to click this, you can see that we redirect to the public page because we are allowed to navigate to the public page. But if I were to try to navigate to, for example, these pages, right? So these are not public pages. So in this case, it will navigate to this page, right, for the login because we haven't logged in and these are not public page because we didn't specify that these are public page. And let's say if I were to click on register, you can see that it's fine. So now if we were to log in to the members page, and now if I were to click on the this page, you can see that we still have data here, right? We still can be able to navigate to the public page. We still can be able to navigate to the members page, the list page, and so on. And notice here that the top right of the nav bar didn't change. So if I were to just refresh, you can see that we do have this change. So what I'm going to do is inside of the login form, after this is done, we're just also going to do the router.refresh. So this will also make sure that the changes is in sync. And let's say if I just want to navigate to the login page, you can see that it redirects me to the members page. So it basically tells that we cannot go to the auth page, right? Because we're already logged in. And we can still go to the public page, of course, because it is public. So notice that here we also have a config, and inside of the config we have a matcher. So basically we are going to tell the middleware that we're going to run this middleware if it matched this regular expression, right? So this regular expression can be a list. So we can have multiple expressions. And what does this expression does? So the regular expression here, it basically matches any URL path that does not start with the /API or the nest static or any images or files, or for example, like fav icons and such. So if those routes start with these things, then this middleware will not run. All right, so last part of the section is we're going to commit these changes. So if there's any part in this section where I went a little too fast, you can feel free to take a look at the source code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the CLI. So I'm just going to say command git add to add all these changes. And I'm going to do git commit, specify the message. This is going to be lesson 3. We learn about adding the user authentication. And I commit these changes, and then I run a git push. And this will push our changes, and we should be able to see it inside of our git history. All right, so that's pretty much it for this lesson. I know it's a big lesson. We learned a lot of things in this lesson around the add user authentication. So let's summarize everything. So pretty much we first add the Auth.js and the Prisma ORM and set up our Postgres database. Then we'll take a look at how to configure our Prisma into our application, and also add the Next.js server action to register a new user and be able to save the user data inside of our database. Then we also take a look at how to add the error handling for our register for our forms, and also be able to integrate our server action with our sign-in user features. And then we also take a look at how to add the alert feature so that user can be able to get alerted after they sign in, so that we can be able to see if the user is logged in or not. And we also use the NextAuth callbacks to get the session user ID so that we can be able to use the user ID through our application. And then we also take a look at how to add the drop-down menu to the top navbar, and also adding the Next.js middleware to add the protected routes. And lastly, we commit all those changes to the source control. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 4, where we're going to add the member list as well as the member details page. So far what we have is we have a user table and the accounts table inside of our database. And what we're going to do is inside of this lesson is we're going to make a change to our database schema so that we have the members table as well as the photos table. And the members table will have additional information about the user, and each member can have a photo. So in this case, it's going to be a one-to-many relationship, so where each member can have multiple photos. And we're going to worry about upload photo feature in the later lessons, but what we're going to focus on now is to set up our data schema to prepare for other features getting added to our application. And just a recap of what happened so far is that we have added the routes for each of those pages, as well as register and login, and also added the authentication feature for user to authenticate themselves using the NextAuth.js as well as Prisma to retrieve data from our database and be able to validate the user. And for this lesson specifically, we're going to first build our members page so that user can be able to see all the members that we have inside of our application. And user can also be able to click on any of those users. And we're going to use a feature from Next.js called dynamic routes, where we can be able to specify the user ID here. So any user ID that we passed in for the parameter here is going to be a user ID that we can be able to retrieve the data from our database. And we can be able to build our profile page, our photos, as well as our chats. And here you can see these are the sub routes for the dynamic routes here. And we're basically going to retrieve the data from our database by creating a new server action called member actions, which will basically communicate to our database through Prisma. So that's what we're going to build for this lesson. And of course, there's also some other things like the load indicators or adding the custom air page that we're going to focus on later of this lesson. And the code changes for this lesson will be in the commit history, so feel free to look at that. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to make some changes inside of our schema.prisma. So here you can see what we have so far is that we have our user and the accounts table. So the accounts table can have the account provider, access token, and such, right? And user can be able to have multiple accounts. So user can be able to have multiple security providers. For example, they can log in with Google, they can log in with Facebook and such, right? But then what we're going to do is we're going to also expand our database to have the members and photos. So user can have just one member, and each member can have multiple things, including the photos. So here you can see I just gone ahead and basically add those changes. So for user, I have added the member, and for each member, you can see that we have the user ID, basically have the member details like gender, date of birth, such. And for the relationship here, we only have one-to-one relation. So we have one user per member. And you can see that the field that we're using is the user ID, which reference to the ID from the user table. And then we're basically specify that it's going to be a on-delete cascade, which basically means that if the user has been deleted, then the member table related to that user will also be deleted as well. And then we also have our photo. So photo, you can see here we have one member can have multiple photos, and each photo can only have one member, right? So in this case, this is one-to-many relationship. So the photo has the ID as well as the URL, and also has the public ID for the image cloud provider. And then for the photo, you can see we also have the member ID as well as the relationship. So it is going to be a one-to-many relationship. So basically, the fields that we're matching is the member ID, which matched to the ID from the member table. It's also cascade as well. So basically, if the user is deleted, it will delete the corresponding members. And if the member is deleted, it will delete also the corresponding photos, which is basically what the cascade means. So you can see this is basically what our database schema look like right now. Again, we have one user per member, and each member can have multiple photos, and each user can have multiple accounts. So far, you can see inside of our studio, we only have the user and account, so we're going to sync these changes. So we're going to open a new terminal. We're just going to run npx prisma generate. And then once we have generate this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to push the changes to our database. So we're going to run npx prisma db push. So now you can see that our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. So now if I were to refresh, and if I were to open a new one and try to search for a different model, for example, member, or let me just restart this because we have to restart this again. So if I were to close this, and if I were to refresh, you can see that we have the account, member, photo, user. So these are all the models that we have. All right, so right now you can see that we don't have any data inside of our database. And one way we can do this is we can be able to go to our studio and manually create those data inside of each tables. So this is going to be a long process. But what we can do is we can be able to write a function to programmatically to insert these data inside our database to have our application to work with. I basically gone ahead and create this file called members.data. And this file, you can see, is basically an array of objects where each object has the data information for the user. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this to insert data inside of our database. And here you can see I have gone ahead and created another file called c.ts. And this file is basically going to insert the members data inside of our database. And here you can see we basically iterate the members data. And then we're going to call the prisma.user.create to create the following data. And for each data, you can see we also have the member because the user also has a relationship with the member. And the member also has a relationship with the photo. So we're going to define the relationship here. And here you can see we have the email, password. So here you can see we're just going to use a simple password just for development purpose. And then here we have the member. And for member, we're just going to define all the information that we have defined from the members.data. And then here we also have the image or the photos. And notice here that the image here is defined not just only from the user level, but also from the members level as well. And the reason why is that because we can be able to use this image without joining the other table, without joining the photos table. And then after we have defined the seed members function, we're just going to put it inside of the main function. And then in the main function, we're just going to call it. And then we're going to call the main function. And then if there is any errors, we're just going to log it and exit the process. And then finally, we're just going to disconnect our Prisma client. All right, so once we have defined those two files, what we're going to do is we're going to define how we can be able to call it. So here you can see we're going to use the TS node to basically call the Prisma / the c.ts file, right? Because the c.ts is in the Prisma folder. So what we're going to do is we're going to install the TS node inside of our dev dependencies. Then we can be able to run TS node to run our c.ts file. Now, so once we have that, we're going to run npx prisma db seed. Then we're going to call this command to seed our data. So once we run this, the seed command has been executed. And then if we were to refresh our database, you can see that we have data records added inside of our member, photos, as well as user. So if we were to click to the user, and these are all the data that we have added from the members data. And one thing good about the Prisma Studio is that we can be able to also see the relationship. So here you can see for the user, if I were to click on the account, you can see that this so far this user have no relationship with any account, but for member it does. So if we were to click on the member, you can see that it tells you which member this record is related to, right? And you can also change it here if it's needed. And then for the members, we can also be able to see the relationship for the user. And then for each member, we also have a relationship with the photo record. So if I were to click this, we know that where this photo is referenced to. So now if we back to the application, if we were to log out and try to log into one of those users, for example, if I were to log into this person and the password is just password. And here you can see we have already logged in as this person, and notice that the profile image have been changed to an avatar. And by the way, the images are stored inside of the public folder, and images here we have all the images for the corresponding user. So now what we're going to focus on is how we can be able to render the data inside of our members page. So here in the actions folder, I just gone ahead and create a member action, and the action is basically called get members. And basically what we do is we're going to get this current user, right? So from the session. And what we do is that we're going to get the Prisma, and then we're going to find all the members where the current member is not a current user. So we're trying to find all the members and exclude the current user. So once we find out, we're going to return that. If there's an error, we're going to throw the error. So basically, once we have this, we can be able to call it inside of our members page. So we're going to navigate to our members page. And here we're just going to change what we have inside of our TSX. And here you can see I basically call the get member server action, and I basically render all the members inside of our members page. And then here you can see I just gone ahead and basically call the get members to get the members, and then if the members exists, then we're going to map through all the members and print all the names. So now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on how to add styling to our members page so that we can display all the members on our page. So to do so, we're just going to create a new component called member card, and this component will has a card component that display the member. So then here you can see I basically gone ahead and add the member card. And this member card basically takes the prop for member, which you can be able to find it is from the Prisma client. And then what we do is import the card footer image from the NextUI library. And then basically using this card components from the card library to display the card. And then we have our image, which is coming from the UI library. And then we are using the member data. So you can see we're using the member.id for the reference, so we can be able to reference or navigate to a individual page. And we can also have the member.name and the member image, as well as the calculate age, so we can be able to pass the date of birth, which pass to a util function to calculate the age. So notice that we're using isPressable. So basically, if we pass the isPressable prop to the card, it will be rendered as a button. So if we were to click this, it looks like a button, right? So you can see that it is really responsible, flexible. So you can see that it is really flexible here. So that if we press it, you can see that it acts like a button right here. So that's basically the member card. Now, if we were to navigate to the page, members page, we're just going to import the member card and add some styling here. And here you can see I basically gone ahead and add some styling for the grid. And then for the members, I basically import the member card component that we just went about. And then here you can see I passed the member data as well as the key. So now if we were to refresh the page, so now you can see that after we refresh our page, we can be able to see all the member card display on the page. So notice here that the text is kind of displayed or blended to the background. So what we can do is either we can be able to change the text color, or we can be able to add some background color to the text so that we can be able to see the text more easily. So what we can do is we're going to add a background gradient or dark gradient to our background image. And if I were to save this, and you can see that we can be able to see our text more clearly now. And notice here that we basically set this to a button, and we have a link to it. Notice that for each of profile, it is a link, so it references to their specific members page, right? So member/the member ID. If I were to click this, basically we're not getting anywhere. We will get a 404 because we haven't defined that page yet. So we're going to define that next. But before that, I'm also going to talk about the calculate age. So we pass the members.date of birth, right? And this calculate age lives in the util folder, or I should say the util file. And then here I also gone ahead and basically installed the date -fns. And there's a difference in years. So we basically pass the current date as well as the members' date of birth. And this will basically will calculate the difference. So we'll calculate the numbers of years in difference, right? So basically you can see we have 32, 33, 32 years old and such, right? So these are all the members. And to create the individual members page, so what we're going to do first is we're going to create a folder called user ID with a square bracket, so that this will basically be the members/the user ID, right? And then we're going to create a page for that. So it's going to be page.tsx. And here you can see inside of the user ID folder, we have a page.tsx. And now we're just going to create the page itself. So we're going to name this component called member detail page. And then notice here that I just gone ahead and basically put the type for the params. So the param will take the user ID, which we specify here. So notice here that this is the user ID, which if it's navigate to the members/the user ID, we will be able to catch that, and we can be able to get a param for that, right? So here, we're just going to display the user ID onto the page. So we have the user ID, and we're going to display this on the page. And now, if I were to click on one of the user, for example, this person, you can see that we have the user ID displayed on the page. And if I were to click on a different person, you can see a different user ID display on the page. And because we're going to display the user detail on this page, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the member actions again, and basically going to add additional function to get a specific member. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the user ID, and then we're just going to find that inside of our Prisma to find this member and based on their user ID. And if we find it, we return it. If not, we're just going to console log the error. So once we save this, we're going to navigate back to the member page, right? Member detail page. We're going to use the server action to retrieve the member detail. And here you can see I basically just called the get member by user ID server action and get the member and we pass the params.userid in it. And then once we get the member, if it's not found, we can actually be able to redirect to the not found page from this navigation. And then we're just going to display the member data. So in this case, I'm just going to display the member.name. And here you can see we have the Davis, right? The name display on the page. So if I go to the members again and select, for example, Mile, and here you can see we have the person's name display on the page. And let's say if I change the ID to something else, for example, I delete some characters, and this will navigate me to a page that is not found because we're not able to find this user, right? So in this case, we're getting a null. We're going to navigate to a not found page. And then what we're going to do is we're going to focus on creating the sidebar for our member. So inside of our members page, we're going to say member sidebar.tsx. And because we're going to use the member sidebar inside of the members detail page, we're going to create a layout and we're going to have the sidebar display on the side and then the actual member detail page display in the main content. And the reason why we have the member sidebar outside is because we're going to reuse it elsewhere. So in this case, we're going to, inside of the user ID folder, we're going to create a layout component. And here you can see I just gone ahead and designed the layout. And the layout basically takes the children and the params, right? So just like how we take the page, it also takes the param as well, but it also has the children. Children is going to be our page TSX inside of the user ID. First, what we're going to do is we're going to get the member detail. And then if the member does not exist, we're going to navigate to not found page. And then we're going to design a grid, right? And then this is basically the card, and the card will have the children, which is basically what we have defined inside of the page.tsx. So if I were to change this to something like this is the member detail page, we will be able to see it here on this section because this is the members detail page. And if we were to look at the layout, you can see that this is what we did, right? And on the left side, we have the member sidebar. And the sidebar here, I just went ahead and also coded up as well. So basically, this is just the navigation for the members detail. So user can be able to see the members profile, basic information, as well as the profile, photos, and chat, right? So we're going to design those things later. And you can see that for the navigation links, we have the profile, which is the base link, right? So it's going to be the members slash the member.id, the user ID, and then we also have the photos. So that's going to be the base path slash the photos. So if I were to click this, it will be the members and the ID slash the photos, right? So then we also have the chat. So it's going to be the base link or the base path slash chat. And then here you can see we also have the card. So we have the image, and then we also have a card body for the sidebar. So to design the member details page, what we're going to do is I basically gone ahead and just going to add the card header, which is a profile, and we added divider and the card body, which is the member description. So if I were to click on one of the person, you can see that if I were to, well, we're on the profile page, and you can see that this is the member's description. Right, so this is the header and this is the card description. And now what we're going to do is we're going to design the photos. So if I were to click on the photos, you can see that it is 404. So we're going to design that. And to design the photos, I believe the route is navigate to the photos. So what we're going to do is inside of the user ID, we're going to create a folder called photos, and we're going to have the page.tsx. So inside of the page.tsx, we're going to create the RFC. So that's going to be our page. So here we have our page for the photos. And then for our photo, what we're going to do is we're going to add a function inside of our server action to fetch our user photo, right? Because these are links, so if user have the link, they just navigate to that link directly without navigating through our page, then we have to have each page to call a server action to fetch their own data, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a function to get the members' photos. So notice here that we basically select the photo as true. So basically what it means is that it only gives us the photo. So if I were to hover the member, you can see that we only have the member object, and inside of the member object we have the photos array. So if it's null, we're just going to return null. If not, we're just going to return the member.photos, and we're going to map each of them as the photo array. And here inside of the photos page, you can see that I just gone ahead and added the photos page as well. And then basically I have the car header and the car body, and the header is the photos, right? And the body is the list of photos, where we're going to display the photos inside of the car body. And we're going to call the getMember photo by user ID. Once we have the photos, we're going to map each of the photo, and we're going to display the photo on our page. And lastly, we're also going to add our chat page. So inside of the user ID, we're also going to create a folder called chat. And inside of that, we have the page.tsx. And inside of this, we're going to have the chat, which is simply just going to be just a car header and the car body. So if I were to click on the chat, you can see that we have the chat, the header, as well as the message. And if we were to click on the photos, this is our photo, this is our profile, right, and such. We can be able to go back, we can be able to click on a user, and you can see that we can be able to navigate each of the links, each of the sublink, or each of the site navigation easily. So now what we're going to do is we're going to try to add a loading inside of our application. So when user navigates to different links, we should be able to see like a loading on our user level, right? So obviously we can be able to add it in many levels, but in this case, we're just going to add it inside of the members details level. So whenever we navigate to different, like for example, profile, we should be able to see a loading. So inside of the user ID folder, we're just going to create the loading.tsx. So this loading.tsx, basically what happened is that every time when there's loading, we're going to have the loading component displayed on our page. So Next.js will basically know how to do that. And here you can see inside of the loading component, I basically add the spinner from the NextUI. And here you can see this is our spinner component. So we're just basically adding the spinner, and then we basically have the div classify the position. So here you can see these are the position, right? So that's pretty much it. And if we were to navigate to our page, refresh, maybe we don't see it now, but you can see that we see the loading a little bit display on the center. And here you can see we also have our loading display in the center as well. So if we were to navigate to the error handling page inside of Next.js documentation, you can see that we have the error boundaries. So Next.js uses the error boundaries to handle uncaught exceptions. So if we have any exceptions throw inside of the child components, it would display a fallback UI instead of the component tree that just crashed, right? So here you can see we can be able to create a error boundary by adding a error.tsx or JSX if you're using the Next.js React.js version of that. We can be able to add the error.tsx file inside a route segment and export a React components. So what we're going to do is that inside of our root folder app, we're going to create a component called error.tsx. And inside of that, I basically give some styling. So what we're going to do is we're going to manually trigger this error. So for example, let's say in the members page, we're calling the getMember by user ID, for example. So here you can see inside of the getMember by user ID, what we're going to do is we're going to manually throw the error, and then we're going to also throw the error in the catch as well. So not just logging, but also be able to throw the error. So if we were to click on the member detail page, you can see we're going to get an error, and we're going to navigate to the error component. So if we were to look at the error component, this will basically render inside of our app. So if I were to click this, you can see that we have an error, and this is our error. We have the error message. We can be able to click here to try again, So you can see here that click here, try again will basically call the reset, and this will basically reset. So if we were to look here, we can be able to also reset or retry our segment, so we can be able to try to re-render the segment, right? So you can see that pretty much we basically built our members page. So we have the members detail, we can be able to see the photos, we have loading, and we also have our chat, and we can be able to navigate back, and the user can be able to click on any of those profile and see the members detail. You can see that the grid will also shrink as well. So that's pretty much it for the section. And we're just going to commit these changes. We're going to do git add. So for this lesson, pretty much add the member and the photo model with the members page. So we're going to commit this, and we're going to do git push, and this will push all the changes that we have. So now we should be able to see all the changes inside of our git history. So if we were to click this, you can see that these are all the changes that we have made. All right, so that's pretty much it for this section. We basically focus on adding the member details page on this section by first adding the member and the photo table inside of our Prisma schema. And then we also take a look at how to see data inside of our database. And then we were also able to get the dynamic routes to get the user ID for the member page, to fetch the member data and display the member on our member detail page. And then we also take a look at how to use the Next.js layout page to basically add different subroutes inside of the member details page. For example, things like the profile page, the photo page, as well as the chat page. Lastly, we also have some touch-ups by adding a loading indicator inside of the member details page, so the user can be able to navigate to the proper error page when we got an error. So that's pretty much it for the section. Up next, we're going to take a look at how to add like feature inside of our application so that we can have a many-to-many relationships. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 5. So very appreciate that you made this far of this lesson, and so far we have built the routes as well as the authentication and the members page, connecting our data to our database using Prisma and such. So now what we're going to focus on is to basically adding the like feature. So what we're going to do is we're going to first set up our database relationship. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a join table, which will basically be a like table that have a many-to-many relationship between the members. So we're going to have a source user ID and the target user ID to show who liked who inside of our tables. So what we're going to do is inside of action, I'm also going to create a like action, which will basically communicate to our Prisma to basically add our like toggle feature. And then we're going to carry this feature to add a view page to view all the likes. So what's going to happen is that when user navigate to the list page, they can be able to see all the members that they have liked, and they can also be able to view all the members that liked the current member, as well as all the mutual likes as well. And lastly, because we're using a query parameter to navigate to different tabs here, you can see we're going to use something called use transition hooked to trigger a manual loading. So because in the past we have using different routes, so if we were to navigate to different routes, for example in the members page, we can be able to see a loading indicator. We can be able to add that component there and be able to have the loading indicator display when we navigate to different pages. But it's not the case for query parameters. That's why we're using a use transition hook to add a menu loading. So that's pretty much it for this lesson. It's going to be very short, and the code changes for this lesson will be in the code repository commits. So feel free to look at the commit history to find the corresponding lesson. All right, so obviously we know so far that we have the user, the accounts, the members table, as well as the photos, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to add the like table, where we're going to user can be able to like each other, right? One member can be able to like another member. So for example, user can be able to like each other, right? And each user can also be able to like other people as well, right? So in this case, what we can do is we're going to build a join table. So we're going to have a like table where we have the source and also the target. So the source will have the source user and the relation, as well as target will also has the target user ID, as well as the target user relation, or the member relation actually. So in this case, we're going to build this table, and the way how it works is that inside of the Prisma, so what we're going to do first is we're going to create a like table, and you can see that the relation here is basically the source, and the field is going to be source user ID. And the reference here will reference the user ID from the member table, and it's also on delete cascade, which basically means that if the user has been deleted, the following like join table will also be deleted as well. And same thing for the target. And here for the ID, it's going to be a join ID. We're using the double @ symbol to simplify that this is going to be an ID. And we're basically saying that this is going to be a join ID. So we have the source ID and the target ID is a join ID. And then of course, in the member table, we're also going to define the likes. So far you can see it automatically generate the 2 likes. So we have the source and the target, right? So we're going to have the source likes and the target likes. So user can be able to have many likes where the current member is liking the other people. And we can also have the target likes where we are basically the target, right? Where other people are liking us. We're liking the current member, right? So we're going to have those 2 changes made on both tables. And once that's done, if we were to go back to the README, I have wrote a section called common use commands. So we're going to first generate our Prisma client or update a Prisma client. So open our terminal, we're just going to run this command, the npx prisma generate, and then we're going to push our Prisma schema changes to our database. So once that's done, we're going to open our Prisma Studio and view our web interface. So let me see if there is one open already. So we do have one open. Let's check it out. And if I were to restart, refresh, you can see that we have a like table. And you can see for this like table, we have the source, source member, target member, right? So that's pretty much it. All right, so the process now to create this like feature, it should be very simple, right? So what we're going to do first is we're going to add this functionality inside of our server action. So once we have created that server action, we're going to call that inside of our components. So inside of the app, we have our server action, and we're going to create a like actions.ts. And before we create anything in the like action, what we're going to do first is we're going to also add additional function inside of auth actions to help us to get the current auth user ID. So this is the current auth user ID. We're going to get the session. If the user is not there, we're going to throw a new error called unauthorized, right? So I import this, and then inside of the like action, and you can see here that I basically gone ahead and added a function called toggle like member. So you can see here that what we do is we take the target user ID and is like Boolean. So we get the user ID. If it's true, then we're going to delete the like from our join table. If it's not, we're going to create it inside of our like table, right? Inside of our like join table. So basically, to delete it, we first check to see our current target ID, right? So the source ID and the target ID must be the same. We must find our record first. Once we find it, we're just going to delete it, right? So notice that in the schema.prisma, we have the ID as the join ID from the source and the target, right? So inside of the like action, property is going to be the source user ID underscore target user ID. So that's how it works. And then what we do is we're going to pass the user ID, the current user ID, as the source, and the target ID from the param. So very simple. You can see that we just simply pass the ID. We don't really need to pass anything else, right? And basically the Prisma will basically define the relation here. And then after the toggle like member, I also define another function called fetch current user like IDs. So basically what this function does is that so first what we do is find the record where the source user ID is equal to the current user. And then we're going to only select the target user ID. So if I were to highlight this, you can see that it's basically an array of objects where each object has the target user ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to return the like IDs, and we're going to only get the target user ID. So basically we're going to getting the array of string. And if there's any errors, we're just going to console log this and throw the error. And of course, I also have gone ahead and defined some other functions like fetch like member. So if this type is source, basically fetch all the source likes. If it's target, we're going to find all the target likes. And then we also have the mutual likes. We're going to find all the likes where the current user and the other member both like each other. So in this case, the way how we define this is that for source, very easy. We're going to find all of them where the source ID is equal to current user ID, and we're selecting the target member ID, right? In this case, we're selecting the target member instead of the ID, because in the past, like this one, we're selecting just the ID, but here it's different. We're selecting the actual target member. So we're getting the actual member data. And in this case, that's the source likes. And for the target likes, we're going to say that for all the record where the current user is the target, and we're going to select all the source member where there are all the members that are like the current user. So that's very helpful to define who we liked and who liked us. So for fetch mutual likes, it's very simple. You can see we take the user ID of the current user, and then we find all the user we liked, right? So all the user that the current source member liked, and we only select the target user ID. And then once we get all the like ID, right, all the IDs that we liked or the source member liked, then what we're going to do is we're going to find inside of Prisma where the target ID is equal to the user ID. So and the source user ID is in the like ID. Basically, what it means is that we're trying to find all the user who liked us as well, right? So we like that person, and that person also liked us, right? And then we're only selecting the source member. And once we get the mutual list, we're going to iterate that and then going to return the source member. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all the function that we need to complete this functionality. So what we're going to do is inside of the component, we're going to create a new file called like button. All right, so here you can see I just gone ahead and basically create this like button from the component so that we can be able to reuse it elsewhere. So the way how it works is that we're going to take the target ID and has like boolean, and we're going to have the button here. So we have the icon. So here you can see it's basically a div, and if it's clicked, then in this case it's going to trigger the toggle like function, and the toggle like function, which basically call the toggle like member, which was what we have defined in the server action. So basically we take the target ID and has like, and we're going to save that inside of our database. And obviously we also have to refresh our change so that we can be able to get the color change on our heart, right? So if it's not liked, then we're going to have the gray color. If it's liked, we're going to have the red color. So inside of the member card component, we're going to pass the like button, and we're going to just set the has like to be false for now. And once we set that, we're going to navigate to our browser, and here you can see we have the like button on the top. So user can be able to click this. And if we were to turn this, or I should say if I were to turn this into true, let's see what color we're getting. So if I were to refresh, you can see that we have red, right? So these are all the users that we liked. And one thing we have to take a look at is the responsiveness. So here you can see if I were to squeeze this, or in this case, you can see that they're all squeezed into one column. So what we can do is inside of the page from the members page actually. So in this case, what we can do is we can be able to fix this by simply changing the grid column to 2, right? And also we're going to say that if it's beyond the mid size, then we're going to be having the grid column 3. If it's extra large, we're going to have a grid column 6, and the gap is 8 obviously. But here you can see if I were to squeeze it a little bit, you can see that we're going to always have the column of 2. Right, so that should just work for now. Obviously, this is not a responsiveness course, so we're just gonna focus on getting the elements right. And obviously, since we're here on the members page, what we're gonna do is we're going to also fetch all the current likes ID for the current user. So we're going to import this, and we're also going to pass it to the member card. And then inside of the member card, we're going to add this as an additional property. Here, we're going to add the like IDs. And then once we have our like IDs, what we're going to do is we're going to also see if the current member user ID, right, is included inside of our like IDs. And if there is, display the like button. If not, we're going to display the gray button. So here you can see very simple. We have one person liked. Pretty much we have the feature added here, and then we're going to delete this comment. But notice here that if I were to click on a user, the like button, you can see that we're basically navigate to the user profile, right? But you can see that it does get liked, so it does get saved inside of our database. If we were to look at our Prisma Studio and try to refresh our like, you can see that we do have data here for each of the member, right? So this is Sarah. For the target member is called Todd, right? So we have liked Todd so far, and we also have liked Maya as well. So if I were to click on the member, you can see that this is Sarah and the target is Maya, right? So we do have data saved inside of our database, and you can see here that what we're going to do is we're going to prevent this happen. So what we're going to do first is we're going to wrap this around a div. So we're going to put this inside of a div, right? And basically the way how it works is that if we have, so anything that happens inside of this div, right, we're going to prevent the link action, and we're going to define this link action above. So here we're going to create this prevent link action function. So the way how it works is that we're going to prevent the default action, so which is the redirection. And then we also have the stop propagation. Basically means that it will stop bubbling up to our parents, right? Our parents component. In this case, you can see that we're getting an error. If I were to refresh, we're still getting this error. You can see that event handler cannot be passed to a client props. So in this case, we will also need to use a client component. So we have to specify this is a client. So now if I were to refresh, you can see that we do have the page refreshed. And if I were to click on it like, you can see that it did stop redirecting to what we need, right? So if I were to inspect this, you can see that this exact div, right, is about this big. So if I were to click on anything else other than this, then we're obviously going to get redirected to the user. So you can see that we get redirected to the user. But if I were to click this, you can see we do not. And we triggered the like button, right? So that's pretty much how it works. And we can be able to like a member, we can be able to unlike a member. So if I were to click this, you can see that we have unliked members. So far we have 1, 2, 3. And if I were to navigate to our studio, refresh, you can see we only have 3 records. So now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on building the list tab. So you can see we have a list. So this list basically shows us all the members that we liked, that the member or other members liked us, or the mutual likes, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to that. So we're going to navigate to the list page, and we're going to make some changes inside of our list page. So here you can see I've just gone ahead and basically create the list page component. And here you can see for the list page component, I have take the search params. So this search param is basically has a property of type. So you can see here that basically I have gone ahead and added this, and on the left, this is what the result look like. And here you can see for the routes, if I navigate to the list, and for the params, I have the type, and this is the type value. So in this case, we have the source and the target and the mutual, right? So the source, target, mutual. So you can see here, if I were to navigate to here, you can see you have target, navigate to here, we have mutual. So based on the params, we're going to get the params and pass it to the fetch liked members server action. And this server action takes the type and then get the current user ID, like I mentioned before. Basically how it works is that it will find all the members that we liked. For target, the way how it works is that we find all the members that liked us or like the current user. And mutual basically means that the member that liked us and also we also like them. So basically it's a mutual like between the current user and the other members. And basically for members, once we get the members, we're going to display them inside of our list tabs. So this is our tab, right? This is our tab component. If we change it, we will display the list. Change it, we display a different list, right? Based on the members that we get from our parent components. So for list tab, the way how it works is we take members and the like IDs, and we're going to display them. So again, we're going to get the search params, the router, the path name. So basically the path name is the name that we have in our current path. And then the search param is what happens after the question mark. So we can also be able to console log this. So here you can see if we were to console log this, the path name is lists and the search params is the type, which in this case is mutual. If I were to clear this, navigate to here, you can see we have lists and the search param is targets. And for the tabs, it's basically an array of objects and we have the ID and the label, right? So this is the source and this is the target, this is the mutual, right? And here you can see, let's forget about the handle tab change function for now. Let's just look at the UI. So first we have our outer div and then we have our tabs. So tabs is coming from the NextUI library. So here you can see if I were to navigate to the NextUI library documentation, and here you can see this is our entire tabs. And for each of those tabs, it will basically display the data. So for the photo tab, we display the card data. For this tab, we display this data, right? and we can be able to see it here. And here you can see we just passed the tabs to the items, and for each of these items, what we're going to do is we're going to pass the item key as well as item label, and then inside of it we will basically display a list of members. If there's no members, we're going to say no members for this filter, right? So obviously if I were to dislike this person, and if I click on mutual likes, you can see that it does, we will see the no members for this filter, right? Which is this text right here. And then we also going to display the list of members here. So you can see for each members, we're going to use the member card component that we defined later in the past. So we use this component inside of the matches. So inside of matches, we use this component, and we use the same component here inside of the list tab. So now I'm just going to like this person back. And if I were to come back to lists and click on mutual likes, you can see this person also liked us as well. So it's going to be a mutual like. And now let's take a look at the handle tab change. So you notice here that this is a key. So I import this key from React. And basically the way how it works is that it's a value which uniquely identified node among items in the array. So this can be a string, number, or an integer, right? So you can see that this is the key. And this key is the tab key that we define here. So which is a string. And what we do is that we get the params from our search, and then we set the params for this key value, right? So the key value is going to be type. We're going to set the value for type to be key.string, which is this key right here. And then we replace that with our current router. And if you were to show you, if I were to trigger this, which is coming from tabs on selection change. So if I were to change the selection, you can see that we are getting different data, right? We're getting data differently from the routes. So it changed type to source, target, mutual, and such, right? For example, if I want to add loading to different navigations, in this case, especially for a query params, because in the past, if I were to select a user, so here we're basically changing the routes, right? So it's /photos, /chats, we can be able to add loading in our Next.js. But if we're on our lists, and you can see here that we're using a query parameter, right, or search params, that in this case, we will need to add loading manually. So to do so, what we can do is we can be able to introduce something called useTransition hook from React. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import useTransition from React. So if this start transition happened or triggered, then is pending will be true. If the start transition is done or the function is completed, then the is pending will be false, right? So we know that we can be able to use this to add our loading component. So what we're going to do is inside of handle tab change, we're going to put this inside of a start transition. And this start transition takes a function. So we're going to put everything that we define here inside a start transition. So what's going to happen is that if this function triggered, start transition will also be triggered, and is true or is pending is going to be true. So we can be able to use this inside of our components. So here you can see I just gone ahead and basically add the is pending. So if it's pending, then we're going to display the loading component. If not, we're going to display what we have already, which is just rendering all the member card. And for loading component, basically is simply a spinner from React or NextUI library. And you can see here that if I were to navigate to different tabs, you can see that we have a little bit of loading at display at the center of our page. If I were to click on mutual likes, you can also see the loading there. So in this case, we can be able to customize our transition, adding our loading feature inside of our application to make our UI better. So just for testing purpose, so I'm just going to navigate to the matches. And in this case, I can be able to like multiple people, right? And now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So total of 6 likes. And if I were to go to lists, and you can see that I have liked 6 members. And if I were to try to log into one of those members, for example, Davis, and if I were to log into Davis, you can see I click on list, and this is the person that I liked, and this person and this member also liked me, and this is the mutual like. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to commit all these changes. So we're going to do git add. And we're going to do git commit. And for the commit, we're just going to say lesson 5 add like feature. and we're just going to say get push to push our changes. And now we should be able to see the changes here appear on our left. So if I were to refresh, you can see we have our commit history for our lesson 5. So if there's any part in this section where I went a little bit too fast, feel free to check the source code of this. So that's it for this session. I'm very glad that you made this far, and you might notice that I changed the theme of this Google Doc to a dark theme. So let me comment down below if you like the dark theme or the light theme. So I'm still trying to decide for that. And to summarize this lesson, we basically add the like feature. And the things that we accomplished in this section is to update our Prisma schema for a like table by adding a many-to-many relationship. And we also add the like actions inside of our application and be able to use it to add a like toggle feature in the UI, as well as adding a feature to view all the likes, as well as adding a use transition hook for triggering the manual loading when we navigate to different tabs in our like list. And lastly, we also test our like feature and commit the changes to our source control. And up next, we're going to take a look at how to add a upload feature where user can be able to upload an image to our database. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 6, where we're going to add the upload image feature. So far what we have is we have authentication, our different routes, our list where we can be able to view all the likes and all the members. And here you can see user can navigate to different members and be able to view their images. And we are going to add the image upload feature. So user can be able to upload more photos of themselves onto our platform. And we're going to use a tool called Cloudinary to store our images in the cloud. So the way how it works is that user is going to upload a photo to our application. We're going to pass the image information to our API, and our API would return a signature, which is our key to our application, so that we can be able to take this key and the image to our Cloudinary to validate that this key is accurate and knows where to store this image. And as a return, Cloudinary is going to return us the public ID and the secret URL, which is going to be the image URL that we can be able to display the image into our application and take those information and store that inside of our database. So by the end of it, we're just going to store the ID of the image from our Cloudinary, as well as our secure URL, which is the image URL that we can be able to display inside of our application. And to delete the image, we're going to also do it both ways. So we're going to delete it inside of our database for those two informations, and as well as take the public ID and the secure URL to find that image in our Cloudinary to delete it. And this is what the result look like. So when user navigates to the edit photos page, they can click on the upload new photo. Then we will have a Cloudinary widget pop up to allow us to upload a new photo. And we can also be able to view all the photos inside of our application. And we can also be able to view the photos that we upload inside of our Cloudinary as well. So that's going to be the overview of this lesson. So feel free to take a look at the commit history for this corresponding lesson. So now what we're going to do is we're going to be able to add a feature for upload an image. So user can be able to upload image, can be able to change their image and such. And the location where we're going to add this is when user navigates to the edit page for the members, they can be able to upload their image. So in this case, we haven't added this route yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the members, and inside of the members tab, we're going to create a new one called edit. And inside of edit, we're going to have the page.tsx. And here we're just going to say, this is going to be an edit page. And if we were to save this, you can see we have the edit page display on the left. Just to be specific, I'm just going to rename this to member edit page. So the way how the member edit page is going to look very similar to the profile page. And we're just going to change the nav link here to be a little bit different. So for example, we can change it to something like edit profile, and here we're going to change to the upload photos, right? We have defined the member sidebar right here, which is outside of the edit and the user ID folder. So in this case, we can be able to use the same component for the member sidebar. Simply, we can just copy the layout from the user ID and just paste it here for now. And then we're just going to make some modifications here. So first, we're going to remove the user param from the parameters, because we're just going to use the current user ID. So we're just going to get the current user ID by using the getAuthUserID function from our server action. And then we're going to use the member sidebar and passing the member. And then here's our children, which is very similar. So the grid here is going to be very similar to what we have here. And then inside of the layout, what we're going to do is we're also going to pass the navigation links to the member sidebar, because so far you can see that we defined the nav links inside of the sidebar, which in this case, we are going to reuse this component. So we're going to put this logic outside of the component. So what we're going to do is we're going to define here, and then we're going to basically pass the nav link. Obviously, we haven't defined the property for this. So we're going to put the nav links inside here. And in the member sidebar components, we're going to define the nav link. And obviously have done this already for us. So it's an array of object where each object has name and the href. And then here we're also going to define the nav links here. And then we're going to define this logic outside. So if we click here, we notice that there is another layout in the user ID page. So we're going to make this change. So we're going to define the nav links here. And we're going to pass the nav links to here. Okay. Save, and then here for the member sidebar, we can be able to use nav links inside of our application. And then for the member edit page, we can just be able to add a car header and divider and the car body, right? So very similar to what we have in the members page. So now inside of the member edit page, what we did here is I added the car header as well as the divider and the car body. So now you can see if I were to navigate to the members edit page, this is what it looks like. So it's very similar to the profile page where we have the profile name, the basic information, and then we can be able to click on different nav links. So we have the edit profile page, and for edit profile page, this is what we have, right? So we have the edit page here defined inside the car body, and then we can be able to upload the photos. We haven't defined this route yet. So now what we're going to do is we're going to first add the edit profile page form so that we can be user can be able to come here and edit their basic profile information. And to get started, we're going to create a component called edit form. So this is going to be capital because it's not a page, so it's going to be edit form.tsx, and we have the edit form. Okay, so that's going to be our edit form, and then we're just going to use that inside of our edit page for the user ID. So inside of the edit form component, what we're going to do is we're going to define the props first. So this is the props for this component. We're going to take the member as a type member, and notice here that this type member is from the Prisma client. And if we were to hover here, you can see that we have the ID, user ID, name, and such, right? So for this form, we're basically just going to edit the name and the description, city, and country. Obviously, we can be able to change other things, but for now, we're just going to change the user can be able to change the name, description, city, and country. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the member from our props, and then we're going to fill our form with our existing member data. So first, we're going to create our form. And to create our form, what we're going to do is inside of our lib folder, we're going to create our schema. So here you can see I've gone ahead and just created the member edit schema. So it's only specific for this form. So I have the name, description, city, and country, and just some basic validation message here. And then here I also cast a type for the form data. So for this form schema, this is the type of that. So what we're going to do is inside of the edit, we're going to use the useForm hook from React. All right, so here you can see I just gone ahead and basically added some variables that this form is going to return for us. So you can see the register, handle, submit, and such we're going to use inside of our form. And here is our useForm, and we have cast a type for this form, which is member edit schema, which is what we define inside of our member edit schema.ts. And here we also use the resolver so that we can be able to add our form validation functionality. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add our inputs and test our functionalities. So what we're going to do first is we're going to first define our onSubmit function. So for onSubmit function, we're going to take the data, and then we're just going to console log the data in our console. And then inside of our TSX, we're going to use this onSubmit function. Here inside of our TSX, what we're going to do is we're going to define the form tag. And then for the onSubmit, we're going to call the handle submit from our use form. And we're going to trigger the onSubmit function that we defined here. So this function is going to log our data, but eventually what we're going to do is we're going to send it to our server, persist our data inside of our database. So what we're going to do inside of a form is we're going to create those inputs. So up here, we're going to import the button, input, and text area. And then inside of here, just like how we define our login or register page, we are going to use the input. And each input has a label or has and also has a name. So it's going to register using the function that we have here. So we're going to tell the form that this is going to be this property, right? So it's going to be the name property. This is going to be the description property, or the description input, or the name input and such, and the value is going to be the member.value, which is what we have inside of our default value here, or inside of our props. So this is going to be the member.data. If there's an error for this field, then we're going to have the is invalid is true. If not, we're going to have false. And if it is, then we're going to also display the message for this field. And we also have the input for city and country. And here is the area where we're going to display any server errors. And here at the bottom, we have the button to update our profile. So this is just a simple UI. It doesn't have any functionality. It doesn't call the server. So what we're going to do is inside of our page, which in this case is going to be the member edit, we're going to put this here inside here. So here inside of the member edit page, what we're going to do is we're also going to pass the member to the edit form component. So we're going to get the user ID from our current authenticated user, and then we're going to get a member from our server action, and then we're going to see if its member exists. If not, we're going to redirect to the not found page. If it is, then we're going to pass it to the edit form. And then once we have the data, you can see that on the right, on the left, we have our error, which in this case, we also have to make sure that this is a client component. So we're going to say that this is use client. And we're going to tell that this is a client component because we're using the use form. So in this case, you can see we have our data display on the left. And notice here that because we're using default value here, we don't really change the form state. We're basically just initialize our form input values here when we render this component. So what we're going to do is inside of our component, I also have went ahead and create a use effect. So in this case, when we render this component, this use effect will be triggered. And we have our dependencies here. So because we're using member and reset, we're going to add those two properties inside of our dependencies for our use effect. And inside of our use effect, when this component rendered, we're going to have this function called. And if the member exists, we're going to reset our form data. So what's going to happen is that we're going to take the form data that we have inside of our props. So this is our member. We're going to basically set those form state or form data to the data from our props. So just to test it out, what we're going to do is you can see here we can be able to add more items into our form, and you can see that we have our button enabled. And if I don't touch anything, or here you can see this is our just default form data, right? Then in this case our button is disabled because we haven't changed anything inside of our edit profile. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make some changes. So here I just basically just add some additional description for this person. And now if I were to update our profile, and if we were to look at our data, you can see that this is our data, right? So now the form has this functionality to submit our data. So what we're going to do is inside of our action folder, we create a user action.ts. So basically the way how the function works is that we first use our schema to validate the data that we passed in. If it's validated, then we're going to proceed. If the data is not validated, we're going to send the error back to our client. And then we're going to deconstruct our data. And because we're going to need the name update Boolean, if the name is also updated, we're going to also update the user table since the name is also used in the user table as well, right? So we first find the user ID, and then we're going to update the user table. And then then we're going to also update our member table. So we find the member based on the user ID, and then we're going to up the name, description, city, and country. And then we're going to return us the success and then return the updated member back to the client. And if there's anything wrong in this process, we're going to cache the error and then be able to return the error message back to our client. So to use this function, we're going to use it inside of our edit form component. So inside of our onSubmit function, we're going to call this user action that we define. So the update member profile function. So we're going to import this from our user actions. We're going to make this as an async function. And to use the update member profile function that we created inside of our user actions, what we're going to do is inside of our edit form components, and I have gone ahead and basically made a change for our onSubmit function. And this function, basically, you can see here, we check to see if name is updated, which is a Boolean, to see if the name from our data is different from the member.name. If it's updated, we're going to say true. If not, we're going to say false, right? And then once we have the Boolean, we're going to pass it to the update member profile function, pass the data and the name updated, and then we have the results. So if the profile have been updated successfully, we're going to trigger a toast success alert saying that the profile is updated, and then we're going to reset our form with the updated data. If not, we're going to basically iterate all the error message and try to display the error message on the console. So notice here that we're using this else block in many places. So for example, if we were to look at the register form, you can see that we're also using this error block to iterate all the error message and set the error, right? So in this case, what we can do is, if we were to navigate to our util file, what we can do is we can be able to refactor this logic into a function. So what we're going to do is inside of our util file, we're going to create a function to refactor this logic. So you can see here that I just went ahead and basically complete this form. And this form basically has a generic type of T field values, which extends from the field values from the React hook form. And the reason why we have a generic type here is because that each form is going to have a different field values. So we're going to use this for our set error, so that you can see here that the use form set error, which is the type from the React hook form, and this is the type for that, right? So we also have the error response, which is the object of error, and the error, it could be a string or an array of Zod issue from Zod, right? So inside here, just the same logic that we've seen inside of many forms that we create. We're going to see if it's an array. If it's an array, we're going to iterate the error response and basically use the path, which in this case from the React hook form. So basically, if we were to hover this, you can see that the type which collects all paths through a type. So in this case, this is going to be a path of this, which is a field value. And we're going to set the error for that, right? Otherwise, we're just going to set the server error in the form. So now if we were to test our changes, you can see here that if I were to just comment out the resolvers here, and we're going to make sure that the server also handles these form validation. So now if I were to, for example, remove the country and try to update, it says that the country is required. So we can definitely see that it definitely validates our form data inside of our server action here. So inside of the edit form, what we're going to do is we're going to change this back to our using the resolvers. And what we're going to do is we're going to refresh this. So we're just going to change the name to use Sarah instead. And we're going to click on the update profile. And you can see that our profile is updated. And you can see that we do have the name changed here as well. And of course, if we were to go to our studio, and we can be able to see that there is Sarah right here. If I were to refresh, you can see that Sarah is just Sarah now, right? We just changed the name to Sarah. Our user table has also changed as well. So if I were to refresh, you can see also changed to Sarah. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're going to create our photo page. What we're gonna do, or I should say inside of the edit folder, what we're gonna do is we're going to create a new component or a new page called the photo. So we're gonna have photos/page.tsx. And inside here, we're just gonna create a simple component called photos page. So now if I were to click on photos, we can be able to see photos page display on our right. Okay, so here you can see inside the photos page, I just also going to add the card header and using a divider to divide the header and the body. And this is basically our body, which is the photos page. And inside of our card body, what we're going to do is we're going to first display all the images for this user. And then we're going to focus on how we can be able to upload our image to persist inside of our database. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user ID from the getAuth user ID function. And then we're going to use the user ID and pass it to the get member by user ID from our server action to get our member data. So once we have our member data, what we're going to do is we're going to call a get member photos by user ID function to get the photos for this user. Inside of our member actions.ts, I just went ahead and basically create a function. So it takes the user ID and we're going to first find the user and we're only going to select the photos for this member. And here you can see for this object, we only have the photos array or null. And then if it's null, we're just going to return null. If not, we're just going to only return the array of photos back to the client. And once we have the photos, we're going to do basically pass the photos to a member's photo components. So of course, I also just went ahead and designed this member photos component. If we were to click into this is what it looks like. This component takes the array of photos and a boolean for editing and also the main image URL. So you can see here that we basically first iterate the photos array, and for each image we're going to first render the image and then we're going to display the icons. So if it's editing, right, then we're going to have the star button. So this is our star button. If the current photo URL is equal to the main image URL, then we're going to have the star button displayed, or in this case is starred. And we also have the delete button. So you can see the bin here in the red, and user can be able to click on this button to delete this photo. Right, so we have the unset as main function for this current photo as main image for this profile. We can also be able to click on the undelete function to delete this image. And if we were to look at this function, you can see that we haven't defined it yet. So if user click on one of those, you can see it pretty much just console log the function is triggered, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to define this logic later. And in this case, we're not going to worry about this for now. Instead, we're going to focus on how we can be able to store our images in our cloud storage. In this case, we're going to use Cloudinary. So this is going to be a API where we can be able to upload our image, and we can be able to call the API to retrieve the images that we store inside of our Cloudinary. And here you can see we can be able to store image, video, and all that kind of things. There is a free plan, so if we were to look at the free tier, no credit card is required. And for the free tier, we have 25,000 monthly transformations, or the managed storage, or the monthly net view bandwidth. It's more than enough for our usage. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to sign up and create the account. So here you can see I have already went ahead and created the account, and it also tells you how to set up the Cloudinary for our application. So since we're using the Cloudinary Next.js, there is a documentation here. So it tells you how we can be able to install this and the environment variable that we're going to set inside of our application. So if we were to set using this environment variable, we don't have to call it anywhere. We can be able to just use the Nest Cloudinary, and the Cloudinary will basically follow or use the environment variable that we set, follow the exact environment variable name here. And you can see here that we can be able to add an image using the CLD image from Nest Cloudinary, and we can be able to pass the source, the alt text, and such. And to configure this, we need to have an active Cloudinary account. With the account, we can be able to set it inside of our environment variable file. So we basically have the Nest public Cloudinary name, the key, as well as the secret. So if we were to navigate to our Cloudinary dashboard, this is going to be the cloud name. We're going to copy this and we're going to set the cloud name here. And then if we were to go to the API key, this is going to be our key. So we're going to click on the key, and this is our key. And this is going to be our password. And once we fill this up, what we're going to do is we're going to follow the guide to install the Nest Cloudinary. So we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to install the Nest Cloudinary inside of our application. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on setting and go to our upload presets. And inside of our preset, we're going to edit this. And here we're just going to change the name to, for example, our application's name, Match Me Demo. And we're just going to put this in a folder called Match Me Demo. And in the future, we might have multiple folders. So in this case, we're just going to create a asset folder for this. And after we save our settings, this is what it looks like. So we have the override is true, the use file name is true, use unique file name is also true, right? So this is the settings that we have for the Match Me Demo presets. And because we have installed the Nest Cloudinary, which we can be able to use in the client side, we also have to use Cloudinary in the server side. So in case if we're going to delete a photo or be able to manipulate this photo in the server side, in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to also install the Cloudinary just to use it inside of our server side. So once we install the Cloudinary, this is the version that we're using, what we're going to do is inside of our application. So in my case, we're going to have the lib folder. I'm going to create a file called the Cloudinary.ts. And inside of that, I basically configure this so that we can be able to use it inside of our server side. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on how we can be able to add the upload image feature to our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a user upload the image to our client, and our client first, we're going to pass the params design, which contains the source as well as the timestamp to our server. And our server will basically return a signature, which is act like a token that the client can use to basically upload the image to our Cloudinary. So here you can see I just went ahead and basically create the signature endpoint inside of our API folder. And inside of that, I have the request, and the request has the params to sign inside of the request body. And here I'm using the Cloudinary that we defined here, and we're going to call the API sign request function, pass the params to sign, as well as the Cloudinary API signature that we defined inside of our environment variable. And it's going to return us the signature. And we're going to pass the signature as a response.json back to our client. So the client, we are going to consume it inside of our edit page for our photos. And inside of that, I create a component called member photo upload. And inside of this, I have this function. So basically what happened is that after we have the signature or the image is uploaded, we're going to pass the result to this function param, and we're going to log it for now. And the core logic here is inside of the image upload button. So inside of that, you can see here that I'm using the Cloudinary upload button from the Nest Cloudinary. And we're basically going to specify the signature endpoint, which is this. So what happens is that user is going to upload the image. It's going to call this endpoint to get the signature. It's going to trigger the onSuccess function, which is from our props. And here you can see we also have the ability to specify the options. In this case, we're specifying how much files we can be able to upload. In this case, the maximum is only 1. And we also specify the upload preset and adding some styling. And here is the text for our upload button. So to test it out, you can see here on the left, we have our browser, and I have just cleared the console and the network. We're going to click on the upload new image button, and here is the Cloudinary widgets. So what we're going to do is we can be able to upload the image, or we can be able to upload the image from our browser and also take an image from our computer, or upload an image from Google Drive, Dropbox, and such. So what we're going to do is we're going to upload an image from my computer. So I'm just going to upload any image here. And inside of our network, you can see here we have 2 requests. One is the sign image endpoint, and the other one is the Cloudinary upload. And here you can see for the sign image, it takes the params to sign, which is the request that we sent to our endpoint. And this is the response we're getting back, which is a signature. So we send the signature back as a token to our client so that we can be able to use that token to upload the image to our Cloudinary. And here you can see this is the response, right? For the upload, so if we were to look at the endpoint, this is the api.cloudinary.com upload endpoint. And here is our response. So we have the public ID, asset ID, and such. So here you can see we have the signature, the image type. So we basically save the image inside of this asset folder. And here is the URL. So if we were to copy this, open a new tab, and paste the image, here you can see this is the image that we just uploaded. And we can also be able to visit our Cloudinary management console. So if we were to click on the folders and click on the Match Me demo folder that we defined, and if we were to refresh, you can see that we do have one asset uploaded into our folder. All right, so now we're going to take a look at is how we can be able to persist data inside of our database. And here you can see the way how it works is that once the Cloudinary send back the public ID and the secure URL you can see on the left. In the console, you can see here we basically log the secure URL as well as the public ID. Once we have this sent back to our client, we're going to basically call a server action to persist this data inside of our database. So what we're going to do is inside our application, we're going to go into our actions. So inside of the user actions, what I did here is I go ahead and create a function called addImage, which takes the URL and the public ID, which I just mentioned, and we're going to get the current user ID. And here you can see we're going to use the Prisma to first find the member based on the user ID, and then we're going to update the data. So here you can see inside of the member for the photos, we're going to basically create a photo passing the URL and the public ID. And this not only create a photo object inside of the photo table, but it also add this relation to this member. So if we successfully update the member, we're going to return the update member back to our response. If there's an error, we're going to catch the error and throw the error. So now what we're going to do is inside of the member photo upload component, we're going to make changes for our onAddImage function so that we can be able to add the image to our database. And here you can see I basically just went ahead and defined this. So based on the results, if it has the info and the info is an object, right, then what we're going to do is we're going to call the server action that we defined for the addImage. We pass the URL as well as the public ID, and we're going to add the image into our database. And once the database is persisted, we obviously want to make sure that the component or our page is in sync. So the image should be displayed right after the other one. So we're going to upload the image. In this case, we're going to upload a cooking image. And after it's successfully uploaded, you can see we have an image display on the right. And if we were to look at our studio for our member, we can also be able to search for Sarah. And if we were to scroll to the right, we can be able to see that there is 2 photos for Sarah. So if we were to click on this, you can see that those are the 2 photos. So we have the public ID as well as the URL. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to focus on some styling. So here you can see I just also upload some images like the golf one and also the arts one. So here you can see that we have images where we have the portrait or landscape image. In this case, what we want to do is we want to have a fixed size image. So what we can do instead is we can be able to use the Cloudinary image from Cloudinary, and we pass the photo from the props. And if the photo has the public ID, then we know that this is a Cloudinary image. Then we can be able to display the Cloudinary image using the Cloudinary image, and we define a fixed width. And then here we also have a gravity. So basically we specify that we only want to focus on display the face within the size that we define. And then we give it a styling. And then if the image is not from Cloudinary, then we're just going to render it using the NextUI. So now if we were to save, so now if we were to navigate back to our browser, you can see that all the images are in a square shape. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on adding the feature for the start and the bin method. So in this case, user can be able to click on the start. In this case, we'll reflect the current image as well as the image on the sidebar. And also it will reflect the image on the top right navbar. So in this case, user can also be able to delete an image. So in this case, what we can do is inside of the user action, I have gone ahead and basically created a function called setMainImage. And this function will take a photo. So basically we first get a user ID. And then what we're going to do is we're going to update the image in 2 places. One is in the user table and the other one is in the member table. And if we were to look at the schema, you can see here that for the user table, we have the image property. For the member, we also have the image property as well. So this image property will basically simplify the current image for the user or the member. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to update 2 places and we're going to return the most updated member data back to the client. And then here I also gone ahead and basically create a function called delete photo, which takes the photo. And first we get the user ID, and then we also going to destroy this inside of our Cloudinary base so that it doesn't waste any cloud storage. And then what we do is we're going to find the current member based on the current user ID, and we're going to delete this photo based on this photo ID. So inside of the member photos component, I have basically added the onSetMain function. So basically when user click on the star, it will trigger the onSetMain function, which pass the photo. So if the current photo is already the main photo, then we're not going to do anything. If not, we're going to set the loading to true. So I also added the loading. So if it's loading, we're going to set the current photo ID as well as the type main, and is loading is true. And then we're going to add loading to that section. And then we're going to send a request to our server action to set the current photo as the main image. And then we're going to use the router.refresh to make sure that current page will reflect our changes. And then we're going to set the loading to false. And then we also have the onDelete, which in this case, it takes the photo. And if the current URL is equal to the main image, then in this case, we're not going to do anything. So we're not going to delete any image if the current photo is equal to the main image URL. And then we're going to set the image to true and the type is to delete. And we're also going to send a request to our server action to delete this photo. Then we're going to refresh to make sure that our page reflects the change. And we're going to set the loading to false. So basically the way how it works is that here you can see inside of edit, we have loading. If the loading is loading and the loading is equal to the current photo ID, then we're going to have loading is true for our start button. And same thing for our delete. And again, the delete here, we basically have a spinner if it's loading instead of the actual icons. And then one thing we have to change before we move forward is that the session here. So notice for our top navigation, right? So our top navigation is this one right here. So this entire top navigation. So far we basically getting the image and the user data from our session, right? So if we were to look at our side menu, and these are all from our session data. So the session token will have all the user data, and we basically pass the user to our navigation or our user menu. So in this case, if we were to update our photo, we have to basically log out and log back in to have the new session token, which contains the latest user data. So in this case, what we can do is instead of doing that, what we can do is we're going to call the get user info for nav. And inside of the user action, I create this function, which basically gets the current user name and the image only, and return this back to the client. And then what happened then is we have the user info, and the user info will have the name and the image, and we pass the latest information back to our user menu. And for the user menu here, I basically made a change for the props. So in this case, it basically takes, so basically for this object, it only has the name and the image, or it could be null. And here you can see we basically pass the latest name and the image to our avatar, and as well as we also have to update the name for the dropdown. So that's pretty much it. Let's test it out for our application. So now if we were to click on this for the main image, you can see that we have loading, and then the profile has been changed to a different image. And I can click on this one, and you can see that it changed to the main profile. And I can also delete an image. So if I were to delete this image, you can see that it's been deleted. And if we were to look at our Cloudinary, right, for the match me, and you can see that so far we only have 2 images so far. And if I were to delete one more image, for example, this one right here, and now you can see, if I were to refresh, we only have this one single image inside of our Cloudinary storage. All right, so lastly, what we're gonna do is we're going to commit these changes. And for our source path, so far we are on lesson 6. And in this case, we're basically focused on adding the image feature to our application. So in this case, we're just gonna say add upload image feature for this section. So I'm going to commit all these changes. And you can also be able to click on here to push, or you can also do this in a command line. And here you can see inside of the repository, this is the lesson 6. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 7, where we're going to add the messaging feature. So far we have done is adding the authentication to authenticate the user, adding the list page to view all the likes, as well as adding the members page where user can be able to view a member details and be able to view the members photos and such. But one thing that we haven't added is the messaging feature. So we're going to do this in this lesson. So you can see we're going to create our message actions to basically interact with our Prisma database for the message tables. So similar to what we've done with the like tables, where we have a many-to-many relationship between the members, we're going to do the same thing for the messages table. So in this case, the user can be able to send a message, and each record will contain a sender and the recipient. And that's going to be our first step to set up our messaging feature. Then we're going to focus on creating our message chat form, and user can be able to send a message and trigger a message send action. And they can also be able to view all the message threads and be able to view all the messages that are sent from our inbox and our outbox and display all the messages here and also in our chat page. And then we also have the functionality to see all the inbox messages as well as the outbox messages. And the outbox messages are messages that the current user sent, and the inbox messages are the messages that the current user received. So that's basically the difference. And that's pretty much it for this lesson. We're not going to focus on the real-time communication. That's going to be the next lesson. We're just going to build the basic feature by sending the message, deleting the message, be able to view the message and such. And in the next lesson, we're going to focus on the live real-time communication part. And of course, the code changes for this lesson is in the commit history, so feel free to look at this. All right, so now what we're going to focus on is adding the message feature to our application. So in this case, user can be able to send many messages to each other, right? So in this case, we're going to have a many-to-many relationship where each member can be able to send messages to many members. So in this case, it's going to be just like the like table where the message will have the sender and the recipient ID. And we're going to define this many-to-many relationship using a message table. So what we're going to do is inside of our code, we have the schema.prisma. And inside of this, I have go ahead and basically create a message model. And this message model has the sender ID and the recipient ID, as well as the relationship. And here you can see for the sender or the recipient, it will basically has the sender ID as the fields or the recipient ID as the field for the recipient. And then we also have the reference for the user ID from the member table. And then here you can see we set the onDelete to null. So basically what it means is that if the member is deleted, this will not delete the record for the message. The message will still exist. So what we're going to do is we're going to first run the npx prisma generate, and this will basically generate the Prisma client for us based on the changes that we made for our schema. And then we're going to push our changes to our database. So we're going to run the npx prisma db push. And then after this is done, what we're going to do is we're going to run the npx prisma studio to check all the changes that we have made. So now if we were to refresh, and you can see here that we also have the message table. And if we were to look at the member table, so for example member, and for each member here you can see we also have the sender message and the recipient message. So one thing that I forgot to talk about is the schema.prisma. I also made a change for the member where here we're basically adding the relationship. So the each member has the sender messages and also the recipient messages. All right, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to open our schema inside of our application, and we're going to update our schema. So inside of our lib folder, we have a schemas folder, and inside of that, I have gone ahead and created the message schema, and basically we just have the simple text for the message. So now what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to the chat page component, and here you can see we have our car header and the body. And you can see that we have been using this for many times. And if we were to navigate to here, you can see we have our chat, we have our photos for this person, and we also have our profile, which in this case, this cart content or this member page content, it has basically the same format, right? So in this case, what we can do is we can be able to create a reusable component to basically have the cart body, the divider, the content. In the future, maybe we could have a footer, right? So what we're going to do is inside of the component, I have gone ahead and create a new component called car inner wrapper. And this takes the header, body, and the footer. And this will basically make our components more reusable, right? So inside of our member page, we have been using the car header, divider, and the body. And we can be able to put it inside here so that here we have our header, here is the divider, here is our body, and here is our footer if we have a footer, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to just basically use this component inside here. So we're just going to say this car wrapper. We're going to import it. And we're just going to mention this is the header. So the header is just going to be chat. And the body, which in this case is going to be just going to be chat goes here. And then here we're just going to remove this. So now if I were to navigate to here, so now if we were to navigate to the chat, we still have the same, right? So now we're going to make sure the profile photos, they're all using this. So, and not only that, we're also going to make sure the edit page as well will also using the same format. So here we're just going to use this component. So we have the car inner wrapper, just to make our component more reusable. And we're going to have the edit profile as the header. And the body is going to be just this. So we're going to have the and we're just going to remove this. As well as the fragments here, just to make it reusable. And we can be able to remove the unused imports, as well as here. And then same thing for this one. Okay, so pretty much that's all the changes that we're going to make. And if we were to take a look at the source control, these are all the changes that I have gone ahead and made for the member chat page, photos page, as well as the edit, photos, components, and such. So if we were to navigate back and refresh, you can see that we still have the same changes, right? For the profile description, for the photos, and for the chat, we still have the same layout. So then what we're going to do is we're going to focus on building our chat here. So inside of our application, we're going to build a component called chat form, which I go ahead and basically create this component. And for this component, basically what it does is that it has a form, and this form has an input and a button to submit the form. And then it also has a section to display all the errors. And here you can see this is the message schema that we define. And we're going to use that to create our form. And we have a register for each field, and we have our handle submit, and then we have our form state, right? And here we're going to use that inside of our chat page. So instead of the chat goes here, we're going to use the component itself. And now if I were to refresh, we should be able to see our chat here, and we can be able to type a message and submit a chat. So if I were to open our terminal, and if I were to click on this, you can see that this is the text. And now we're going to focus on adding the functionality. So inside of these message actions, I have gone ahead and created a server action called create message. It takes the recipient user ID as well as the message data. So first what we do is we know that the current user is the sender. So we're going to get the current user ID, which is our sender ID. And then first we're going to validate the data. If it's not successful, we're going to send the error back. And then we're going to get the text, and we're going to put text as well as the recipient user ID and the sender user ID as the sender ID for the message record. And after the message is created, we're going to send the message back with the status success. So inside of our chat form, you can see here for our onSubmit function, I have gone ahead and used the create message server action and passed the user ID and data. And this will return us the result. And if there's an error, we're going to handle the error. If not, we're going to reset and refresh the page so that our application will be sync with the message that we sent. So because we want to display the message in the body, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the form is in the footer. So inside of our application, we're going to go to its components parent and be able to set the footer as this, and the body will still be the same. So the body, let's say welcome to chat, for example, right? So in this case, we have the footer, body, and now if we were to navigate to our application, you can see that this is our footer and this is our body. So our body will basically contains all the message that we sent. So now we're going to focus on is we're going to add the messages here so that we can be able to send a message, and this should render all the message that we sent. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a message. So I'm just going to say hi, for example, Todd, right? And we're going to send this message, and we are going to look at our Prisma Studio for our message records, and you can see that we do have a message sent. This is the member ID, right? So we are sent from our person called Sarah, and the recipient is called Todd. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our server action to create a function to render all the messages. So inside here, I'm just going to create a new function. And inside of this function, you can see it takes the recipient ID, and then it gets the current user ID as the sender. And we also have the messages. So these are all the messages. So here we have our where clause, and we're trying to select all the messages, either the current user is the recipient or the sender with the current recipient user ID. And then we're going to order all the messages by ascending order, and then we're only going to select these properties. So we're going to select the ID, text, and such, and for the sender we're only going to select the user ID, name, and the image. And after that's done, we're going to return all the messages back to our client. So now if I were to go back to our form chat or its parent component, and I'm just going to make this as an async function because we're going to call that server action and render all the messages. All right, so then inside of the chat page, you can see here I've gone ahead and basically get the user ID from the params. So this user ID is the recipient ID, and we're basically going to pass it to the get message threads, and then we're going to log this inside of our console. And here you can see inside our console we have the message array, and this is our message object. And for this message, you can see we have our text, date, as well as sender and recipient. So in this case, we're going to make some modification to the object that we're going to return so that the application will be able to use the modified version of that data to display the data onto our application more easily. All right, so to give you an idea of what the data looked like after the transformation, so here on the left is what we had before. So this is our message data, and you can see here that for this message array, for each message, we have a nested object, right? So in this object, it has a nested object of sender and the recipient. And also you can see here for the date is basically in a UTC time. So what we're going to do is we're going to transform this data into something like this, where we have a date format into a string, and we also have the sender data as well as the recipient data in the same level of the message object. All right, so to make this change, you can see here that I have gone ahead and create a function called map message to message DTO. And this will take the message and transform the data into our desired data type. And you can see if we were to look into this function, and it takes our current data type for the message and transform that into our desired data type. And notice here that we're using a message with sender recipient type. And this is something that I just create inside of our types file. And here we basically specify that we're selecting these properties for this type. And the reason why we do this is because for the message action, right, we have selected the sender and the recipient object from the message. And if we were to highlight this, this is what it looks like, right? We have the message object, the sender object and the recipient object. But if we were to highlight the message, you can see that it doesn't really exist inside of our message object. So in this case, we have to include it inside of our type. So if I were to just only use the message from the Prisma client, you will see that the sender and the recipient would not exist on type message. And that's why we need to cast the type for that. And just to look at the format short datetime, this is what it looks like. We're using the format function from the date FNS, and this is the format that we're going for. So now if we were to look at the chat page and we have console log the message, and here if we were to open our terminal, you can see that this is the message we're getting. And you can see this is what the date look like. And we also have the sender information and the recipient information. All right, so now we're gonna focus on render our chat data into our page. So to make this happen, you can see here that on the left, I have gone ahead and created the chat box. And here for the blue ones, they are all sent by us. And for the green ones, they're all sent by the recipients. So here we're on the Sarah's account and we're messaging Todd. And these are all the messages that we sent. And this is the message that Todd sent, right? And you can see that it has the name as well as the date and the content. It also tells us that if the message was read or not, right? So here, basically what I changed is inside of the chat page, I have added a component called body. And inside of here, I basically iterate all the messages and I pass each message to the message box. And inside of the message box, you can see that it takes the message DTO as well as the current user ID. And then we basically render the component. So the way how it works is that we're going to either have the avatar display on the left and then the message content, or it's going to be the message content first and then we have the avatar. Either way, we check to see if it's not a current user sender, we're going to render the avatar first, and then we're going to display the message. If not, we're going to display the message first and then followed by the avatar. So here you can see for render the avatar, it's very simple. We're using the avatar from the NextUI, and we pass the name as well as the URL for the image. And then we also have the render message content. So obviously there's a lot of styling here, but we're not going to focus too much on that. So for the message content here, you can see we have the header, and we also have the body or the message content, right? So for the header, and this is what the header looks like. And here you can see we're using basically this package to construct our class name strings. And then depends on the current user. If the message was read and the current user is not the recipient, then we're going to display that the message was read. And then we're going to have the username and the created at. So that's basically our render message header. And then we also have our text. So after we have our header displayed, we also have a paragraph displayed, the message content. So that's pretty much it. And this is the styling. So, and you can see that basically we can be able to render this conditionally. So if the current user is sender, then we're going to display this for the styling. If the current user is not a sender, then we're going to display this as a styling. So we can be able to have different styling based on a condition, right? And of course, this is not a styling course, so I'm not going to focus too much on that. And you also notice that we also have the message and ref. So basically the way how it works is that we are using the useRef for the message end. Whenever this component renders, we're going to navigate, or in this case, scroll in view to that message end ref, which is at the very end of our message box. So basically what it means is that every time when we refresh our page or re-render our component, we're going to automatically scroll to the very bottom of the chat box. So let me show you what I mean. So if I were to refresh this, you can see we have a lot of messages. And if I were to zoom in, you can see that we have a scroll bar, right? So in case if we have multiple messages, so in this case, if I were to scroll all the way up and refresh, you can see that it automatically scrolls all the way down at the bottom every time when the component re-renders. So basically that's what the message and ref does. So just to show you how it works, if I were to send a message, hi Todd with a smiling face, and click on send, you can see we have a message append at the very end. And because inside of our chat page for our chat form, when we submit a data, we actually refresh our page. So that's why we see our latest data reflected on our chat page body. And if I were to navigate to Todd account, you can see that we don't see this new message pop up because it is not a real-time communication. And in order to see a new message pop up, we have to refresh our page. And you can see that new message happen pop up at the very bottom. So now what we're going to focus on is adding the message page. So when user navigates to the messages, and this should display all the messages for this member. All right, just to give you a demo of what it looks like. So if user navigates to the messages, and currently we're logged in as Sarah. So you can see here that we have navigate to the messages page. And on this messages page, you can see that on the left, we have a selector where user can be able to select inbox or outbox. And don't worry about this number here. This number is just a temporary number. We're going to add real-time communication in future sections. So in this case, we're just going to add a demo like 2 number here just to show how many inbox we have. And basically inbox means that we're the receiver and these are the senders. So you can see we have sender, and this is the sender column, and we have an avatar, and this is the name. And we also have the message column, and this message will show a preview of the message. And we also have the date received, which shows the date of when this message was received. And we also have an action. Well, what we have is delete action. So we can be able to delete a message. So the way how deletion works is that when a member deletes a message, the other member also have to delete the message to have the member or have to have the message fully deleted. So if we were to look at our code, you can see that this is our message model, right? So our message model has a property called sender deleted and is default set to false, and same thing for the recipient deleted. So if we are the sender and we send a message, and if we delete this message, we set this to true, and the recipient will still see the message. Unless the recipient will set the recipient deleted also true, then this message will be fully deleted. So the message deletion works on both ends. And you can see here that we can also be able to select outbox. These are all the messages that we sent. And you can see that these are the list of recipients. And this is the messages. And you can see that we're using a truncate message, which basically means that if the message is more than a certain amount of characters, which we're just trying to show a preview of the message. And again, it also has the date sent as well as the actions. So let me give you a demo of the deletion, how it works. And here you can see if we were to click on one of the message, you can see it navigates to the chat. And we can be able to send a message just like how I did it before. And you can see here that if I were to click on Lbox, it also navigates me to the chat as well, right? And if I were to look at Todd, it's the same thing. So you can see that these are the messages that were received by us, by the current account, and these are all the messages that were sent by the current account. And I can also click on one of the chat or the message, and it will navigate me to the chat. Okay. And again, just to show you how it works, if I were to say hi back, and now if I were to navigate to messages, you can see that in Outbox I have sent a message to Sarah. And if we were to look at the Sarah's account and click on messages, you can see we have one in the inbox. Obviously this is not real time, because if I send a message, I won't be able to receive it right away. I have to refresh. So I'm going to add the real-time communication in the future sections. So in this case, you can see we're just basically adding the UI for now. And you can see we have the new message sent from Todd, and we are the recipient, so we're getting this message back. All right, so just to show you how the code works inside of our messages page component, you can see that it takes a search param, and this search param has the container string. So if we were to look at our component or application, this is our query parameter, right? So this is our search parameter, and we have a container property, and this is the value. So it's gonna be either inbox or outbox. So inbox or outbox, right? And here, basically, based on the either is inbox or the outbox, we're going to fetch our messages from our server actions. And once we have all the messages, we're going to display this on our page. And let's take a look at the server action first. So we have our container, which is a string. We're going to get the current user ID, and then we have our condition object. So I have two ways. So either you can do it this way, or you can be able to do it this way. And then based on the container, we can be able to use the outbox condition or the inbox condition. And basically the square bracket means is that for this property name, if the container is equal to outbox, then we're going to have sender ID. If not, we're going to have recipient ID as the key or the property name. And this is going to be the value, right? And then for the remaining, so if the outbox is true, then we're going to have the sender deleted to false. If not, we're going to have the recipient deleted to false. And you can also be able to do it this way if it's more cleaner. So we can also have something like if the container is outbox, then we're going to use the outbox condition, outbox conditions. Otherwise, it's going to be the inbox conditions. And we're just going to remove this, right? So that could be an option. And all we need to do is we just need to move this above here. So just to make it more cleaner. So either way works. So in this case, I'm just going to keep it what I have already. And here below, you can see we're going to pass the conditions on the where clause. And then we're going to order by the descending order, which means that we want to get all the messages sorted by the most recent. And then here are the selection for all the properties that we're going to select. So same thing as what we had before, okay? And then we're using the map message to message DTO to convert our message type to our desired data type and return that back to our page. And we're going to use these messages to our message table. So the sidebar or the selector is very simple. So we only have the inbox and the outbox, and we have the handle select. So based on the params for this function, we're going to set it inside of our search param. So if it's inbox, we're going to set the params to inbox. If it's outbox, we're going to set it to outbox. And then we only have two items. So we have the inbox and the outbox. We iterate that. And then each of them has a key, and then this is the class name. So if it's selected, then we're going to make sure that we have some color change. And then if it's unclick, then obviously, yeah, we're going to trigger the handle select, pass the key, and set the search params for the container. And here's the icon, and here's the label. And here you can see it's basically just for demo purpose. This basically shows how many messages it will receive. We're going to display that in the future. Okay, so that's it for the sidebar, and then we also have the message table. So this is going to be a big one, and you can see here that these are the outbox columns. So we have the, if we were to click on the outbox, recipient, message, data sent, and the actions. So these are the outbox, and this is the inbox. So sender name, text, created at, and such. So you can see this is the inbox columns. So these are the columns, and based on the container, so if it's inbox, then we're going to use either of the columns. And let's take a look at the TSX. So here we have a card, and we're using the table component from the NextUI. And then we have a table header, and this is the header where we iterate all the columns and display all the columns here. Then we have our table bodies. So these are the messages for the content. And if there's no content, we're just going to display no messages for this container or this chat, right? It could be anything. We can change the text here. And for each item, we're going to put them in a row. And for each row, we're going to have a table cell, and we're going to render the cell. So you can see here, this is the item, and we have the item ID, and then we pass the item to the render cell component. So let's take a look at the render cell. So this is the render cell, and it uses use callback hook. And the reason why we're using use callback is if this component, this message component re-renders, we don't want to have the render cell to render every single time. We only want this to be changed or re-render when these of the following dependency change, because we're using these dependencies, or we're using these variables inside of this hook, right? So it takes the item, and this is the cell value. So based on the column key, we're going to get the cell value, and depends on the key, right? If the current column is recipient or sender name, then we're going to display an avatar and the name, right? So if you look here, this is the avatar, and we also have the name followed by that. And we also have text. So like I mentioned before, we're using a truncated text. So basically, if we have a message very long, for example, this one, we're going to truncate that. So this is what this function does. It takes the value, which in this case, our message value, and we're basically pass the number 80 to this function. We're going to basically slice our message to that number, and then add a 3 dots at the end just to show a preview of the message. Then we also have the created. So we basically display the string to our page, because we have already cleaned this text inside of our DTO, right? So inside of our message action for the map message DTO, we have add a format short datetime function here. So we don't need to do anything on our console side or on our front end side. And that's basically created. And then for the default one, which is going to be our actions. So we have a button, and if the user click on this button, it will click on the handle delete message, which we pass the item, or in this case, our message. And this will basically delete this item or this message. And then we also have is loading is equal to is deleting. The current message is deleting, then we're going to have loading true. And here is our is deleting and set deleting use state. So we have our ID for the current message. And if we were to look at set loading, is basically triggered here. When this function is triggered, we're going to set is loading or set loading to true for this message ID. And this will cause the message delete button to be in a loading phase. And then we also going to call the delete message, pass the message ID, and pass the is outbox to true or false here inside of our server action. Once it's deleted, we're going to refresh, and then we're going to set the current message ID to just empty, and then set the loading to false. Okay, and if we were to look at the delete message in our server action, this is how it works. So we have our message ID. So if the current outbox is true, which means that current user is the sender, then we're going to have the sender deleted, and otherwise we're going to have the recipient deleted. So in this case, we're going to find the message. If the current user is a sender, we're going to have sender deleted to be true, and set that and update this inside of our message table. And then we're going to find all the messages where both end, where all the messages are deleted, right? Where the sender deleted is true and also the recipient deleted is also true. Either way, if the recipient is equal to the user ID or the sender is equal to the user ID, either way, we're going to select those, and then we're going to run a job to delete all those messages. Usually it's going to be just one in most cases, where if the recipient has deleted this message, and also here we're calling this delete message as a sender, then in this case we're going to find one message, or in this case a message, that both the sender and the recipient also deleted, or have the deleted properties true. And then we're going to call the delete many to delete that message. We also have the handle row select. So once user click on that row to navigate to that chat, right, handle row select, we're going to take the key, and based on if it is an outbox or not, we're going to navigate to that chat. And just to wrap up the section, I'm going to commit all these changes. And this section will basically talk about adding the messaging feature inside of our application. So I'm just going to push all the changes now. And if we were to navigate to our GitHub page, you should be able to see all the changes inside of this commit. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 8, where we're going to learn about how to add real-time communication to our application. So far what we have learned is to send message between users. So in this case, the other user have to refresh their page to be able to receive it. And in this case, if we were to add real-time feature to it, then in this case, what's going to happen is we're going to utilize a tool called Pusher to establish this channel. And the tier that we're going to be using is a free tier. So you can see here that it supports 200K messages per day and 100 concurrent connections. And of course, if we do need more concurrent connections, then in this case, there is a paid tier for this. In terms of Pusher, we're using WebSockets underneath it. So in this case, we're basically using WebSockets to send messages. And in terms of WebSockets, and you can see here that some browsers that are not supported, but you can see that most browsers are supported with the WebSockets. So in this case, the way how it works is that if user 2 wants to send a message to user 1, then in this case, it's going to send a message through our web application. And first, we're going to trigger the send message action. And first, obviously, we're going to save the message to our database to keep a record of it. And the other part is that we're going to publish this event or publish this message to our channel that we create. Then here, in this case, anyone who subscribed to this channel can be able to receive events or messages. So in this case, the user 1 is subscribed to this channel. Then in this case, user 1 can be able to receive this event or message to their web application. So that's basically how real-time communication works. And in terms of Pusher, there's 3 types of channels. One is public, where anyone who can be able to subscribe to this channel. And the other one is a private channel where the authenticated user can be able to subscribe to it. And the other one is a presence channel, where it's similar to a private channel, but the channel will be able to register the user information so that other members can be able to know who is online. So in this case, we're going to utilize all those 3 channel features inside of our application. And just to give you an overview of what our system will look like by the end of this lesson, here it is. And we're going to utilize a tool called Zustand, which is a state management tool to basically be able to store our front-end data in a centralized state. So this is what it looks like. So you can see here, we're going to use a state management to basically subscribe to all the events that are being published and subscribed inside of our Pusher channels. And here you can see we have a centralized state, or in this case, a Zustand state management, to be able to subscribe to any events coming from our Pusher channels. Any new events will be stored inside of the state. And in this case, because we have our messages and our chat page, 2 different pages can be able to read from our state to consume the messages data. And that's going to be what we're going to focus on first by adding a public channel. So in this case, we're going to achieve a real-time communication in the message page as well as the chat page. And the other feature that we're going to add is the date read feature. In this case, user can be able to see when the message was read by the other user. In this case, it's going to be utilizing the public channel feature that we have created. And the other feature is the presence channel. So you can see here that we also have green dots showing at the top of each profile to show that who is online. And we can be able to see it here. So if the current user is not online, it will not show here the green dot. But if the current person is online, for example, like this current person is online, then sorry, the green dot will be here. So it will show the green dots beside the H here. So it shows the user is online. So we're going to display the presence of each user inside of our application. And the last part is the private channel. So here you can see we have a notification and it is real time. So whenever a user liked a person or sends a message to this current user, then in this case, the current user will receive a real-time notification in the bottom right corner. And again, in terms of what features that those channels going to be applied to, like I said, the public channel is going to apply for chat and messaging, and private channel is going to apply for the notification, real-time notifications. And then we also have the presence channel, which will be applied for the member presence. So member can be able to see who's online and who's not. So that's pretty much the features that we're going to add. And sorry about the lines here, it's crossing, it's a little messy, but you get an idea. They're trying to communicate to a centralized state management, and this state management will basically subscribe to the events from our pusher channels. And this way we can be able to consume this data anywhere inside of our application. And we can be able to view all our state management changes using a Redux dev tool. Now, even though this is not Redux, but we can still be able to use the Redux dev tool inside of your browser extension. And any actions or any states changes, you can be able to see it in the Redux dev tool extension. And we're going to talk about how we can use this later of this lesson. So that's going to be a big lesson ahead, and hopefully that you can be able to stick through this. And like always, if there's any parts in this lesson where it's a little bit complicated or it doesn't make any sense, you want to look at the source code, well, feel free to check the commit history for its corresponding lesson here. So it's going to be lesson 8, real-time communication plus Zustand state management tool. All right, so first what we're going to do is we're going to create pusher. So inside of the pusher.com, you can see that it is a free tier we're using. So we're using the sandbox free tier, and you can see that this is the amount of messages that we can send per day. And these are the concurrent connections. So in this case, we're going to click on sign up. And you can be able to either sign up using GitHub or Gmail. So we're going to sign up using Gmail for now. And once you sign up, it's asking for the app name. So I basically name it called Match Me App. And I select the location. And then here you can see this is the overview. And then if we were to navigate to the app keys, you can see that this is the application key that we have for this application. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to install Pusher inside of our application. So first we're going to install Pusher on our server side, and then we're going to install Pusher.js. And you can see that this is a client application we can be able to use inside of our Nest application. So we're going to install both. And you can see that we haven't successfully installed this inside of our package.json. So inside of this example, we're going to have the public app key, which is this key right here. This is going to be a public key. And then we have our app ID as well as our app secret. So this is going to be our example. So I have updated this inside of the environment variable file. And because on our free tier, we have a limitation of 100 concurrent connections. And so that we want to make sure that we don't exceed that. So to do so inside of our lib folder, I'm just going to create a file called pusher.js. And it's going to be very similar to how we did it for our Prisma. We want to make sure that when we hop reloading, we're using the same connection that we have already created. And we want to create a singleton of the pusher instance throughout our application. So here inside of the pusher.ts, and inside of this, you can see I have import the pusher client and the server. And here you can see I have declare a global. And inside of this, I can only use var variable. So here I have the pusher server instance as well as the client instance. So here basically once we set up the connections, we're going to assign the instance to the server as well as the client. And notice here that it has given me an error. So it says that the string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So in this case, it's going to add an exclamation mark at the end to tell that this is not going to be null in TypeScript. So we're going to add this for the key as well as the secret, and also here for the public key as well. So here you can see once we have this, we're going to be able to use it through our application. All right, so to create a real-time communication, we have to have a channel. And for each channel, we have to have a channel ID. So the channel ID we're going to do is we're going to take the user ID from the both users and combine them, form a channel ID, so that anyone who subscribes to this channel will be able to receive real-time communication. So then what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to our util folder or util file. We're going to add a function called create chat ID, and then what we do is we create a chat ID based on their order. So it's going to be B-A or it's going to be A-B. So we're going to use a hyphen to join both IDs so that we can be able to get a unique ID for the channels. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our message action, and inside of our message action for creating a message, when we create a message, we're going to make sure that we're sending the same message to our channel so that any user who subscribes to this channel will receive this message. So what we're going to do is we also want to make sure that when we create a message, you can see that this is a typed message. We also need to select the user or the sender or the recipient data. So it's going to be very similar to what we have here. So when we have the select, you can see we're selecting these properties to include when we return to our user. So we also need to select that, but we don't want to write the same code twice. So in this case, what we're going to do is at the very bottom, I'm just going to create a message select, and we can be able to use this. And here you can see we have our message select, and which is identical to what we have here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have this assigned to the message select that I have created at the bottom. So this will make our code a lot more cleaner, and also this one right here. So and here we're going to replace that with the message select for the get message by container, as well as delete message. And for delete message, we don't have that, so we're not going to include this. So up here for the create message, we're going to include it for the select. And here you can see we have included a lot more properties than the return type. So first we're going to change this to the message DTO. Okay, and we're going to import this from the types, and then we're going to convert the message to this message DTO that we have mentioned above, and we're going to pass it here, and this should make our error go away. And then because we're going to send this message to our channel as well, so I'm just going to create a variable for this. So we're going to call it message DTO, and it is equal to this, and then we're going to pass the message DTO as the return type, as the return value. And then here you can see I have imported the pusher server from the pusher.ts, which is the one that we created because we want to use a single instance of the pusher's server instance. And here you can see we're basically using the pusher server to trigger a event. And this trigger takes the channel ID, and it also takes the events. We're using the create channel ID from our util function that we just create. And here you can see we have our data, and this is the data that we sent to our channel. So once we create this action, and then we're going to navigate to our message page to subscribe this change. So here inside of our chat page, you can see here that we have our body, and this body is how we iterate all the messages that we receive from our server actions. So I'm just going to create a new component inside of chat called message lists. All right, so here you can see on the left, I have gone ahead and create the message list component, which takes the initial messages as well as the current user ID. And then we're going to pass the initial messages to the use state. And here you can see we're going to use the messages here and render all the messages using the message box component to render all the messages. And because in the future we're going to use this component to subscribe to all the messages, and that's why we're using the set messages here. So just to make sure that everything works, I'm just going to first delete this body, and we're going to call the message list. And then we're going to pass the initial messages, and then we're going to pass the current user ID as the user ID. Okay, so now if I were to refresh, you can see we still, let's say if I were to click on this person for the chat, you can see we have successfully rendered all the messages. And because we're going to use this component to subscribe to the pusher channel, what we're going to do is we're also going to pass the channel ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass the channel ID here, and we're just going to call it the chat ID. And here we're going to call the create chat ID to get our current chat ID for between those two users. And here we're going to create a chat ID, which is a string, and it's going to be a string, and this is our chat ID. Okay, so now we can be able to use this chat ID to be able to connect our channel. So what we're going to do is we're going to first create a use effect, and we're going to first call our pusher to subscribe to this channel. So what we're going to do is we're going to import pusher client from our pusher.ts, and then we're going to subscribe this channel. And this is going to be the channel ID or the chat ID. And we're also going to bind our event. So what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to the message actions. And if we were to look at the message action, this is the event name that we use to push or in this case, to publish events, right? To send events inside of our channel. And we're going to use the same event name that we're going to bind with. So this is going to be the event name, and we have our message. And then once we bind this, obviously we can be able to listen for any new messages from this event. And if we unmount this component, we want to make sure that we stop our subscription. So in this case, what we can do, we can just say channel unbind this, of course, and we also want to make sure our channel is unsubscribed, and this is going to be depend on the chat ID, okay, and that's the dependency for the use effect. And of course, we're going to import this from React. And now if I were to, and I'm just going to remove this for now. So if we were to open our console, and if we were to filter by the WebSocket request, you can see we have 3 of them. And you can see that these are all made to pusher, 2 of them made to pusher, and 1 of them is establishing the connection. So, and here you can see we first have an event to subscribe, and this is the channel ID, which is joined by a hyphen. And we also have a subscription succeeded, so it tells us that the subscription has been established. So now what we're going to do is we're going to adding the functionality to set the message. So after we are able to set the connection for our pusher channel, what we're going to do is inside of this function, we're going to append the message inside of our message state. So here you can see I have gone ahead and basically create a function called handle new message. So we take a new message which is a type message DTO, and we set the message here past the previous state, which is here, and we're just going to add the new message at the end of the list. And we're basically using a use callback so that this function will not be recreated every time when this component re-renders. This will basically optimize the performance, and that's what we're going to do. And we're also going to pass this function reference to the unbind so that it disconnects the connection for this event. So now you can see we pretty much set the connection. So every new message are sent to this channel, we're able to pick it up and be able to update our state so that our messages will be updated inside of our page. So now if we were to look at our user, currently we're on the Sarah's account, and I'm also logged in as Todd. So currently they are seeing the same latest messages. And if one person decides to send a message, for example, hello, and without refresh, you can see that a new message has been popped up here on Todd account. And if I were to send this message again, and you can see the new message is sent back. All right, perfect. So now what we're going to focus on is making sure that the read functionality is added. So when users send a message, and if the other person read it, for example, in this case is Sarah. So if the other person have read the current message that we sent, then we're going to mention when it was read, right? So far we have the functionality of if the message was read or not. And if we were to look at the message action for the get message thread, for example, when the other user, in this case Todd, when they look at the chat, this get message thread request will be triggered. And we look at all the messages, and then we're going to update the date that was read, which is going to be the current time. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to take all the messages that we are going to mark it as read. We're going to take those IDs and we're going to push those message IDs to our channel so that the channel will be able to cache those messages IDs and be able to update it inside of our client browser. All right, so here you can see I've just gone ahead and basically create the unread message IDs, and we take all the messages that we have, and then we filter them to see if the date read is equal to null, and the recipient user ID is equal to the user ID, which is the current user ID, and the sender is equal to the recipient ID, right? And then we're going to get all the IDs for those messages where the date read is null. And then what we do is we're going to publish this event. So like I mentioned again, for pusher, the trigger function, it has the channel and the event and the data. So this is the data that we're going to push, and our client is going to receive or subscribe to this event. And notice the name is going to be messages read, right? So above we have created a message new, and here is going to be messages read. And here you can see inside of our message list component, you can see I have gone ahead and basically create a use callback function, and we're going to modify our current messages. So we take the previous state, and then for each message that we have, if the current message contains inside of the message IDs, then what we're going to do is we're going to modify the current message date read, and we're going to format it to the current date. Otherwise, we're not going to modify anything. So here you can see inside of our use effect, I have gone ahead and basically have the messages read, and here you can see we have bind the messages read with this function. And here you can see inside of our use effect, we use the same event name that we defined here inside of our message actions, and you can see we're going to bind this event, and we also have added the unbind as well. So if the component unmounts, we're going to make sure that we disconnect this event. And then here, if we were to look at our application, if we were to refresh, we want to make sure that we change this. So if we were to go back to our message list, and for each message we have our message box, so we want to make sure that we dynamically change this based on when the message was read. So back to our util file. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a function to dynamically change that. So here you can see I have created a function called time ago, which takes the date as a string, and we're going to use the format distance from date.fns, and basically we takes the two dates. So it's going to be take the date 1 and date 2, so date number 1 and the base date, right? And it's going to return a distance between the given dates in words. So we're going to also add the plus ago with a space in between and return that as the function return value. So back to the message box, we're going to change this and add the time ago and pass the current message.dateRead. And if we were to go back, and you can see that we have a date, tells us when the message was read. You can see that this was read 3 days ago, 2 hours ago. If we were to come back to the Todd account, you can see that this one 39 minutes ago, this one 3 days ago, right? So we do have dates mentioned on the top of the message header, right? So now what we're going to focus on is when user navigate to the matches, they should be able to see who is online and who is not, right? So we should be able to have the presence of each user's display on each profile. And so far we have used channels, which in this case is a public channel. So anyone who knows the ID of the channel can subscribe to that. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the presence channel, which is built on top of the private channels. And they let you register user information on subscription. So let other members of the channel know who's online. And we have to look at the private channel, and you can see that they basically introduce a mechanism to allow you to authenticate the user before it is connected to the channel. So what we're going to do is inside of our application to add this authentication route, what we're going to do is we're going to first navigate to the pusher.ts, and here you can see we also have the ability to add the authenticate endpoint. So we're going to use the channel authorization, and we can be able to use the channel authorization to authenticate the user, and we specify the endpoint. So when we're trying to have the user connect to this private channel or the presence channel, they're going to hit this endpoint to authenticate themselves, and then it's going to get connected if it's successful for the authorization. So here we're going to specify the endpoint. It's going to be API/pusher-auth, and we have the transport, which is using a AJAX transport. And then here we're going to create this authentication route. So if inside of our app we have our API, and API we're going to create a folder called pusher/auth. And inside of that we're going to have route.ts. So that's going to be our route, right? And then inside of this route, we basically first see if the current user is authenticated. If it's not authenticated, we're not going to continue. We're just going to return the unauthorized response, and then we're going to get our body from our request.form data. And then inside of this, because it is using a get method to get all the data, so we have to specify the name correctly. And inside of our body, we first get our socket ID, channel, and data. And then for the data, we're going to have the user ID. And then we're going to pass that to our authorized channel, and this will return us a channel authorized response, which contains the auth, channel data, and the share secret. And we're going to return this to our Nest response. Once we have our channel authorization set up, so what we're going to do is we're also going to think about how we're going to store who is online. Because if we were to look at our application, we're going to display the presence here for the matches, but also if we were to look at each user members page, we also have to display here, and then we also probably might want to display who's present on the messages or the list of messages here, right? Or the list of for the list of members here, or for the members who liked me, or also the mutual likes here. So there are going to be a lot of places where we're going to display who is present and who is not. So we're going to have a central store to store who is present and who is not. So React comes with the use context, which we can use, and we can be able to store the data there, or we can be able to use something like Redux, which I have been using in the past, or Mobex. But in this case, we're going to try something new. We're going to use Zustand or Zustand to store our data. So in this case, we're going to look at the Zustand document, and you can see that the installation is very simple, and the feature and the usage is also very simple as well. You can see we can be able to create a simple store by mentioning the state here, and the actions will also be inside of the same object. And here we can be able to define the properties and all the actions inside of the same object. And to bind our component with it, we can just call the use store and basically filter out which data we want to display on our page, and we can also be able to filter out which function that we want to call inside of our page. So it's going to be a very simple store that we can be able to use inside of our application. So to do so, what we're going to do is we're going to first npm install Zustand or Zustand, and we're going to first clear our terminal. We're going to npm install Zustand, and if we were to I'm just going to close all these pages and get the package.json, and you can see that we have the Zustand here, or Zustand, and this is the version that we're using. Okay, so once we have that, we're going to basically create our store using the create method from Zustand. And then here you can see inside of this folder, I have gone ahead and created a file called usePresenceStore.ts. So inside of this file, you can see I have defined a type called present state. And inside of this, I have the members ID, which is a string array. And this basically contains all the members, right, that is currently present. And we can be able to add a member that is present, or remove a member that is not present, or we can also be able to set all the members that are currently present. And here is how we define the present state. And we basically call the use presence store, and we're using create from Zustand, and we basically pass this is going to be the type, which is presence state, and then we're going to define the type here. And here you can see we have the members ID, which by default is going to be an empty array. And then we can be able to add the current member's ID, or we can be able to remove it by using the filter function. And then we can also be able to set all the IDs. So it takes the IDs and then set the IDs for the member's ID. And we can also be able to use the dev tools from Zustand middleware, and we can be able to examine all the actions inside of our browser console. And you can see that we can also be able to give it a name. So in this case, the name of this store is called the Presence Store Demo, right? So in this case, whenever we trigger an action, we can be able to see it inside of our browser for this store name. All right, so once we create the use presence store, what we're going to do is we're going to use it through our application. So inside of our hooks folder, I have gone ahead and created a hook called use presence channel. And inside of here, I have gone ahead first, create the set add remove function from our use presence store. And once we create the set add remove, we can be able to use it to connect our events. And here you can see I have connect the channel reference, and we're using a use ref to basically assign our current subscription. So inside of our use effect, we first check to see if our channel reference has been defined. If it's not defined, we're first going to subscribe to this presence channel. Then we're going to bind those events with each of those actions. And here you can see when we bind those events, it takes the members. And each of those members is a type from the pusher.js. And if we were to look at the members type, this is the type. So you can see here for the members, it has members, count, me, my ID, and such. And we can also be able to use those functions inside of the members class. So here, it takes the members, And we basically pass each of those members to our handle set members to our store so that we know who is connected inside of our state. And then we can also be able to add a member. So if there is a new member added, we're going to basically add the current member.id to our handle add member. And for remove, we'd also be able to take a member.id and we can be able to remove that from our member state. And then we also have the unmount. So after this hook is unmounted, we're going to unsubscribe and also unbind all those events. So once we define the use presence channel, what we can do is we can be able to use it inside of our application. So inside of our app, we can be able to use it inside of our providers. So inside of here, I'm just going to call the use presence channel. And we're going to import this from the use presence channel. All right, so basically this will be called in a root level. And if we were to come back to our application, and it has been telling us that you're importing a component that needs use effect, and it only works in client components. So what we can do is we can be able to mark this providers as a client component. All right, so here you can see inside of our network request, we can be able to filter by WebSocket, and you can see here that this is a request made to the pusher, and here is the connection established. And once we have our establishments, we also can be able to see which channel we are connected to. So here is our presence match me, which is defined inside of our use presence channel. And then you can see we have our subscription, so it has been succeeded as well. And currently we have one ID that's connected. And we can also be able to look at our Redux. And for Redux, you can see initially we don't have anything inside of our store. And if we were to click here, you can see that we have added a new member ID to our members ID, which is our store, which is our presence store, which is here. And of course, you can be able to install the Redux extension from the Redux on your browser. So just search for Redux DevTool extension on your browser, either Chrome or Firefox, and you can be able to install that. And because we also provide the name for our store, you can see here it's called Presence Store Demo. We can also click here and also select other store that we have created. So here, if I were to log in as a new user, and if we were to look at our state, you can see that we have a new member added to our state. And if we were just to look at our state, you can see that we have 2 users added. And let's say if I navigate away from this to navigate to Google, for example, .ca, and you can see that we have another action shows that this user has been removed from our present state or present store. And if we were to look at our state, you can see that we only have 1 user added. And you can see that we only have 1 user added. And we can also see the exact action that we did, so difference. So you can see that we have removed this user. And just to confirm, and this is the user ID and this is the current user ID that's active, right? All right, so what we need to do is we need to be able to add the functionality where a user can be able to see who is online on the top of their member card. All right, so inside of our application, to show who is active or not, what we're gonna do is inside of our components folder, I have gone ahead and created a presence.component. And inside here, you can see it takes the prop for the member. And we first get all the members ID that is currently present inside of our store. So we take the state, and then we're going to say state.membersID as the members ID, and we're gonna deconstruct this object, which is the members ID that we assign here. And then we're going to check to see if the current member.userID contains inside of the members ID array. So we check the index of it. If it's -1, then we know that it's offline. If it's not -1, we know that it's online. So if it's offline, then we're going to return null. If it is online, then we're going to display the dots on our member card. And then inside of our member card, you can see here inside of this prevent link action div, you can see here I have added the presence dot component, and I have add the position that it is absolute and it is at the top left. So if I were to navigate to the page, and currently you can see Todd is active, and we can see that Todd is active at the very top here. So it has a green dot flashing, shows that this person is active. And here you can see we can also be able to navigate to Todd and see that this person is also active as well. And let's say if I navigate to a different page, for example, google.com or google.ca, and you can see that this person is no longer active and it does not show that. And if I were to navigate back to this page, and you can see that we have a green dot showing at the top left of the member card. So now what we're going to do is we're going to also add the presence functionality elsewhere instead of our page. So one example or one place that I could think of is here for the message list, where we display all the list of messages sender, and we can be able to add like a presence icon at the top right, and we can be able to utilize the badge component from the NextUI library. So here you can see this is a preview of it, where if we have a profile, and here you can see on the top right it has a badge, and we can be able to just put our avatar inside of the badge from the NextUI library, specify the content, specify the color, and we can be able to show something like this. So what we're going to do is inside of our message table, this is where we're going to display the avatar, which you can see here. This is all the avatars for this message table, and it also has the name. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new component inside of the components folder. All right, so inside of the components folder, you can see here I have created a presence avatar component, which takes the user ID as well as the image source, and depends on if the user is null, because it might be a time where the user also delete their account. We're making sure that the user ID could be nullable, and inside of this component, it takes the user ID and the source, which is the image source link. And then we also have the use presence store, which getting all the members ID. And then we check to see if the user ID is within the members ID array. So if it's not online, it's going to not show the color. If it's online, then we're going to show the green circle at the very top. Okay. And here is our avatar. So back to the message table, we can be able to replace this avatar. Okay. So here you can see I have made the change and basically import the presence avatar and pass the current user ID. So if it's outbox, which means that we have all the recipient IDs, and we're going to pass the user recipient ID. If it's inbox, then we're going to pass the sender user ID. And same thing for the source as well. So if I were to navigate to here, you can see that it shows at the very top that it is currently active. So Todd is currently active. And if I were to navigate to something else like google.ca, and you can see here that we have all the users, or in this case, the senders are inactive. In this case, Todd is inactive, so we don't see that green circle at the very top. And just for testing purpose, so here you can see we have Todd is active, and currently we're now logged in as Davis. So you can see here Davis is inactive. So let's click on, for example, Todd. And we also want to show that if the current user is active in the chat. So I'm going to also make the change for the avatar here. So back to our code, if we were to look at the message box, so inside of our chat, we have our message box. So here you can see we have our avatar. So what we can do is we can be able to change this to use the presence avatar. So here you can see I just passed the message.render image. And this presence avatar is going to check the source. If the source is null, then we're going to display this. So in this case, we just have to pass the message sender image. And then we also have the user ID. And if we were to navigate to here, okay, so now if I were to refresh this, you can see currently we have a avatar, and above that we have our badge, which in this case it shows that the current user is active, right? And it also shows here as well for the current user that is also active. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to also add the presence to the current profile sidebar. So in case if we have a situation where the current user is, for example, Davis, where the Davis, you can see here that this person haven't sent any message yet, but we also want to know if the current user is active. So we can be able to add a active here on the sidebar. So I'm just going to copy the Davis email, which is this one. And I'm just going to log out of this user and click on login, Davis password. Okay, so obviously it shows who is active. And now I want to show that the current user is either active or not. So what we can do is inside of the member sidebar, we can be able to make some slight change to add it inside here. And here you can see I've also added the presence dot inside of our member sidebar. So if I were to navigate to our page, and you can see that we're using a flex column to display the item. And if I were to navigate to this person, Davis, you can see that we also see Sarah is also active. It shows right here, and we can be able to easily see who's online now. All right, so then what we're going to focus on is adding the notification feature, where when we navigate to, for example, the message or the matches, when user, for example, one of the user Todd sends us a message, then we can be able to have a alert to pop up to show that, oh, there's another new message sent by Todd, right? Or if we're currently on the message page, and when Todd sends us a new message or a different person sends us a new message, we can be able to see the change right away on the messages page. So to do so, what we can do is we can be able to use the private channel in Pusher. So Pusher has this private channel, which is restricted and needs authorization, just like how we did it for the presence channels. And the private channel must have a prefix of the private hyphen, and the private channel subscription must be authorized. So we can be able to use the same endpoint that we authorize for the presence channel for the private channels as well. So the first thing we're going to do is inside of the message action, we're going to publish an event to this private channel. So we're going to use private hyphen as private channel, and this is going to be the channel name. So it's going to be the private hyphen recipient user ID. And then this is the event name, and this is the message that we're publishing to. And the reason why we do this is because we want the recipient, which is in this case the recipient user ID, the recipient account will be notified if there is a message sent to this person. And just to go over the authorization parts again, inside of our lib folder for our pusher.ts, you can see here for the channel authorization, we have created the endpoint for the API pusher off. Whenever we need authorization, it will call this endpoint, and we can be able to find it inside of our API folder. There is a pusher off that I have mentioned previously. So you can see here that we have a function, we have a post function, which it takes a request, and we try to authorize the current user and send the auth response back to the client. Once the current user is authorized, then we can pretty much continue. So because currently we also want to add a feature where users are on the messages page, when there's a new message sent, this will get appended on the very top automatically without refresh, and that's going to be listening to the event that we subscribe to. So what happened is that when the server action push a new message, whenever we create a new message, it's going to push the events to our client. And the client will basically pick up this new message and add it to our store. So we need a centralized store to keep track of that. And the reason why we need a centralized store is that because not only we have to display here, we also have to display in the pop-up as well. So if there is a new message added inside of our, or in this case, we receive a new message in our event, we also will get added to our store, so that when user on this page, they don't have to refresh, they can be able to automatically get that. So what we're going to do is inside of our hooks folder, you can see I have created a use message store, and in this case, you can see this is the state. So this we have store a list of messages, and we also have the unread count, which is just a number, and we can be able to add a message, remove a message, set a list of messages, and you can see the type is a message DTO. And we also have update unread count, which in this case we're updating this state value here. And we can be able to use it inside of our use notification channels. And you can see here I just gone ahead and create a use notification channel hook, which in this case it takes the user ID. And what we do is, again, we also use a channel ref so that we don't repeatedly create a new subscription for this private channel subscription, right? So first what we do is we will take the user ID. If the user ID does not exist, then we're obviously going to return. Obviously, we have to do it inside of the use effect. We cannot just optionally or conditionally render or conditionally mount a use effect. So we have to just do it here. If the user ID is not here, we just return. And then we check to see if the channel reference has been created. If not, we're going to subscribe to this private channel. And then we're going to bind the current message with the handle new message function here, which is this one right here. So it takes the new message, and then we're going to handle the new message. So if the current path name is in the message and the container is equal to, for example, inbox, then we're going to add a message and update the unread count so that when user navigates to this page, for example, the inbox, then they should be able to see the new message added here, right? And they can be able to see it automatically without refreshing. And we also have to update the unread count by 1. In this case, where they can be able to see that, oh, there's a new message we have not read. And then else if the current path name does not equal to the current member chat, we're just going to update the unread count by 1. And obviously in the future, we're also going to add the notification feature. So if it's not in the chat page, we can also be able to notify the current user that there is a new message. So for example, if the current user is already on this chat page, then there's no point for adding a notification. In this case, we can just simply update the unread message count and do nothing else. Because here, if you look at the message list, we have already subscribed to the message new. So if there's any new message gets pushed or published to this event, then we're going to catch it inside of the message list, which is what we have here. Then it will automatically update our chat. So like I mentioned before, we bind the new message here and handle the new message here. So if there's a new message added, then we're going to set the messages for the message state, and by simply append the new message at the end of the message state here. Just to continue where we left off, so back to the use notification channel, you can see here that for the handle new messages, these are all the dependencies for this use callback, and we just pass that to the new message read. And then here, like always, if we need to unmount our use effect, then we also want to make sure we cancel our unsubscription. We also want to make sure we cancel or unmount, unbind, and unsubscribe our subscription. And then what we're going to do is we're going to also add the use notification channel hook to our providers so that we can be able to make our hook works inside of our application, which in this case, it takes the user ID from our layout. So in this case, our layout, we're going to get the user ID from our session, and it could be null or it could be a string, and then we're going to pass it to the providers, and the providers will basically pass it to the use notification channel. So now just to test everything is working, you can see here that I'm currently on Sarah, and if I were to go to, for example, Todd, and try to send a message, for example, hi Sarah, I sent this message, and you can see that we have the new message added or shows right away inside of our messages table. And we can be able to see a new message added because our message table is listening to our store. And if we were to look at our Redux store for the history, for the actions, you can see that when there's a message event pushed, we are able to catch that event, and we're able to add this new message event. So if we were to look at this message, you can see that this is the new message that we're getting, which is called Hi Sarah, and the recipient is Sarah. In this case, we're receiving that and add it to our state. And if we were to look at our state, you can see that Hi Sarah is appear at the very top. In this case, the most latest message getting received. So now we're going to focus on is basically doing some refactorings for our message table. So what we're going to do is inside of our message table, I'm going to extract some logic into two separate components. So one is a message table cell component, which is responsible for rendering just the message table cell. And we also have another hook, which is called use message hook. And this will basically, it takes all the functions, all the actions that we're going to trigger inside of the message table into a single hook. So here is what the result looks like. So inside of the message table, you can see here that I have extract all the logics into a single use messages hook, which takes the initial messages, and we can be able to use those values and functions and pass it to our message table component. And then for the message table, you can see here that I also have extract the table cell component into its own component by passing its required properties. Just like what we had before, we're going to have those variables defined, and then we have the use effect to set the initial messages. And here you can see it takes the messages from our parent component, which is the messages page, and we send a request to the server to get all the messages. And then here you can see we set the initial messages to our store. And then we define our handle delete messages. You can see that's what we had before. And then we also have the handle row select, which is the same as what we had before as well, which in this case, it takes the key, it redirects to the desired page. And then we basically return those things in an object. And then that's basically the use message. And then for the message table cell, you can see that these are the props it takes in. And then here you can see is the same logic that we had before for the message table. We're just rendering the table cell based on the column key. All right, so now you can see if I were to refresh our page on our application, and currently I'm logged in as Sarah, you can see that everything works for the avatar, name, the message, date, delete action, and you can see we still get redirected to any routes we collect. You can see we redirect to Todd, the chat room between Todd and Sarah. And we can also be able to delete a message. So for example, if I were to delete the Hi Sarah one, you can see that it deletes right away. And if we were to click on the L box, you can see we still have all the message shows here. And if I were to click on the Todd's account, you can see we still have all those messages here as well. Okay, so everything looks exactly the same. And because currently inside of the use notification channel, we basically bind our handle new messages, which is this one right here, with the message new event. So any new message added will be basically added to our message store. And here inside of the message table, you can see that inside of the use messages hook, we're basically using the use message store, which we're basically reading the messages from our store, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to also test to see when we send a message. For example, I'm on Sarah's account and I'm going to send a message to Todd. And if Todd is on the messages page, Todd should be able to see the message without refreshing the page, right? So for example, I'm currently on Sarah and I'm going to send a message, for example, hi there, for example. And here you can see the message has already been sent. And if I were to navigate to the inbox, you can see that I do see a new message pop up from the messages page, right, without refreshing the page. And you might be wondering why there is a bold or the text looks different for the new message here. And that's because inside of our message table, if we were to look at the table cell, and here you can see for this class name, we have added the styling. So if the current message is not read and is currently inbox, then we're going to mark the current message as font semi-bold. If not, we're just going to have empty string. So basically that's why you see a bold text on the new message here. All right, so the last part we're going to work on is basically just updating the unread message count. So we're going to update the unread message count here as well as inside of our nav bar. So in this case, user can be able to see, how many messages that this person have not read, right? Because currently this number is currently hard coded inside of our code base. So if we were to look at the sidebar for the message sidebar, you can see that the count here is pretty much hard coded to number 2. So in this case, we're going to change this. And since we already have this feature, you can see here inside of the message store, we have already had this variable called unread count. In this case, what we're going to do is inside of our message action, we're going to create a function to call or calculate how many unread message count that the current user have. And then we're going to call it inside of our application and update our store. So once we have the data updated inside of our store, we can be able to use that data inside of multiple places inside of our application. So to do so inside of the message action, I'm just going to create a new function. In this case, it's going to be called the get unread message count. We're going to get the current user, and then we're going to try to see all the messages that the current user have not read, right? So where the they read is null and the recipient deleted is false. So the person have not deleted, or in this case, the current user is the recipient and the current user have not deleted this message. Then in this case, we're going to filter out those messages and return it back. And you can see here that it's just going to be a single number. It's going to be a count. And then inside of our providers, back to our providers, we're going to get the unread message count from our store. And then we're going to put it inside of a use callback. And if the user ID is not equal to null, then we're going to call the get unread message count from our server action, from our message actions here. and then we're going to get our count and update our set unread message count function. In this case, we're going to update our message store for the unread count. Once we have the update here, we're going to make some changes inside of our sidebar as well as our nav link. And then inside of the nav link, what we're going to do is we're going to update our component, which in this case, it takes the unread count from our message store. And then we're going to see if the current reference is equal to the messages. If it is, we're going to include the unread count in a bracket. And here you can see we just basically add some styling. And then now let's move on and also add the message sidebar. So let's take a look at the message sidebar. And here is where we're going to update as well. So in this case, we're going to basically import the message store and get the unread message count. And then we're just going to display this inside here. And this should be all. So now if we were to refresh, you can see that, okay, we have a count here. And if we were to navigate back to Todd, we do see that here as well. So let's say if I were to send a message, for example, hi, Sarah again, are you here, for example? And you can see we have one message that is unread. So now if we were to refresh, you can see that currently we have 0 unread messages and 0 unread messages here. So then in this case, if I'm going to send a message, for example, hi Sarah, this is Todd, for example. And you can see here we have a message here and also a message. In this case, we have unread message count by 1. And of course, if I were to, for example, refresh the page, and you can see, notice that we have the unread message count by 2. And that's an issue that we have to fix. And you can see if we were to examine the actions for this, why is the case. And you can see here initially, we have the data set. And when we refresh, you can see the data is reset. And we have all data added back in again for the messages to our store. And then notice here that we also update our unread count by 1. And because we're using a use effect inside of our application, and it will basically get re-triggered. So you can see here that we also update our read count by another 1. So in this case, if we were to look at our providers, and you can see here that this is where the issue is. In this case, we're going to prevent this use effect being triggered again. So what we're going to do is we can be able to use a useRef, and we check to see if the useRef is not set. If it's not set, then we're going to call this function. If it is set, we're not going to call it. So we only want to trigger this function only once. So here you can see I have added the is unread count set, and initially we set to false. And then what we do is if the current for this reference it does not exist, or in this case is false, then we're going to set it true. And if it's true, then we're not going to call this, or in this case, we're not going to call this unread message count function again, right? So now if I were to navigate back to our functions, and you can see we only have this action trigger only once. And now you can see we only have one message that is unread. Okay, so then what we're going to focus on is when user deleting for example, an unread message, we also want to update the count here. So luckily enough, we have already done something like this inside of the use messages hook. And inside of here, you can see here that if we are removing a message, for example, if we're removing a message, if the date is unread, and in this case, we're also going to update the unread count. But in this case, we also want to make sure that the current message is not a outbox message, right? Because for example, if we were to delete a outbox message, we should not reflect on the count here because this count is only for the inbox messages. So if its date is unread and of course and currently is not a outbox, and we can be able to decrement the unread count by 1. So just to test it out, you can see if I were to delete this, for example, you can see that we have the number decrement by 1 automatically. And of course, if I were to delete a message, for example, that is not unread, then in this case, we're not expecting the number to change, and you can see it doesn't change at all, right? So then what we're going to focus on is when we have a new message, for example, new message from Todd, for example. And when we click on this message, we want to be able to see the count decrement by the number of messages that are currently unread. So for example, if I say another one, for example, unread message. For example, if we have 2 unread messages. So let's say we currently have 2 unread messages from the same person. And whenever we click on one of them, in this case, the messages will be decremented by 2, right? Because in this case, it's coming from the same person, right? And coming from the same person, there's 2 unread messages. And if I were to click this, this will basically remove all the unread messages for this person. And we're going to see that the message count should be down to 0. But it's not the case because we haven't update our store whenever user click on this. So in this case, what we're going to do is inside of our user, or in this case, message actions for the get message thread, we're basically getting how many messages, in this case, all the messages that are currently unread, and then we're going to update those, right? So in this case, what we can do is inside here, we can also just return as well as how many messages are being read, right? So in this case, what we can do is we can be able to create a variable called the read count. And then what we're going to do is, since we're getting all the messages here, then what we can do is after it's been updated, we're going to assign the read count, which is equal to the unread messages id.length. So in this case, we're getting all the messages that we're marking from unread to read, right? And we're going to, instead of passing all the messages like this, we're going to first have, yes, all the messages. And then we also have the read count, which in this case is like this, okay? And then just to make sure that we have initial value, it's going to be read is equal to 0. And if we were to go to the place where we trigger this, in this case is the chat page where we're triggering the messages. In this case, we're going to make some modification for the message list. And this is not only going to be an array of message DTO, so it's going to be messages, array of message DTO, but we're also going to have the recount, which is a number, okay? And we're going to pass the initial messages dot messages. And then what we're going to do is we're also going to update our message count based on how many messages that were read, right? So first what we're going to do is we're going to get the update on read count from the message store. And just like with the issue that we had before, we're also going to have the set read count. In this case, we don't want to have the update unread count function trigger multiple times for our use effect. So in this case, for our use effect, we're going to have the set read count. And if the current is not set, then we're going to update our unread count by the initial messages read count. And then we're going to set the current count dot current is equal to true. So it doesn't trigger this use effect again. So now if I were to go back to the message table, and for example, if I were to navigate to the chat page, what's going to happen is that we're going to have the message count decrement by 2. So if I were to click this, and you can see here that the message count is down to 0, it shows that because inside of our message action, like I mentioned before, that we are basically set the read count by the number of read count that we have marked. In this case, we have successfully marked these messages as read, and we're going to return that back to the client. And here, like I mentioned for the chat page, when we're trying to get all the messages, we're going to pass the latest messages here back to our message list, and our message list will basically update our store, right? So here is where we update our store. These are the places where it listens to our store, and whenever the store value changed, it also updates their component values, right? So you can see here that currently we have 0 messages that are unread. If the current path name does not equal to the chat page, then we don't have to update our unread count, because in this case we're already at this chat page, right? So in this case, to test it out, I'm just going to send a new message. This is cool. And you can see that we are getting this is cool. and the current messages count is 0.
All right, so now what we're going to focus on is adding the notification when user is getting a message. They should have a message or notification pop up on the bottom right. Same thing for if they're getting a like. So for example, if someone liked the current user, for example, this person, then in this case, we're going to have notification for that as well. So what's going to happen is that inside of the components folder, I have gone ahead and created the notification toast component. And inside of this, here is the notification toast, which in this case is the link. And we have a picture of the profile, and as well as the title and the subtitle for the notification. And then the way how we use it is we're going to use the React Toastify. We're going to put the component itself inside of the Toastify alerts, and which in this case is going to display the image as well as the title and the subtitle. So if there is a new message, then in this case, just the title is going to be this person has sent a message, right? In this case, it will navigate to the chat page. And then we also have the new like toast. In this case, when user liked a user, then in this case, you can see we can be able to navigate to that user's page. And this is going to be the image that we're going to pass in. And also, this is going to be the title and subtitle and such. So in this case, back to the use notification channel. Whenever the path is not in the chat room, then in this case, we can be able to trigger the toast notification. In this case, we're going to call the new message toast, which going to pass the message DTO. So in this case, it's going to be the message. And this should basically trigger the notification. So here you can see Sarah is currently on the main page, and I'm currently on Davis account, and I'm going to send a message to Sarah. So here, hi Sarah, hi back. And you can see here that we have Davis has sent you a new message. Click here to view. So if I were to click here, and here you can see we navigate to the chat room between Davis and Sarah. And then for the new like toast that we have here, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the like action from our server action. And here you can see for the toggle like member, you can see here, this is the target user ID, and this is the source user ID. And in this case, if it's already liked, we're going to delete this data inside of our like table. If not, we're going to create this like inside of our like table. So what we're going to do is if we were to look at our like model, or in this case, our table, we have our source and our target. So what we're going to do is we're first going to find ways to notify our client that there is going to be a new like, right, for the target user. So here you can see that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the pusher server to trigger a new event inside of this channel. It's called private for this target user. And inside of this channel, you can see I have a new event called like new. So for this target user, there is a new like happened, and we're going to pass the person who liked this target user. In this case, it's going to be the source person, right? So obviously we need the source member data. So in this case, one way we can do this is we can take the user ID and get it, or we can be able to select the source member data from our like table. And here you can see that's exactly that. So we have the select, in this case, we're selecting the source member. And for the source member, we're selecting the name, image, and the user ID. And once we have that, we're going to pass this to our event data. So you can see we have our name, image, and the user ID. So these are basically the person or the member data who liked our current target user ID, or who liked our current target user. So back to our client, we can be able to receive or subscribe to this event, and going to push that notification. So back to the notification hook that we created. So the use notification channel, you can see here that for notification, so far we have the new message, right? In this case, what we can also do is we can be able to subscribe to likes. So if there's a new like, we're also going to push that here. And then here you can see inside of the use notification channel, you can see I have created the handle new like, and basically put it inside of a use callback so it doesn't trigger two or multiple toast alerts. And here you can see it takes just the data, and data has name, image, and the user ID. And then we're going to pass it to the new like toast, and then we're going to bind it with our channel. So that's what it looks like. So you can see here we add the new like, as well as unbind the new like if we unmount the use effect. Okay, so that's basically what it looks like now, and let's go back to our client and try to test it out. So I have unlike Davis, and Davis is currently, let's see, so let's go to matches. Currently Davis is on the matches page, and in this case, if Sarah is going to click on the like button, we're basically expecting that Davis is going to get a notification here. And again, for the new like toast, it's going to navigate to that members page. So I'm going to perform this like, and you can see that we have a notification saying that you have been liked by Sarah, and click here to view the profile. So if I click here, you can see that we're on this person's profile page. So that's pretty much for this section, and what we're going to do is we're just going to wrap it up. And in this case, for this section, we learn about the pusher real-time communication, and we learn about the Zustand state management. So I'm just going to commit all these changes and just to push it to our commit. And of course, you can also do it in the command line as well. And here you can see for our commit history for match me, you can see we have our lesson 8. Alright, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. Welcome to lesson 9, where we're going to focus on adding sorting, filtering, and paging to our application. So far what we have our inside of application is where we have displayed the members and the messages. So in this case, we're going to add pagination and filtering to this. And the main benefits of doing this is that if our application starts to scale where we have more users are using our application, like 100,000 or 1 million users, then in this case, it will be ideal for us to return a certain amount of users, return back to the clients. And if user wants to request more, then user can be able to use pagination to be able to request more. And this will be able to improve our scalability for our database. So in this case, you can see here that user can be able to filter by gender, right? So if they only want to search for females, then in this case, they can be able to get all the females here. In this case, user can be able to search by age range or people who have photo or doesn't have photo, and they can also order by the last active or the newest members. And the other part of what we're going to do is to add pagination. So like I mentioned, we're going to add paging. So here you can see we can be able to select different pages. For example, we can be able to navigate to page 2 or navigate to page 4, and we can also be able to control our page size, so how many amount of members we want to display on our page. So we can be able to display 6 members on our page, or we can be able to display 12 members on our page. And if our current database does not have 12, then we're just going to display the enough members to fill the page. And that's basically our page size here. And if we were to zoom in here, you can see that we're going to add our sorting and filtering and pagination for the members, but we're also going to do this for the message page as well. But if we were to zoom in here, you can see that for sorting, the way how we're going to do this is we're going to use the Prisma ORM to add the sorting by, the order by, and also filtering, we're going to use the where clause from the Prisma ORM. And then in terms of pagination, we're going to use offset pagination, where we can be able to offset a certain amount of records for the members page. But in terms of messaging, we're going to use the cursor pagination. And we're going to talk about the difference between cursor pagination and offset pagination later in this video, because we're going to expect a lot of messages sent between users. So in this case, we want to do some pagination for that. And in this case, if we were to look at our applications, this is going to be our message page, and we could have a lot of messages displayed here. Then in this case, user can be able to click on this cursor pagination, which in this case a button, to trigger the cursor pagination to load more messages for our UI. So in this case, let's say we're going to display 5 messages and user click on to load more, then in this case we're going to display 2 more messages appended at the back of the list, right? So this will basically reduce the load for our database. So that's going to be our main focus for this lesson. And of course, the code for this lesson is in the repository, so feel free to find the code commits for the corresponding lesson. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to basically adding the filter for our UI as well as our pagination. So we're not going to focus on the functionality first. We're going to just basically adding the UI for now, and then we're going to implement the functionality later. So the URL library we're going to use for the slider is, in this case, is from the slider from NextUI library. We're also going to use the select
from the NextUI as well. Okay, so then what we're going to do is inside of our code base, I'm just going to create a component called filters, which in this case, the filter is going to be inside of the navbar. And then inside here, we're going to have the components here. All right, so first what we're going to do is we're going to define the order by list and as well as the gender list. So user can be able to select either of those options for the order by as well as either of these options for the gender. And then what we're going to do is we're going to also create a filters wrapper. So in this case, we're going to check to see if the current path name is equal to members. If it is, then we're going to return the filters. If not, we're just going to return null. And for the filters wrapper, we're going to put it inside of the top navigation. So I'm just going to put this inside of a fragment component, and I'm going to put the filter wrapper. So we're just going to put the filters wrapper at the very bottom of the navigation. And if we were to come to here, you can see here we have our filters, right? So now let's implement our filters here. So here you can see I have just gone ahead and basically add the styling for the filter, and this is what the result looks like. So you can see we have our results to show the number of members, and we also have the gender where user can be able to select either the male or the female version. And you can see we can be able to also have the age range as well as a toggle for the photo, and we can also be able to select the order by either the last active or the newest members. And this is what the code look like. So here you can see we have our results, and we also have our gender list, and in this case we have icon because we have the icons here. So for each of the objects, we're going to display the icon as well as their value, as well as we have the slider. So you can see the minimum is 18 and the maximum is 100. And we also have a default value. We can also set a color and such, right? So there's no functionality yet, but we're just basically adding the UI. And then we also have the toggle to switch either with photo or no photos. And then we also have the select to either select either of those options. So for the select here, you can see, so for the select, these are the options, right? So we have either last active or the newest members, and there is a value for each of them. So if we were to look at the schema.prisma, right? And you can see here that for the member table, we have the created and also the updated. So basically, if users select, for example, the latest active, then the value is gonna be the update. So we're going to order by the update property for the members table. And same thing for the created property. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to add the pagination for our components. So inside of the components folder, I'm just going to go ahead and create a component called pagination components. And the reason why we add a component at the end, because the components from the NextUI here is basically called pagination. So if we were to look at the pagination here, the code is basically importing pagination from NextUI. So we cannot have the same name. So then first we're going to create our component called pagination component. And for the pagination component, you can see here that I have gone ahead and basically added UI. And this is what the UI look like. You can see here that I added the pagination from NextUI, and I put the result here. And then here is basically going to be the page size. And let's say we have 3, 6, 12. Obviously we don't have the functionality added yet. So then what we do is we just add the pagination component inside of the members page. So inside of the members page, you can see here, I put the members in a fragment, and inside at the very bottom, I basically add the pagination here. Okay, so if I were to navigate back to our component, this is what it looks like. So here you can see we have our preview, and here we have our page in this case, and here you can see we have our pagination, and we have a little animation when we navigate to different pages. And here's also the page size. But the page size here, we're just gonna give it a styling. And then here inside of the global CSS, I have gone ahead and basically add the page size box for this class name, just to look slightly similar to what we have here. And so now the user can be able to choose the page size they want when they are basically filtering or browsing through the members here. Okay, but obviously there's no functionality added still. So to add the functionality for our filter and pagination, what we're going to do is we're basically going to use the query parameter for our application. So what happened is that when user enter, in this case, for example, when they navigate to different pages, or when they toggle, for example, with photo or no photos, or select different age ranges, then in this case, we're going to add this inside of our query parameters. So for example, if user is navigating to page 1, then we're going to send the request to our server action along with the query parameters. And if user is going to toggle to page 2, for example, then we're going to basically update our query parameter, and that's going to also re-render our component with the latest query parameter, for example, in this case, which was page 2 value, and it's going to send it to member actions, and it's going to return the latest data or the updated data back to our clients, right? So what we're going to do is, so inside of the members page, what we can do is we can be able to add the functionality for the search parameters. So every time when the search parameter changes, it will basically re-render this page or re-render this component, and we can be able to pass the search parameter value to our get members server action to fetch the correct data. So inside of the index, I'm just going to go ahead and define a new type called search filters, which in this case has the age range, gender, ordered by with photo, right? So that's going to be the type for the search parameter. And here inside of the filters component, you can see here that I have gone ahead and basically add the handle age select function, which in this case, it takes the value, which is a number array. So in this case, it's going to be our slider. So the slider is going to provide us the minimum and the maximum value, which in this case is going to be inside of an array. And then what we do is we have getting the search param from the use search params here. And then we also have the router and the path name. So first we're going to pass the search params inside of a URL search params, which will give us the params so that we can be able to manipulate the value that we have inside. So we're going to say the params.set for the age range to be the value that we have. So we're going to convert the array to a string, and then we're going to put the router to replace. We're going to take the path name as well as the current params values that we set, and we're going to pass it here. So what goes after the question mark is our search parameters. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to our slider, and we're going to add this functionality here. So there is a onChange and also an onChange end. So onChange end basically means that whenever we stop the slider, it's going to trigger this onChange function. It's going to be different from the onChange function that we have. And then for this function, it takes the values and then it's going to trigger the handle age select. And the values here is going to be a number array, so we're going to cast it here just for testing purpose. And then what we're going to do is for the default value, we're going to change it to the, for example, the range is going to be between 19 to, let's say, 50. And you can see it here. If I were to navigate to our application, currently we're in the range of between 19 to 50. And if I were to, for example, slide our slider, right? So if I were to let go at 82, for example, you can see here that the search parameter that we have has been changed. So that's the age range that we have. And if I were to test out this one, you can see 40 to 82. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're basically going to pass the search parameters to our get member server actions. So here you can see I have done exactly that. So first thing first, I have basically changed the type here to get member params. So if we were to look at the index here, instead of using the user filters, I'm just going to use a get member params, which make all the properties here to be optional. So each of those query parameters are optional. So here inside of the member actions, I have gone ahead and basically modified the get member function here. So here you can see it basically takes the get member params and it's going to return us a paginated response for the member. It's because it's going to return us the total count. So we're going to add this for our paginated response. And for the params here, you can see we have a default value for each of those properties. And then what we do is we're going to parse all of our inputs. So for our range here, you can see is basically a string separated by comma. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a function called getAgeRange, which past the string is going to give us the actual date range instead of the age range here. And then we're also going to get our gender as well as the page and the limit. And then we're going to calculate the skip. So in this case, how many elements we're going to skip before we're going to start return the members data. So the way how skip work is here you can see for pagination, right? Then in this case, we're going to skip those 3 items and we're going to start taking the item after the first 3. And then we're going to take those query parameter values and we're going to define our search select. So here you can see we have our member select. In this case, we have our where clause, and then we're going to add these filters inside of our search. And again, we also have to exclude the current user. So we're getting the user from the current get off user ID. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our member counts based on our current filter and be able to do our order by as well as our pagination. So then we can be able to return the data. So in this case, for the items, we have the members, and for the total count here is just going to be count, because in the future we might be able to use the pagination for something else. That's why we have the items here, and in this case it's going to be a generic type. Okay. And back to our client, you can see here that we still have our members and still pass the members to the members card. And because we have the functionality inside of our filters, we can be able to manipulate our search params. And here you can see if we were to increase our search range, we get all the members. And if I were to slowly decrease or change the search range, we see that we do have all the members who are in the range between 30 to 94. So if I were to shorten this range to 32, and you can see that these are the people in the range between 30 to 32. Okay, so next thing we're going to focus on is basically adding the functionality for the order by. So user can be able to select the last active or the newest members. So to do so, inside of the filters component, I have gone ahead and basically add a function called handle order select. And in this case, you can see here is basically a value of selections. And this selection is basically from the NextUI. And you can see here that basically the type here is either going to be a all as a string or a set with a key. So set is basically a collection of unique values. So in this case, you can see here that the value is going to be either a string or for all, or is going to be a set of keys. So in this case, because we're interested in the set of keys, so we first have to check to see if the set is an instance of, if the value is an instance of a set. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the params just like what we have here. We're going to get the params, we're going to set for the order by for the value that we have. So in this case, that's how we're going to get the value for the set. So here you can see, because the selection, we can be able to only select the single value. So in this case, we're just going to get the just the next value here that we have inside of our set. And then what we do is we're just going to use the router.replace like what we have here. And don't worry about the code here. We're just going to worry about getting the functionality right. And then we're going to refactor everything here. And then what we do is we can be able to put our, or in this case, add this functionality inside here. For the select component here, you can see here I have passed the select keys. In this case, it has to be a either all, or in this case, or a set. So what we do is we can be able to define an instance of a set and pass an array for the values, for the initial values. And then in this case, it's going to be the search parameters that get the order by for the search parameter value, or it's going to be the updated. So if we were to look at the members action, and by default, you can see the order by is order by the updated. So for the order by, in this case, when we filter, is going to be order by descending order based on the members updated value, right? So in this case, we're going to put the set here, and then for the on selection change, whenever this change is going to trigger the handle order select, which is the function that we define up here. Okay, so here, if I were to navigate back to our application, I'm just going to refresh a little bit, and don't worry about the range is different than the search parameter here, because we basically set a default value and it doesn't really match with the value that we have for the search parameters. So we're going to change that later. So for the order by, if I were to change this, for example, to the newest member, then in this case, it's basically going to sort it by the latest members or newest members that we have. All right, so next thing we're going to focus on is be able to add the functionality whenever user logged into this application. We should update the update property.
So if we were to take a look at the Prisma Studio, for the member, you can see here that for each member here, currently I'm on Sarah's account, and whenever user is logged into our application, we should be able to update this property here. So what we're going to do is inside of our application, I have gone ahead and inside of the members function, I have added a new function called the update last active. So it takes the current user ID, and we're basically going to update the current user ID's updated property to the latest date, which in this case is going to be new date. And then inside of the use presence channel, whenever users subscribe to their presence, then in this case, we can be able to update that current user with their last active date. And then currently you can see here that Sarah is currently at active, last active was at this date. And now if I were to come back to the application, refresh the page, this should basically update the value here. So if I were to just refresh, and you can see here that it changed to September 28th, which is a different date than before. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into a different user. So for example, Mile. So if I were to sort by the last active here, and you can see that Sarah is the top one for the most active. So since we have already logged into Mile here, and if I were to come back to the application, and if I were to find Mile for the account, for the member, sorry, and for Mile here, updated was at September 28, which is also same as what we have for Sarah as well. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to focus on adding the functionality for adding the gender for the selection. So here you can see I have gone ahead already and added the gender selection. So user can be able to select either, for example, deselect the male and deselect the female, for example. They can also select just male or just female, right? They can select all of them, so female and male as well. So we can be able to add this feature for the gender selection. So the way how I add this is you can see here that I have first create a variable called select gender. So first what we do is we're going to get our value from our search parameters. So then what we do is we create a function to toggle or handle the gender selection. So it takes the selected value, and then what we do is we're going to get our parameters, and then we can be able to see if the selected gender is included in the select gender. So if it's already, so for the selected list, if it's included for this, right? So if this value is already included inside of the selected gender, then we're going to remove that from our list, right? So in this case, for our parameter that's set, we're going to filter out the gender selected value. So for the selected gender, we're going to remove that using the filter function. And then if it's not from the selected gender, then we're just going to add it inside of our gender list. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use router.replace to replace the current router with the new parameters that we have, right? And then lastly, we're going to put the selected gender into the gender list here. So you can see here is a list of buttons. And for each button, we have an icon. And here you can see I have added a variant. So basically, if it's selected, we're going to have solid. If not, we're just going to have light. And then we also have the on-click. So if user click on this button, it will basically trigger the handle gender select with the current value for this gender, right? And again, for the members page, you can see here that whenever the search parameter changes, we're just going to pass the newest or latest search parameter value to the get members function. And by default, we have male and female selected and separated by comma. And whenever we have the gender value, we're just going to get the selected gender and just pass the selected gender into a where condition here. All right, so now what we're going to do is we want to make sure that our search filter is persisted for our state, so that when we navigate to different pages, for example, messages or lists, and when we come back to it, the result will still be the same. And we also have to make sure that we can be able to persist paging or pagination state management. So in this case, what we can do is inside of our application, inside of the hooks, we're going to create our store to store our filter store, and also as well as a paging. And we also want to make sure that we're going to clean up the filters component here, because you can see here there is a lot of logics that we have for filters. So we're going to put these things inside of a hook, and we can just return these values or the functions from the hook and be able to use it inside of the component. So to do so, first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a use filter store from the hooks folder. And inside of here, you can see here we have the filters
which is the user filters that we define inside of our types. And then we also have the set filters, which in this case, it takes the filter name, so the filter property inside of the user filter type. And we're also going to take a value, and we're going to set the value for this property. Okay, and then here you can see this is the use filter store, which in this case we're using a dev tool so that we can be able to inspect it inside of the Redux dev tool. So here is the initial values that we have for our filter store. And you can see here, this is the set filter function. And then inside of the hooks folder, we're going to create a hook to interact with this store and also be able to refactor the logic that we have for the filter components. So if we were to look at the filter components, you can see that these logics, in this case, they're going to interact with the store, and we're going to move them into a hook. So then here inside of the hooks folder, you can see I have gone ahead and create a use filters hook. And inside of this hook, you can see I have refactored all these logic into this single hook, which here you can see it contains the order by list and the gender list that we have mentioned from our filter component. And then we also have our handle age select, which in this case, we just set the filters from the use filter store that we define here, right? So the set filters here. And then we also have the handle order select. And just like what we had before, we're just going to set the filters based on the value that we have inside of our sets. And then we also have the handle gender select, which check to see if the value that we select is inside of the gender list, and the gender is from our filters. So if it is, then we're going to remove that from our gender list. Otherwise, we're just going to add a value to our gender list. Okay. And then we also have the handle with photo toggle. So this is a new one. So we basically just going to toggle if we want to include a photo or don't include a photo, right? So if we clicked it, if it's checked, then in this case, it's going to be true. If not, we're just going to have false, right? So that's going to be the four functionality that we're going to return to our clients so that user can be able to bind those inputs with those actions, right? So here you can see for select age, we have this, select gender, we have this, select order, we have this, select with photo, we have this, right? And then here is our filters. So our filters is basically our store values. And then we also have the order by list and the gender list. Okay, so that's what we're going to return. And we want to also take a look at the use effect here. So whenever the value changes, right, whenever we state value changes, we also want to make sure that we change our search parameter, because for these things here, for these actions here, we basically is just changing what we have inside of our store. So whenever the store value changes, we also want to make sure that the search parameter is also reflected. Okay, so then what we're going to do is inside of the filters component, we're just going to remove these things, and we're just going to return the use filters return value. So use filters, okay, and we're just going to import this from our hooks, and we're just going to return those values that we want. So it's going to be the order by list, the genders list, as well as the select age, select gender, select order, as well as select with photo, and lastly we also have our filters. Okay, and then for our filters, obviously we have a lot of values, so we're just going to deconstruct our filters property. So for the filters, we have the gender, age range, and the order by with photo, so we're just going to add it here. Okay, so pretty much we have everything, and then we're just going to make sure that the functionality here is included. Okay, so then what we're going to do is inside of our gender select, we're just going to say gender.includes to see if it's included value, and then for the action here or the function, we're going to have the select gender as the handle gender select, and then we also have the handle age select. So we're going to have the select age as the value here. So for the switcher, so whenever this changed, we're just going to call the select with photo. And then we also have the select keys. So in this case, we're not going to listen from the search parameters. You can see we're just going to pass the order by as these selected keys. And then we also have put the select order for the unselection change. and then we just basically iterate all the options that we have, right? And of course, for the age range, I almost forgot. We're going to put the age range. We're going to put the age range for the default value. Now what we can do is we can be able to remove those deleted unused imports. And you can see here that we have the age range. So user can be able to select the age range here, and they can be able to change the range, and they can also be able to select the gender. So if I want to select only female, here we have only the females version. And if I want to select males only, you can see we don't have males, right? And we can also be able to change the order by. So if I want to change to newest members, right? So it's ordered by the created date. So obviously you can see here that we don't have the functionality to change the page, right? So the page here, we don't have that functionality yet. So just like before, whenever user is changing the page, we will also need to reflect that on our search. So again, this will be also managed by the use filter, and user can be able to change the page, and it should reflect the search parameter here. So what we're going to do is inside of types, I have gone ahead and basically create the paging params, which in this case has the page number and the page size. And then I also have the paging result, and you can see here we have the total page and the total count. So we're going to use this to create our store. All right, so here for these use pagination store.tsx, you can see here that I have gone ahead and created this file. And inside of the store, you can see we have the pagination, which is a type of paging result. And you can see here that these are the initial values that we have. And then we also have the set paginations, which in this case, it takes the total count. First, going to calculate the total pages by getting the total count divided by the total, or in this case, the page size. And then we also have the total count here. Then we also have the set page, which in this case, it takes the page number as a number. And then you can see here that we just set the page number inside of our state. And then we also have the set page size, which in this case, it takes the size and it's going to set the size here. And then we also set the total pages based on the size. And then we want to make sure that we change or update our total pages here as well. And for the name of the store is going to be the pagination store demo that we can be able to look inside of the Redux Dev Tool. So what we can do is inside of the use filters, now we can be able to add the use pagination store inside here. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to define the use pagination store and as well as these values. And then what we do is if the page size or the page number changes, we want to make sure that the search parameter catches this change. So I'm just going to add those two as dependencies for this use effect. And then we're going to return this total count as the return value for this hook. And because there could be a situation where users select, for example, currently they're on page 3 and they're changing the filters. In this case, what we need to do is we need to be able to, whenever they change the filter and the page is currently not on page 1, then we need to navigate back to page 1. So if the user changed the filter and there's only one page of result, then in this case, page 3 will not be relevant. So what we need to do is we basically need to navigate back to page 1 whenever user changed the filter. Okay, so inside here, we're just going to create another use effect. So whenever the value here for the search, it changes, then we're going to set the page to the first page. Okay, so then what we're going to do is inside of our filters component. So since we already have added these things inside of the use filter, we're just going to make sure that it also has the total count. So then what we're going to do is we're going to import the total count for the use filter. And we're just going to add it for the search results here. So it's going to be the total filter value for the results. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the pagination component that we have defined earlier for this component here, because right now we're basically setting a static values. So we're going to change that. So what's going to happen is first we're going to get the total count from the parent component. And if we were to look at the paging here, we're just going to pass the total count. And this is going to be the value that we're going to send back from the server side. So we're going to pass the total count to the total count here. And we want to make sure that we set it inside of our store. So then what we're going to do is we're going to first get our store and as well as the set pagination function. And then we're going to add the use effect here. So whenever the total count from here changes, then we're going to set the pagination with the new total count that we sent back from our server. And then we're going to calculate the result text. So here we have the start, which in this case is really based on the page number. So if the page number is 1, then we're starting at the first item. If the page size is 12 and the page number is 2, then we're starting at the 13th item, right? And then we also have the end here. So the end basically really depends on the minimum out of those two. So if the total count is less, then it's going to be the total count. So we're going to get the results text, and here is our start, and here is our end, and here is our total count. And since we're adding the use effect here, we also need to make sure that this component is a client component. So we're going to add the use client above. So now we can be able to put those values as well as functions to the pagination component. So we have our total pages, page number, and the set page here. And then here we're just going to put the actual page size if it's equal to the size that we have here. Then we're going to have the background color. And of course, here I'm just going to also add the unclick. So if it's clicked, then we're going to set the page size based on the size that we have, okay? So if I were to come back to our application, you can see that currently we're getting 9 results. And you can see here showing not 1 to 9 results, and currently there's only 1 page. And I can also be able to change the page size. So let's say if I want to change to page size of 3, so we're basically displaying 3 items in 1 page, and you can see here it's showing 1 to 3 items in the current page of the 9 results that we have, right? And then if I were to click on page 2, and you can see here we have the 4th item and the 6th item. And then we also can be able to go to the last page, right? And then could be a possibility for the page 6. So if I were to click on page 6, it will navigate me to the first page. And here we're displaying the 1st to the 6th pages. Okay, and then here you can see if I were to change the filter, it also navigate me back to the first page. And like I mentioned before, if we were to use the filter, if we take a look at the use filter here, I have mentioned that we added the use effect. So whenever the filter value changes, it will set the page back to the first one. All right, so now you can see so far we have all the functionality added to our application. And what we're going to focus now is we're going to take a look at how to do some cleanups. So here you can see if I were to select the filter and we're selecting something that is outside of our data range, then in this case, we're getting nothingness, right? In this case, we don't have anything displayed on our page. So what we're gonna do is inside of our members page, if there is no items or if there's no members, we're going to display elements saying that there is no item exist, right? Just to make our UI look more better. So inside of the components, I'm going to create a new component called empty state. And in this case, it shows that there is no results for this filter. Please select a different filter, okay? And what we're gonna do is inside of the members page, I'm just going to say that if the members.length is equal to 0, then in this case, we can just return the empty state that we mentioned. And let's say if we were to select a filter where there is something within our data range, and you can see here we still have data. And if I were to select between age of 29 to 100, you can see we still have data. And if we were to go here, you can see there's no data for this filter. All right, so far what we have learned is the offset pagination. So the offset pagination leveraged the offset and the limit command from SQL to paginate our data. So for example, here you can see we have our clients. In this case, it sends a request along with the page size and the page number to the server, and the server will basically paginate our data using the offset and limit. And here you can see this is our select. So first, in this case, we're going to limit the page size. In this case, we're going to get a next 10 items. And in this case here, we're offsetting the 20 items. So we're going to take the items after the 20th item. And because we're going to skip the last 20 items, so that's why we're going to have a offset here. So we're going to offset 20 item, and we're going to take the next item after the 20th item. And here you can see we return the data back to our client along with our paging status. So the advantage of using this is that it can be able to allow a user to view the total number of pages, and they can be able to go to a specific page by passing a page number. And the con for this is that the data could be inconsistent. So there could be a situation where the previous page or previous item is deleted, then data will be shifted forward, causing some results to be skipped. Or there could be a situation where the previous page is added to cause the data to shift backwards. And the other pagination that we can do is the cursor pagination. So cursor pagination utilizes a pointer to reference a specific database record. So for example here, if we were to look at this diagram, and client sends our data to our server along with the cursor and the page size. So the cursor will basically be the reference to our database record, and we're going to take the next 10 items, including the cursor item. So what we're going to do is we're going to first find that cursor, and here we're going to basically take the 11 items, including the cursor item here that we have, and return back to our clients. And the next cursor will basically be the 11th item. So notice here that we're returning 11, but we want 10 items, right? And the reason why it's 11 because on the 11th item, that's going to be the next cursor. And that's the next cursor that we're going to return back to our client. So here you can see we first sorted by a descending order for a property that's sequential. So for example, this ID is a sequential ID, so it's incremented by 1 every time when we add it. And here you can see for the advantage for using the cursor pagination is that the stable pagination window. So we can be able to fetch a stable reference point, and the deletion of records will not affect the pagination window. And the cons for this is that the cursor pagination doesn't allow clients to jump to a specific page, and cursor must come from a unique and sequential column, for example, timestamp. In this case, we're going to have a ID that's not sequential, but we do have a created time that's sequential, right? So you can see here that we have a timestamp that is added based on the created time, right? And we're going to have the next 3 items returned back to our clients along with the next cursor, which is this one right here. And if there is a next cursor, then we know that there's more data to load. Then we're going to send the next cursor along with the limit back to our server. And the server, we're going to take the next 3 items along with the next cursor, which is this one right here. Okay, and let's say if there is no more data to load, for example, we're on the last 3 pages, or in this case, the last 3 items, then in this case, there is no next cursor that we're going to return back to our client for the client to load more data, right? So back to our code base, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our message actions. So inside of the message actions, what we're going to do is inside here we have a function called get message by container, which we're basically getting all the messages that we show here for all the inbox or the outbox, right? So you can see here that based on either it's outbox or inbox, we're going to find all the messages and display it and return it back to our client. Obviously, at this moment right now, you can see that it's okay. There's not a lot of messages, but in the future, we could have a possibility that we could have a lot of messages. So in this case, we want to reduce the load for our server so that it doesn't return all the messages all in once. So what we're going to do is we're first going to add a additional parameter to our get message by container function. So we're going to call it cursor, and it's going to be a type string. Now I'm just going to make this cursor to be optional. So here basically it's going to be a datetime string that we're going to pass to our server so that it knows where we're going to return data after. Okay. And then we also need to add the additional property for the limit. So in this case, I'm just going to do limit. I'm going to set the limit to be size of 2. And of course, we can also be able to pass any items or any values we want when we call this get message by container actions. So then what we do is we can be able to pass our cursor into the search conditions. And we're going to say that if the created time, right? So if the created time is after the cursor time, then we're going to get all the records, and we're going to set the limit to only 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if the cursor exists. If it is, then we're going to return the created for the property. In this case, it's going to be less than or greater than, since we're going to order by the descending order based on the created time. And in this case, we're going to get all the records that are less than or equal to the current cursor time. Otherwise, it's just going to be an empty object. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to specify the tick. In this case, it's going to be limit +1. So if the limit is 2, then plus 1 is going to be 3. So we're going to get the last item to make sure that this is going to be our next cursor. And if there is a last item, right? If there is an additional item that we can be able to take from our current position inside of our records. And then what we do is we're going to get our next cursor. So you can see here, if the messages count that we have is greater than the limit. If it is, then we're going to remove the last item and we're going to make the last item, in this case, the additional item that we have, to be the next cursor. And we're not necessarily returning that last item plus 1 item that we specified. We're just going to use that item as the next cursor if there is a one. And obviously, if the message.length is not greater than the limit, then we're going to just specify that the next cursor is going to be undefined. And lastly, we're just going to return the messages. So here we have the messages to return, which equal to this. And for the actual return value, we're going to put the messages to equal to the message. And next cursor is going to be next cursor. So I'm going to change this to just messages. Okay, so then what we do is inside of the use messages, which is a hook that interact with our message store. And what we're going to do is we're going to first pass the next cursor. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to store the next cursor in a use reference so that if the next cursor value changes, it doesn't cause the re-render of the component. So then what we're going to do is we're also going to add the loading more and set loading more. So whenever the function is triggered, then we want to show that there is a loading indicator that we're basically rendering, or in this case, fetching our server to get more data, right? So in this case, I'm just going to pass the loading more back to our client so that we can be able to have a spinner. Whenever we need to load more, we're going to show the spinner. So then what we do is based on the current cursor value, if the current cursor exists, then we're going to set the loading is more to true. And we're going to first get inside of our get message by container, which in this case, we're getting the messages and we pass the cursor to our server action to get all the messages as well as the next cursor. And then we're going to set the message here and as well as the cursor here. And then we're going to set the loading more to be false. And we can be able to return the load more function to our client who uses hook and can be able to trigger the loading more for the message container component. So here I'm just going to return load more as the function, and then we can also be able to add the has more. So if the cursor reference dot current, if we do have more, then in this case it's going to be true. If not, we're just going to have false. Okay, so it is just here to check to see if it's true or false that we have the value of the cursor reference dot current. And for the members page here, here is not just going to be messages. If we were to scroll down, you can see we return the messages as well as the next cursor. So we're going to put messages as well as the next cursor, okay? And then we can be able to pass the next cursor to the message table. So we're going to say this is going to be a next cursor. And inside of the message table, we will need to change the props to take the next cursor. And the next cursor here is going to be optional. So it's a type of string. And we're going to specify the next cursor here. So now what we can do is inside of the message table, we can be able to pass the next cursor to our use messages hook. And in this case, if we were to look at this hook, it returns us the loading more, as well as it returns us the load more, loading more, as well as has more. So we're going to utilize those 3 return properties inside of our components. So then inside of our application, you can see here we have a car and this is the table, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put this, because I'm going to add a button at the bottom. So we're just going to put this inside of a div. So here you can see we have our card. Because we already add the flex here, so we're just going to put the class name here inside of our table to show the overflow auto. And after the table, you can see I added a div, and inside here you can see we have a button. And basically, if user click on this, if there is more, then it's going to be enabled. and we're going to trigger the load more function that we define inside of our use messages, which is this one right here, the load more. And we're going to trigger the server action call and set the messages as well as the next cursor. Okay, so that's pretty much, if there is no more, then we're going to display there are no more messages to click and the button will be disabled. Okay, so now if I were to refresh our application, you can see we have a button here, and you can see here that we have 2 messages showing. And then if I were to click here, you can see we can be able to load more, and we can be able to load more here, and that is something that we have to fix because it just keeps showing the next 2 elements, but it doesn't show the previous 2 elements or the previous rest of elements. So if we were to come to our use messages, and if we were to take a look at the use message store, and you can see that when we set the message, we basically you can see here that when we're calling the load more, we basically set the messages. But in this case, what we need to do is we also need to put the current messages that we have and basically append it at the back. So then inside of our store, I'm just going to modify our set function. In this case, it takes the new messages. So you can see here that we're going to join our values. So we have our state.messages, which is our previous messages, as well as our current messages. And then we're going to put it inside of our map. And you can simply just do things like this, and it works fine. But currently, because we're in a development mode, there could be a situation where we have hot module reload. So we need to make sure that we have unique values. So not only we're going to join the data that we have for all the messages, we're also going to filter by the unique value. That's why we're using a map. And for map, we can be able to guarantee to have a unique values. And here you can see for the map, we're going to have the message, the ID is the key, and the message is the value. And then we're going to get the values for the map into an array, and we're going to return this as the new messages value for our message store. So now you can see if I were to come back to our application, by default, we have 2 values, right? 2 elements. And if I were to click here, you can see we have new 2 elements showing, which appended at the back of the array. And you can see the dates are sorted in a descending order, right? And just to make sure that it is right, if we were to look at the messages here, we do see hi back. This is cool. Unread messages, right? Unread messages, new message here. And we also have hi Sarah. So hi Sarah, this is Todd, right? Hi Sarah. So it seems like the messages are in order. And of course, one thing that I forgot to do is inside of the message store, we set the message here. And in this case, you can see that we basically append the messages at the end of the list. But here, when we do the reset, we are basically putting an empty array. In this case, we are going to have the empty array added at the back of the list, which is not something that we want. So what we're going to do is we're going to define a new method called reset, and we're just going to set the reset here. And whenever we unmount the components, we're going to trigger the reset here. All right, so I'm just going to add the reset here, and this is going to be reset messages, and then here I'm just going to trigger the reset messages. And then if I were to come back to our application and refresh, so here if I were to come back to here, you can see we have completely different messages here. So if I were to continue to load more until there's nothing left, right, for example hi back, and if I were to come to our outbox, you can see that here we only have the outbox messages. Okay, and I can be able to load more, and here you can see everything works fine. All right, so to wrap up this lesson, what we're going to do is we're just going to commit all these changes for this lesson, and in this case we have added the pagination and filtering inside of this lesson. So I'm going to commit these changes and push it to the commit. And if we were to come back to the repo for the match me, you can see that we do have lesson 9, which is adding the pagination and filtering. So again, if there's any part in the lesson where I just talk too fast or skip any parts, feel free to look at the commit history for this lesson. and you can be able to find some useful stuff. Alright, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. Alright, welcome to lesson 10, where we're going to focus on continue to expand our features for our authentication. So in this case, what we're going to do first is we're going to add a registration wizard form. So in this case, we're going to have a form where a user can be able to fill their genders, date of birth, description, location, and such. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set up our email service called Resend, which is going to be an email service that we can use to send our verification link to the user, and user can be able to use that link to verify themselves. User can be able to receive the email, and after user click on the link, it will navigate to this verification page, and user will be able to verify the email and be able to log in and use the application. And the other part we're going to add is the forgot password. And user can be able to enter their email for the forgot password, and the user will receive the reset password link in their email, and then they can be able to click it and be able to reset their password. So after the password is reset, they can be able to navigate to the login page and log in and be able to use the application. So that's basically what we're going to focus on for this lesson. And again, the code for this lesson is going to be in the code commits here. So feel free to check the code commits for the corresponding lesson.
All right, so before we go any further, so currently you can see here that if we were to log out of our application, and let's say if we were to refresh, and you can see here that we're getting a 401 unauthorized error. That's because our pusher channel is trying to subscribe to it, even though that we are already logged out. And if we were to look at the request really quick, we can see that this is from the presence match me. And if we were to look at the code here for the providers, inside of providers, we have the use presence channel, and here is our presence match me. Okay, so we're trying to subscribe to this channel even though that we're logging out. So to solve this problem, what we can do is we can be able to pass a user ID to our hook, use presence hook, and in this case it takes the user ID as a string, and it can be optional. Okay, so we're going to check to see if the user ID exists. If not, we're just going to return. We're just not going to trigger this use effect at all. Okay, and then back to the providers, you can see here that we're basically past the user ID. And then for the user ID here, we're just going to have either string or null. And then for the providers, we basically pass user ID, and the user ID is from our parents, which in this case is from the layout. And the layout is getting the user ID from our session, right? So in this case, you can see that we pass the user ID here. So if the user ID exists, then we still have a user in our session. And if not, we're just not going to subscribe at all, right? So if I were to navigate back to our application and refresh again, you can see that we don't have that error anymore. And since the user ID is part of the use effect, I'm just going to also use the user ID as the dependency here. So now let's work on the register part of our application. So you can see here that currently I'm on the register page, and so far what we have is just the name, email, and password, right? But obviously we want additional information, and if we were to look at our database, we have a lot of information that we require from the user. If we were to look at the schema.prisma, and you can see here that we will going to get the users or the members, for example, date of birth, gender, and such, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is inside of our code base, we're going to come to our register schema. And here you can see so far we have name, email, and password. And inside of the register schema, you can see I have gone ahead and basically create a new schema, which is called profile schema. Now we can be able to have the user to enter, for example, their gender, description, their location, as well as their date of birth. And here, notice that for the date of birth, we're basically using an additional validation, which is called refine. And if we were to look at the Zod documentation, and you can see that it provides a custom validation logic, which is called refinements. We can be able to create additional validation for our code. For example, if the field is a string, and we can be able to continue to refine it by specifying that we want the string to be, for example, less than this amount of characters, right? Or in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to first get the date, and then we're going to calculate the age of based on the date of birth that we have already defined inside of our util folder. And you can see here that we have the calculate age, which we haven't
using this inside of many places inside of our application. So which in this case, it takes the date of birth and it's also going to take the current time, and we're going to calculate the difference in years, and then we just check to see if it's greater than or equal to 18. If it is, then we can be able to continue. Otherwise, we're just going to display the error message. So then what we're going to do is, if we were to go to the register form.tsx component, you can see that this is what we have so far, right? So we have our car header as well as our car body. This is our form data, which is exactly what we have here. Okay, we have our header, we have our body of the form, and you can see here that we basically have these inputs displayed inside of the form. So my plan is basically going to take this form elements and be able to refactor this into a separate component called user form. So my plan is that we're going to have a user form to basically fill the register schema that we have already, and then we're also going to create a new component called profile schema to fill the profile or the member information. And then we're going to make the register form component to be a centralized place to navigate to either the user form or the member form. And in this case, we're going to have some kind of like a wizard that user can be able to navigate back and forth for the form. And once they fill both the user and the member form, they can be able to submit their registration. So in this case, I have gone ahead and basically create a new file called user details form inside of the register folder. And we can simply just pass the register schema methods to this function. But what we're going to do is we're going to use the form use form context from the React hook form. So in this case, what we need to do is we're going to wrap this component in a form provider and pass the methods from our register schema use form into that form provider, so that it has these methods that this function have access to, or this component have access to. So in this case, I'm going to delete what we have already so far, so except the submit button. So this is going to be a button that will exist inside of the register form. So whenever after we finish the user form as well as the member form, user can be able to click this to proceed. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to import the user detail form here and be able to add it inside of our application. So this is going to be the user details form. And then for the form provider, because we are going to pass our current register form data, right, our methods to the use form context is going to be a single value. So in this case, I'm going to create a value here and deconstruct that later. So I'm just going to call it the register form methods. And in here, I'm just going to deconstruct this. So it's going to be const, and it equals to the register form methods. And I'm going to use this variable and deconstruct that and pass it to our form providers, so that the context will have the values that we have here, okay? And then we're going to make sure that we remove those unused values because we have already used them here, right? So I'm going to delete all unused data and save this. Also maybe remove some unused stuff here as well. So the input one here, because we already defined the input here. And now if I were to come back to our application, you can see that our register forms still look the same. So if I were to just click on register, you can see we have errors, and I can click on Eric, for example, email.com, and you can see here that we have the password, right? Everything looks fine. And if I were to just enter just one password, okay, you can see that it says the password must be at least 6 characters. So it looks fine. For testing purpose, if I were to comment this out, and I can also be able to console log the data part, and if I were to come to our console, and if I were to pass in a different password here, so if I were to submit, you can see this is our data here, right? So this is what we have when user triggered the unsubmit function. So now what we're going to do is, since the register schema here, if we were to look, we only have the register schema included. So in this case, what we can do is we can also be able to include the profile schema for the register schema as well. So I'm just going to say the end type of the profile schema. So now if we were to hover to these register schema here, you can see that it has all those fields, right? So name, email, password, gender, description, and such. And because we're also going to have a wizard that user can be able to click on a different step of the form, then in this case, we're going to have a steps schema. So in this case, we have the register schema and the profile schema here. So I'm just going to update the import here, and also provide a state to keep track of which step we're on. So in this case, by default, we have a step 0, or in this case, index 0, which is the register page, right? So the first page is going to be the register, and then we have the profile page, right? And then here we have the current validation schema. So that's going to be this step schema at this current index. So in this case, it's going to be the register schema. So, and then inside of the register form, I'm going to create a function called the get step content. So it passes the current step number. And based on the number, we're going to return this component, or by default, we have a unknown step, right? And then here we also have the go back and go next. So user can be able to go back to the previous page, or they can go next to the next page. And if the current step is equal to the last page or the last step, then we can basically just trigger the onSubmit, which is what we have here. So notice here that I have removed the data here. So I'm just going to get the values from our form and be able to trigger the onSubmit. And then we also have the set active step. So in this case, we can be able to increment our current step by 1. So in this case, we basically move on to the next step. And then in terms of the profile details form, I have gone ahead and basically also create that. So here you can see I have basically have the gender list, and these are all the options that we have. So first we have our gender, and we also have our date of birth and description, city, country, location, and such, and we bind that with the register schema that we have. So you can see here that for the form providers, the register form methods, right? So this is the register schema, which includes all of those things. So we have already bind those things already, and that's why we have the values here. So we can be able to give values for gender. We can be able to bind it with the gender or register this input with the gender schema input. And of course, most importantly, we also need to display the correct page. So currently we just basically display the user detail form. So in this case, we're going to have the get step content to return us the correct component to display. So in this case, based on the current active step, so if it's on the first page, obviously it's going to be the user form. If the second page is going to be the profile details form. So in this case, we're going to save this, and if we were to take a look at this, and of course if I were to just change the state here, for example 1, in this case we have something like this, right, where in this case user can be able to enter their gender, their description, city, country, and such. And if I were to say that a different page, for example like step 2, for example, then in this case we have an unknown step. So here I'm going to do exactly that. So here you can see here we have our register button, and I'm going to replace that with our next and previous button here. So here you can see I have gone ahead and did that. So if it's not the index 0, then we're going to show the back button where user can be able to navigate back to the previous step. And here we also have the continue button or the submit button. So if the current step is equal to the last step, then we're going to have the submit. If not, we're going to have the continue here. And notice here for this button right here is a type submit. So every time when we click on next, it will trigger this onSubmit function. So this onSubmit function is currently called the onSubmit function that we have defined up here, which is a server call to our server to save our data inside of our database, right? But in this case, we're going to have to trigger the onNext function here, so that if it's not on the last page, then we're just going to move our current page step, or in this case our current step, to be the next step. So in this case, I'm going to change the onSubmit here to onNext. So then what I'm going to do is we're going to enter some data, and obviously here you can see we also have our gender, date of birth, description, right? And here you can see the button is changed to a submit button. City, country, click on submit here, and this will basically trigger the onSubmit. So then in this case, I'm going to add the console log get values here for the onSubmit. So whenever we trigger the submit here, it's going to print the values that we have inside of our form. So if I were to click this, you can see here that these are the values that we have, right? We have city, country, date of birth, description, and such. Okay, so now you can see we have our wizard set up, and of course we can also go back and you can see the data are also persisted. All right, so now what we're going to take a look at is the server action. So whenever users actually submit this form, then in this case we are going to make the change inside of our register server action to make sure that the data is actually persisted inside of our database. So we're going to navigate to the auth actions here, and here inside of here we have a function called register user, and currently you can see here that it takes the name, email, password, as well as description, gender, and such. But for the register schema here, so you can see here that we only validate data that we passed in, validate it against the register schema. So in this case, it doesn't have all the schema that we have. So what we're going to do is inside of the register schema, we're going to create a new one. So in this case, we're going to call it the combined register schema, which in this case, Zod has this functionality called N, which we're combining the two schema together. So inside of the auth actions, instead of the register schema, I'm just going to use the combined register schema that we define. So now if we were to take a look at the data object, you can see that it contains all the properties between the register and the profile schema. So then what we can do is we can be able to deconstruct our data. So we have our gender, description, what else do we have? Let's see. So we have the city, country, date of birth, and such, right? So city, country, date of birth. So then after we deconstruct our values, we can be able to add the member data for our profiles. And because the date of birth here is a date and date of birth here that we have is a string, so we're going to convert it into a date. That's why we do it here for the conversion. So now if we were to navigate back to our application, so if we were to look at the register form here, we can be able to uncomment this and try to pass the data. So for the get values, it's going to be the values here, and we're also going to include the set error. Okay, here I'm just going to uncomment the resolvers here, and we're going to pass the current validation schema to the Zod resolver. And of course, we're going to import the resolvers here, and we also have our handle form server errors as well. So now if I were to navigate back, and let's say if I were to enter some data, and let's say if I change the date here to be something like 2016, October 10th, right? And you can see here that we are getting an error message saying that you must be at least 18 to use this to use this application. And let's say if I were to change this to 2001, okay, and if I were to submit this and click on the console, you can see here that we have user registered successful. And just to confirm, so you can see here that Kevin is already created inside of our database. So let's say if I were to submit this action again, and here you can see we're getting user already exists. So in this case, we need to find ways to display this error message inside of our form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate back to our application, and if there is an error, we already set the error inside of our handle form server errors, right? And you can see here that this function does exactly that. We have done that before. So then what I'm going to do is inside of our form state, we're going to get the errors, and then if we have our server errors, we're going to display our server error messages onto our application. So if I were to save this and try to enter the data again, so Kevin at email.com. So if I were to submit this again, you can see that the user already exists. So in this case, we are getting the error message displayed above the action buttons here. So now what we need to focus on is basically after users sign up their information, they should be able to navigate to a page telling them that they have successfully created their accounts. So here inside of our register in a success folder, I have created a new page called the register success page. And this page simply basically tells the user that the user have successfully registered their account. And this page uses a component called card wrapper, and we are likely going to reuse this card wrapper component very often here. So we basically have our header text, just like how we have our card header and our body, right? So we have our header and our subheader text, and then here is our body, and which in this case delivers a message. And then we also have a footer, which in this case has a button. And here for the action, we have our action label is to go to login, and then it will basically navigate the user to the login page. And then we also have the header and the header text as well. And then inside of the register form, basically whenever user trigger the unsubmit, it will basically navigate to the register success. So if I were to register a new user, for example, let's say we have Oliver at email.com, and then if I were to submit this and it went successful, and you can see that it is successful, but it doesn't really navigate me to the success page. And the reason why it happened is because you can see here inside of our routes, it doesn't include the /register/success. So inside of our middleware, you can see that we have done this before, is that if it's not a public and it's not logged in, and it will basically navigate to the login page. So what we need to do is we need to add the register here. So I'm going to say /register/success. Okay, and this will basically go through here. So if it's not logged in, then it's going to continue to that page, which is the success page. So now I'm just going to restart our server and navigate to our application, and let's click on register. Okay, so this time I'm just going to enter a name, and in this case, if I were to click on submit, so now you can see we are navigate to the register success. So you can see that it says that you have it successfully registered, and click here to navigate to the login. So if I were to click this, and you can see here we're back to the login page. Okay, so now we're going to focus on is basically adding the verification part for our application. So when user register their account, we want to verify that they're a real user. So in this case, what I have done is inside of the Prisma schema, I have gone ahead and create a new table called token. And inside of this table, you can see here that I have created a ID, email, token, as well as expires. And in this case, we're going to email the token to that user to verify or reset their password. So we're going to store this inside our database. And there could be two types of token. So one is verification and the other one is password reset. Because we have already made the change for our Prisma schema, right? And you can see here we added a property called profile complete. By default is false. In this case, the table doesn't have this property yet. So in this case, we're going to reset our data, and also in our c.ts, we're going to add this new property of the profile complete to the user table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run npx prisma generate, and this will generate all the changes that I have made. And now if I were to come up here and try to just type on profile complete, and by default, we're just going to set it to true. Okay, these are just the, like I mentioned, these are just the test users, so we set it to true. But in the demo purpose, like when we do testings, when user first create their account, obviously the profile is false because they haven't completing setting up their profile, like the images and such, right? So we're just going to set the true for all those dummy users, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the application running, and then because we're going to reset our database, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to run the npx prisma migrate reset, and this will basically reset our database, and we are going to skip the seed. So we're going to seed this after, so we're going to skip this for now. And in this case, we're going to reset our data, So we're gonna say yes. And since we're in a development environment, we can be able to reset our data. But obviously in a production mode, we are not able to do so because these are customer data. And then I'm just going to run npx prisma generate, and everything works fine. And then what we're gonna do is, since our current database doesn't have schema or tables, we're going to run npx prisma db push. And this will push all the tables and schemas that we have created into our database. So if I were to push this, and here you can see our database is in sync with our Prisma schema, right? So then we can be able to seed our data into our database. And just like what we did before, we're going to run Prisma db seed to seed our data, running the seed member function, which in this case seeds all the data, right? And this will seed all the data into our database. So our data has been seeded. And again, this is the command that we created in the past, called seed, which in this case it compiles the prisma /c.ts. So now let's take a look at our Prisma Studio. So if I were to run the npx Prisma Studio and navigate to localhost 5555, and you can see we have our message table is clear, so we don't have any messages, we don't have any likes, because these data are all reset, right? And you can see that these are all the users data. And for the users table, you can see that for the profile complete, they're all marked as true, right? And if we were to look at the members table, you can see that we also have our members table as well. And then I'm just going to start our application, npm run dev. And then just to add something additional to our README here, so you can see here I have add the definition for those two commands that I have just mentioned. One is to reset our database, and by rolling back all migrations and applying them again from scratch. And the other one is npx prisma db seed, which in this case seed our data script. And by running this will basically trigger the seed command here, which is what we have defined here, okay? So if I were to navigate back to our application, and this time I'm just going to log in as Davis, okay? And inside of Davis, you can see here we are able to still see all the users. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to send a token to the user to verify themselves, right? But before we send a token, we need to generate the token. So inside of the lib folder, I'm going to create a new file called token.ts. And inside here, we have a function called generate token, which in this case takes the email as well as the token type, which in this case can either be verification or password reset. And we're going to use the crypto, which came from the node, which came installed from Node.js, and we're going to use the random bytes to get a token that is a length of 48 characters, and we're using the hexadecimal to convert into a string. And then we're going to set the expirations. We're going to have the token to expire in 24 hours. And then we're also going to check to see inside of our token table that the current email already have a token. If it does, then we're going to delete this token and generate a new one. If not, we're just going to go ahead and generate a new token for this email, right? And then you can see this email, token, expiries, and a type. Okay, so that's all the properties we need to create a token record. So then what we're gonna do is inside of the auth actions, when users are registered themselves, what we're going to do is we're also going to create a verification token, and we're also going to send the token, verification token, to that user. Obviously, we haven't implemented this feature yet, but in this case, we're just gonna add a comment here and do this later. So to do, send the verification token, okay? And then after they register, let's say if they jump straight towards the sign in this case, we're also going to prevent them to do so because they haven't verified themselves. So then what we're going to do is inside of the sign in user, I'm just going to create a existing user, which in this case, we're going to get the email from the input and get user by the email. And if the user or the user email does not exist, then we're going to say that we have an invalid credentials. Otherwise, we're going to check to see if the current user's email verified is equal to false. So if it's false, that means that the current user have not verified their email address. Then in this case, we're going to generate a new token. And of course, we're going to have a to-do here to send the verification token. And also, we're going to return the error message saying that please verify your email before logging in. So let's focus on the send verification token part. So we're going to find ways to send the token to our user. In this case, one way we can do it is we can be able to use a no-mailer, but in this case, there could be limitations on how many emails we can send per day. So in this case, we're going to use resend.com, which is an email service that can allow us to send an email. The good thing is that we don't have to register an email to send. We can just use for example, something at resend.dev, or for example, then we can just send the email to the customer. Okay, and here you can see allow us to include the subject, the HTML for the content. So to do so, we are using the free tier. So you can see that for free tier, this is the amount of emails that we can send per month, and 100 emails per day. And then we do it does support one domain, and then we do have like scheduled emails and such. So we're going to use the free tier for now for our testing purpose. In this case, what we're going to do first is we're going to install resend package from npm. So I'm just going to stop our server and try to install the resend package. So after it has been installed, what we're going to do is inside of the lib folder, I have gone ahead and create a new file called mail.ts. And basically what this file does is that it's responsible for storing all the functionalities to send the email to our customer. So here you can see I have gone ahead and created a function called send verification email. And first I have import the resend from resend package, and we're going to create an instance of the resend package. And here you can see I have gone ahead and basically create a new environment variable called resend API key. So inside of the .env.example, this is what we have, and this is just an example. So if you getting the API key from the resend, make sure to basically add it here inside of the .env file, and basically this is going to be the resend API key. So to basically create our API key, what we're going to do is inside of our resend.com, we have a page called onboarding, and if we were to navigate to this, here you can see we can be able to add an API key. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this, and we're going to be able to make the change for our resend API key. And once we make this change, and what we're going to do is we're going to send an email just for testing. And here we're just going to click on send email, and you can see that we have sent email. So if we were to check our inbox, and if we were to check our inbox, here you can see we have a message from onboarding at resend.dev. So this is going to be the message that we receive from the resend onboarding. So once we change our API key inside of our environment variable, we're also going to restart our server. So we're going to run npm run dev again and restart our application. So once you have the resend API key, we're going to come to our mail.ts, and we're going to create a function to send the verification email. So here, this function takes the email as a string and token, and then inside of our email, we're going to pass the link to the email content. And this is going to be the link that user is going to navigate to verify their email. And obviously we have not created the verify email page yet, but you can see here that for the query parameter, we have our token, and we assign the token value to this. And then here we're going to use the resend.emails.send to send the email, and here we're basically using an email that's provided from resend. And in this case, we are allowed to send 100 email per day as a free tier. And here we're basically going to pass the target email here for the recipient, and we also have our subject and also our email content. And then over here in the auth actions, what I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger this send verification email part. So since we already have the token as well as the email, so we can basically just say await, and we're going to pass the email here. So here I'm just going to deconstruct this. So we have our token as well as our email. So I'm going to pass, we have our email and token. Okay. So that's going to be the send verification email parts. And then for the register part, we also need to change that as well. So here we also want to send the verification token. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to have our verification token.email and also verification token.token. Okay. So that's going to trigger the send verification email part after we get our token. So now if I were to register a new user, if I were to enter the email for my created account, so this email have to be the email that you create the resend account. So I'm going to enter that as well as the password. Okay, so then I'm going to submit, and hopefully this should send an email. Okay, and here you can see we have a email verification, and you can see here that we have received the email from testing@resend.dev. And if we were to hover this, you can see that we have the verify email, and then we have the token at the very bottom. Okay, so we do know that this will redirect us to the verify email part, but we obviously haven't created the verify email page yet, so we're going to do so. So to basically create verify token page, what we're going to do is inside of the auth folder, I have gone ahead and created a verify email page, and this will take a search parameter, and in the search parameter has the token string, and we're going to pass this token to the verify email function. And inside of the auth action, I have gone ahead and also create this verify email function as well. So you can see here that it takes the token, and we're going to get token by token. And inside of the tokens file, just like how we did it for the email, we're going to get token by token. And what we're going to do is once we get our token, we're going to check to see if the token exists. If it doesn't, we're going to send the invalid token back. And then we're going to check to see if the token has been expired. And if it is expired, then we're going to send the error back. And then we're going to get our existing user from our email. And then we're going to check to see if the user exists. If it doesn't, we're going to send the error back. Otherwise, we're just going to update our user table and mark the email verified to be the current date. And then we're going to delete the current token from our token table, since the current user has been already verified. And then we're going to return success back to the client. So back to our page here. So once we get our results, we're going to display the results using a result message component. So based on the status here, either we're going to display a check mark, or we're going to have a exclamation triangle to say that it's not successful. And then we're also going to display the message here. And of course, we also have to add the verify email in the auth routes as well, so that user can be able to access. So now if I were to navigate to our email here, if I were to click on the verify email, and you can see here that we have successfully verified. And if we were to look at our token table, you can see that we don't have any token anymore because it has been deleted. And for the user here, I just blocked out the email, but you can see here that for this record, for this user, you can see that we have the email verified added on this date. Okay, so you can see that currently we have successfully verified this user. So now what I'm going to do is, let's say if I go back to this page, and let's say if user, decide to click on this email again, right? Which in this case, it navigates to this link. So if I were to refresh on this page, and you can see here that we have an invalid token because this token is no longer exist inside of our token table. And just to make sure that we cover all the edge cases here, let's say if we have one that has been expired. So I have already deleted this record inside of our database, and let's go to our register and create a new user. So we're going to log into the same email that I have provided before. Okay, and then I'm going to submit this. So now you can see that I have received the new email sent from resend. And now if I were to go to the token database, you can see that I have a new token added. And of course, again, I blocked out the email. And here you can see that here is the token. And I'm just going to set the expirations here to be, for example, to be past 48 or 24 hours here. Okay, so I'm going to save this. And now if I were to click on the verify email here, and this should mention that the token has expired. So you can see here that if we were to look at the logic here, if it has been expired, then we're just going to return the error back. And let's also take a look at if the existing user has missing. So if we were to navigate to the user table, and if I were to delete this record, then I'm also going to change the token here to become within the expiration time period, which is what we had before. So if I were to save this, and now if I were to click on the verify email again, and we should see that user have now found because we have already deleted this user record inside of our user table. So pretty much here you can see we have tested all the edge cases for the verify email function. Okay, so now we're going to focus on is basically adding the reset password here. So inside of the mail.ts, I have gone ahead and also similar to what we did for the verification email, I also did it for the password reset, which in this case, it takes the email and token, similar logic. We're going to send an email to this user saying that we should reset the email, right? Or reset the password. So in the auth actions, I have also gone ahead and add a new action called generate reset password email, which in this case, it takes email In this case, we're check to see if the current user exists. If it doesn't, we're just going to send the error back. Otherwise, we're just going to generate the token and send the password reset email. Okay. So if we were to navigate to the login here, so this is our login form, and we're going to add the forgot password here. So below the login here, what we're going to do is I'm going to add a additional link. In this case, it's called forgot password, and it's going to navigate to the forgot password page. So I'm going to come to our app here, and I'm going to create a new page called forgot password inside of the auth folder. So then inside of the auth folder, I have gone ahead and create a forgot password folder, and inside here we have our forgot password page, which in this case it renders the forgot password form. So this is our form, and it's very simple. You can see here that we're using the use form, and here in this case we are going to only have just one single field, which is the email field. And after the user have entered the input email, we're just going to have the submit button, and user can be able to click on this. And here's our onSubmit function. So based on the field value data, we're going to pass the email to our generate reset password email function, and then we're going to set the result into the state so that we can be able to display the result at the bottom or the footer of the card. And because this is a new route, so I also added the forgot password for the authentication route. All right, so now if we were to navigate to our forgot password page, and now if we were to enter the email to reset, and here you can see the email has not been found because inside of our database, I have gone ahead and delete this email address and remove this user. So what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to the register page, and we're going to register this user. So I'm going to enter the name here and email as well as the password. And also I'm going to enter the profile here, and then I'm going to click on submit. And here you can see we have successfully registered. So if we were to look at our database, and if we were to look at our token, you can see here that we have a token record added for verification. And if we were to refresh here, you can see we have a new user, and it doesn't show that the email has been verified. And we do see the notification saying that to verify your email address, right? So in this case, we're not going to do this for now because we have done this before. And what I'm going to do is inside of our application, I'm just going to go ahead and try to forgot the password. So here we're just going to test out the forgot password functionality. This should find the email and send the email for the forgot password. So if I were to click on the send reset email, and here you can see it says the password reset email has been sent. Please check the emails. And here you can see I have a request for the password reset. And if we were to look at our database for the token records, we went from verification to password reset. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add the reset password page, and then we're going to test this out. So to get started, first what we're going to do is inside of the lib folder for the schemas, we're going to create a new schema for the reset password, which in this case, we're going to have the new password as well as confirm password. And after user have entered both the new password and confirm password, we're going to confirm if they are the same. If not, we're just going to send the error to request them to enter the same password. So in this case, I have gone ahead and basically create a new file called forgot password schema. And here we're going to use Zod to validate our form. And here for our form, we only have the password and confirm password. In this case, they're both minimum of 6 characters. And here we're going to use refine for this entire Zod object to refine to see if the current data.password is equal to the confirm password. If it is, then we're going to continue. If not, we're just going to send the message error back, and then we're going to display the error message in the confirm password field. So then what we're going to do is we're going to create a reset password function. In this case, I have gone ahead and do so inside of the auth actions, and here it takes the password and also the token. So if the token is missing, then obviously we're just going to return the error. And because this token is from the search parameters from our reset password link, in this case, if it's missing, then obviously we're just going to get an error and send it back to the client. And then we're going to get our token from our token record. And if it is not a valid token, then we're just going to send the invalid token error. And then here we're also going to do more additional validation, like check to see if the token has been expired. If it has been expired, then we're just going to send the error message back. And we also check to see if the current user exists, right? So if the current user has not been found, then we're going to return the error message back to the client. And then here is where the actual logic for changing the password. So here we're going to hash the password and find the correct user and be able to update the password hash. And then since we have already updated the password for this user, we can be able to delete this token inside of our token table. And then we can be able to send a success status back to our client saying that the password has been successfully updated, and user can be able to try to log in again. And inside here, I have created a new folder called reset password. And here we have a component called reset password form, which is very similar to what we have for the forgot password. And here inside of the reset password form, you can see here we have the form here, and we have two inputs. So one is the password and the other one is the confirm password, which is similar to what we have defined for the reset password schema. And then after user have entered these data, they can be able to click on the submit button, which will basically trigger the unsubmit function, which takes the form data, which is the reset password schema data. And then it will basically pass the password as well as the token from our search parameter to our reset password function. And then we're going to store the data inside of the result here. And then for the type here is going to be an object with a status of either success or error. And then here the data type is going to be just a string. Okay. And in this case, we're going to display the result in the footer of the card here. And then I'm just going to add the reset password for the auth routes. Okay, so now if we were to navigate to our application and if we were to click on the reset password, we should be able to see a reset password page, which in this case, we are going to enter the new password and the confirm password. So in this case, I'm just going to enter a new password and I'm going to click on reset. And here you can see we have successfully reset our password. So now if we were to click on the login page and if I were to enter the new password again, and it says that please verify your email before logging in. So in this case, we're going to verify the email first. Okay, so it says that the email has been verified. And we're going to log in again. And here you can see we are successfully logged into our application. Right, so now we're going to commit all these changes. So in this lesson, so far we learned about adding the registered wizard where user can be able to fill out the user and the profile information, and as well as the account verification and the password reset features. So we're just going to commit these changes. And in this case, we're going to push these changes to our GitHub histories. So in this case, we're going to say git push. And we're just going to push the changes. And if we were to look at our Git repos and refresh, and here you can see we have a new commit. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to lesson 11. Great job for making this far. So this lesson is very optional if you don't want to add the OAuth side of things, where we're going to add a GitHub or Google providers for the logins. So if user click on this, they can be able to log into our application either through their Google account or GitHub accounts. As long as you have those things, you can be able to log in, and that's the feature that we're going to add. And let's say if user did not have account for this application, then we're going to navigate the user to the register page where they can be able to fill out their member details like their gender, description, and such, right? So that's basically what we're going to focus on for this lesson. And just to give you a snapshot of what it looks like, so if I were to click on the Google here, it would navigate me to the Google sign-in, and you can be able to see that I can be able to choose the account that I want to use to sign in with Google. And the other option is using GitHub. So I also have a GitHub account. So if I were to click on the GitHub here, and I can be able to choose the accounts that I can be able to log in with. And of course, the code commits for this lesson is in the code commit history. So feel free to take a look at the code for this lesson. All right, so to implement this, first we're going to focus on the UI. So here you can see inside of the login folder, I have gone ahead and created a new file called sociallogin.tsx. And inside of this component, you can see here that we have displayed the buttons. So far we're just going to use the Google and GitHub for the providers. And in this case, we have the name and the icons, and then we're going to iterate the providers here to display the buttons. And here we have our onclick action, in this case, which will trigger the onclick here. So the providers is either going to be Google or GitHub. And it's going to trigger the sign-in function from our NextAuth. And if we were to look at the NextAuth.js documentation for the sign-in OAuth, and here you can see we can be able to pass authentication providers, for example, Google, and it will basically redirect to the providers that we provide for the sign-in page, and user will basically authenticate themselves using that provider. And of course, we can also be able to specify a callback URL to specify which URL the user will redirect to after signing in. So here you can see for the sign-in, we passed a object, and in this case, object has a property called callback URL, which we're passing the route. In this case, is going to be the members. And after user signing in, they can be able to redirect to this route. So in this case, you can see we have Google and GitHub, and I have added the social login in the login form. So inside of the login form, at the very bottom, before the forgot password, I just add the social login component here. And in order to use GitHub and Google to authenticate our users, we also need to add them into our providers inside of our auth.config.ts. And here inside of the providers, we are going to pass the client and secret to each of the providers. And I'm going to talk about how we can be able to get the client ID and the secret later. And then for the credentials here, you can see I made a small change. And here you can see I add a check to see if the user.password hash exists. And if we were to look at the user here for the password hash, it could be a string or null. So if it is null, then we don't need to pass the user.password to the compare function since it is expecting a string. So we're going to check to see if the user.password hash is null. If it is, then we're just going to return null. So in this case, we're going to get those values. So I'm going to first get the GitHub one first. So inside of a GitHub, I'm using a test account. And if we were to navigate to settings, and then if we were to scroll down to developer settings, and then here we can be able to go to the OAuth apps. So in this case, we're just going to go ahead and click on the new OAuth app. And here we're just going to give it a application name. So here I'm just going to call it Match Me App. For the time being here, we're just going to use HTTP localhost 3000. And then we're also going to provide a authorization callback URL. And if we were to look at our application for the API/auth/providers, it basically tells us the callback URL. So here you can see this is our callback URL that we can copy. And this is going to be the one for GitHub. So I'm just going to copy this one. And then we're not going to enable the device flow. So we're just going to register our application. And here you can see we got our client ID as well as our client secrets, but we have to generate our client secrets first. So after we logged in, and here is our client secrets. So in this case, we're just going to copy the client ID and the secrets and add it inside of our environment variable. So in this case, you can see we're just going to add the GitHub client ID and the secret to our environment variable. Now, this is obviously just an example, and the real key and the secret will be stored inside of the .env file. So this is just an example. Okay, so once we have our ID and secrets, we can be able to test it. But before we test it, I just want to draw the attention that because we're using a social login, we're not going to have a password entered when user going to enter using a social login, because they're just going to log in using their social login. So like we did in the past, that we set the password hash to be nullable, and that's why you see here inside of our auth config that we're setting it to be nullable. Then in this case, we're going to check to see if the password hash exists. And here, before we test it, you can see inside our user table, we don't have this account, and we don't have this user. And if we were to look at our account table, you can see we don't have any accounts or any providers listed here. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to our login page and try to log in using GitHub. So if we were to click on GitHub here, and here you can see it will basically redirect us to our github.com for the OAuth authorized page. And in this case, I'm going to click on authorize. And here you can see it navigates me to the members page. And if we were to navigate to our Prisma Studio and refresh for the users, you can see we have a new record of a user added inside of our user table. And if we were to look at our account here, you can see we have a new account. And here is the account provider, which is GitHub. And here is the provider account ID. Okay, so in this case, if we were to look at our members table, however, we only have these records. We don't have the new member added, and that's because we didn't add a new record inside of our members page. And if we were to look at our application, and here you can see we're getting an error. So if we were to click on this error, you can see we're getting a invalid Prisma.member updates because this user does not have a member, or in this case, does not have a record of member inside of the member table. And because inside of our application, inside of our providers, and inside of our providers, we have the use presence channels. And because inside of our use presence channel hook, we're basically calling the update last active, which will basically update updated date inside of their member record. And that's why you see this error inside of our application, because we don't have a member for this user and we're trying to update this member record for their updated date. So that's why we're getting a runtime error. Now to solve this, because inside of our table we have a record, or in this case a property called profile complete. So if the user have completed profile, then in this case it's going to be true. If it's haven't completed profile, then in this case it's going to be false inside of the user table. So in this case, if it's false, then we can be able to have the user to complete their profile first before they can be able to trigger things like update last active and such. So to do so, if we were to look at our homepage, and if we were to take a look at our session data, here you can see we have our user as well as the expiration date, and we're getting the user data inside of our session here. So if we were to look at our auth.ts, and here you can see we have our callbacks, and here is basically how we get our session, and we're getting our token before our session. So if we were to look at the documentation for the JWT callback, and you can see it's a callback whenever the JSON web token is created. And here inside of the callback, you see we have access to user, account, profile, is new user and such, and we can be able to use it to check to see if the current user has completed profile. If it's not, then we're going to mark it inside of our session. So in this case, I'm going to create a new callback called JWT, and in this case, I'm going to open our terminal. And if we were to look at our console here, you can see we are getting the user data, and you can see here that we have profile complete, which equal to false. So in this case, I'm going to set the token.profile complete is equal to the user.profile complete, and I'm going to pass this to the session.user.profile complete as well. So I'm using the token to pass this variable or this value to the session. And if we were to log out and log back in again, and you can see here that we have profile complete is equal to false for this user. And now back to the auth.ts, we're now going to focus on fixing the type for this error here. So here we have our type error, and you can see here the profile complete property does not exist on type user and adapt user. So in this case, to fix this, we're going to use something called the module augmentation in TypeScript. And here simply we're basically trying to merge the types. So for example, let's say if we have a class food and interface food, and here you can see we have a property called cheese and bacon. And if we were to create an instance of the class food, and you can see that the food variable contains both the bacon and cheese, even though the cheese was declared in only the food class. And this is because the interface here was merged with this class right here. So in this case, we're just going to augment this. In this case, inside of our application, inside of our source for the types, I'm going to create a new file for the NextAuth. And here's what we got. So inside of the types folder, I have gone ahead and create a new file called nextauth.d.ts. And this is going to be the type. So we're going to declare the module for NextAuth. And here is going to be the user, which in this case contains the profile complete as a Boolean, as well as our session. And here we're going to get our default session from NextAuth. And we're going to have the user for the profile complete joined with the default session.user. So this will have the additional profile complete property inside of the session.user. And then for the NextAuth JWT token, I also have added the profile complete property for the JWT. So if we were to look at our auth.ts, you can see here that for the token, user as well as our session, we don't have that error type anymore. So since we have the profile complete inside of our session, what we're going to focus on now is that if the profile complete is false, then we're not going to trigger the use presence hook. So inside of the layout.tsx, you can see here I have basically create a new variable called profile complete, which basically came from the session, and we're going to pass it to the providers. And inside of our providers, we're going to have the profile complete, and we're going to pass it to both the use presence channel and the use notification channel hooks. And here you can see we're going to have the profile complete, and we're check to see if the user ID is null or if its profile complete is false. If it's false, then we're just going to return. Otherwise, we're going to continue. And then same for the use notification channels. If the user ID is null or the profile complete is false, then we're just going to return. Otherwise, we're going to continue, right? And of course, we're going to add the profile complete for the dependencies for both the use notification channel as well as the use presence channel here. And if we were to navigate to our application, you can see we don't have any error anymore. And if we were to navigate back to our main page, this is what we have for our session data, right? For profile complete is going to be false. And if we were to refresh our page, you can see that we did not trigger the channel subscription. So obviously, since the current user has not completed their profile, then in this case, we shouldn't allow the user to navigate to any of those pages like members, lists, or messages, right? So in this case, what we want to do is we want to utilize the middleware that we have created and to be able to navigate a user to for example, a complete profile page for the user to complete their profile before they can be able to access to other pages, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is inside of the middleware, we're going to check to see if the current user profile has not been completed. So if it has not been completed, we're going to redirect them to a different page. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to use the request.auth, and inside of it, we have the user, and then a user has the profile complete property. So in this case, we have the is profile complete. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if the current user is logged in, and it has the profile complete is false, and the nest URL path, or in this case, the path that we're going to redirect to, that we're going to navigate to doesn't equal to the complete profile. Then we're going to return, in this case, we're going to redirect the user to the complete profile page. Obviously, we haven't created this page yet, but you can see here that if the condition satisfies, we will basically redirect the user to this. So in this case, I'm going to create a page called complete profile page, and inside of it, we have some text. So if I were to navigate to our application, and if the user navigates to match me, for example, and in this case, we're getting redirected to the complete profile. So if I were to log out and try to log back in again, and usually it will redirect me to the members page, but in this case, it will redirect me using the middleware to the profile or the complete profile page. So now we're going to focus on is basically complete our complete profile page. So inside of this folder, I have complete a component called complete profile form, which is very similar to what we did inside of the registers schema or register page, sorry. And in here, you can see we have the profile schema for the form. And here we have the handle submit, which will come back to this. And here is basically our form. So you can see here we have our card wrapper, this is the card title and such. And we have our header icon, and this is our body. So you can see we have our form providers, and we're going to reuse the profile form component that we defined inside of the profile details form. And here's where we're going to display all the server errors and such. And then here is basically our button. So after user finished the form, they can be able to click on the submit button, which will basically trigger the handle submit and is going to pass the form data to the onSubmit function. And here you can see we have the form data, which is a type of profile schema. And here you can see we're passing this data to a server action. And this server action is going to be complete social login profile, which is located inside of the auth action. And here is basically the function here. And we basically take the profile schema and we're going to get our current user session. If the current user exists, then we're going to continue. Otherwise, we're going to say that user has not found. User not found. And then what we're going to do is we're going to first find the user and update the current user data. So first we're going to do is we're going to update our profile complete for this user to be true. And then we're going to create a member record for this user. And in this case, we're going to create a member record inside of the member table. And because we update the current user profile complete to be true, we also have to update the token. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to return the provider as the result data so that we can be able to sign in again using the NextAuth so that we can be able to get a new token, and therefore is going to update our session to mark that the current user profile complete is true. So in this case, the auth action here, you can see we're going to return the provider, right? We're selecting the provider from the accounts, and for each accounts, we have a provider, right? So we're selecting just the first one and return it, okay? And here you can see we're just going to pass the data to the sign in, and it will redirect the user to the members page after the sign-in has been completed. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to import the complete profile form component to the complete profile page. And then if we were to navigate to our application, you can see we have the form here for the complete profile. So in this case, I'm going to complete the profile here, and I'm going to fill out some information and click on submit. And here you can see it will redirect us to the members page. And if we were to click on the main page here, you can see the profile complete is marked as true. Okay. And if we were to look at our studio here, and if we were to refresh, you can see the profile complete is marked as true. And if we were to take a look at the profile here, the member here, you can see we have a new record added for this test account, right? All right, so now we're gonna focus on is the Google OAuth here. So what we're gonna do first is we're going to navigate to Google Developer Console. And if you haven't created the account, just go ahead and create the account. And here you can see we're currently on the Google Developer Console. So in this case, we're going to create a name. In this case, we're gonna call it Match Me, and we're just gonna create. And after the project has been completed, I'm just going to select the project. And inside here, I'm just going to go to the API and services. And here we have the OAuth consent screen. And I'm just going to click on this. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to select the external. And here you can see it's available for any test user with a Google account. So we're going to have the app to start in a testing mode. And it will be available to users that we add to the list of the test users. So we're going to click on create, and here we're going to give it the app name. And here we're going to add the user support email. I'm going to skip this. I'm going to add it on my own. And then we don't have a logo right now, so we're going to skip this. And here is the app domain. We don't have it, so we're going to skip that as well. And for the developer contact info, I'm just going to use this email address to add it here. And here I'm just going to save and continue. And then here for the scopes, we're not going to add any scopes here, so we're going to save and continue. And then for the test users here, if there's any users that we want to add here, we can be able to add it here. And in this case, we're just going to save and continue. So after we edit the app registration, we're going to back to our dashboard. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on credentials, and inside credentials, we have the getting the OAuth client ID and the secret. So we're going to click on this. And in this case, we're going to say it's going to be a web application, and the name is going to be called Match Me. And here we're just going to add a URL, which is localhost 3000. And for the authorized redirect URLs, that's going to be our callback. So in this case, I have mentioned here that we can be able to see it inside of our API auth providers. So for Google here is going to be the callback URL here. We're going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. After we add the redirect URIs, we're going to click on create, and we will get a client ID and a secret, and we're going to add it inside of our environment variable. And once I get the ID and the secrets, I'm going to add it inside of the environment variable. And for the example here, this is what the key look like. So the Google Client ID and Google Client secret. And just for reference on where we're using it, here is the auth.config.ts. We have added the Google for the provider, and this is the client key and the secret. And here, if we were to navigate to our application, and if I were to click on Google, and here you can see we are redirected to the sign in with Google. And here we can be able to choose an account. And here you can see now we're navigated to the complete profile. And now if we were to take a look at our studio, you can see we have a new user added inside of the user table. And you can see we also have a new record for the account for the Google provider. So if we were to navigate to the application, and I'm going to enter some data here, and I'm going to click on submit. And because we're going to trigger a sign in again, so in this case, I'm going to click on the same user to sign in, and I'm going to click on continue. And here you can see we're currently successfully navigated to the members page. So pretty much that's going to be our OAuth section for adding the GitHub and Google authentication. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close all of this and try to commit all these changes. So I'm going to commit this, and I'm going to do git push. Okay. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video, and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to the last lesson where we're going to add role access to our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a admin role where admin can be able to approve the photos of a user. And this is what's going to happen. So whenever the user uploads a photo, it's going to be in the status of awaiting approval. The admin is going to log into the application. They can be able to approve or reject a photo. And let's say if the admin moderator approves this photo, then the user can be able to see the photo be approved, and other users can be able to view this member's photos. Okay, so that's going to be the functionality that we're going to add. So it's going to be the focus for this lesson, and the code for this will be in the source code, so feel free to look at that as well. All right, so now we're going to focus on is basically adding roles to our application. So inside of our schema.prisma, you can see here that for users, we're going to add a role, so a user can have the admin or just a regular user. So in this case, at the very bottom, I'm just going to create a enum. And this enum will basically contains two roles so far. So we have the admin and the member. And then up here for the user, I'm just going to create a new property called role. And this property has a type role. And by default, every time when user create a new record of user, default value will be member. And of course, after we update our user table, what we're going to do is we're also going to update our seed data. So inside of our c.ts, you can see here that we have seeded some regular members for testing purpose. We're also going to seed a admin user. So in this case, what we're going to do is here we have seed members. I'm also going to create a new function. I'm going to call this seed admins. And here you can see I have created the seed admin. And this basically creates a admin user. And you can see the name is admin. And for the password, it's just regular password, same as what we have for seed members. And notice here that we got an error for the role because we haven't updated our Prisma client. And in this case, we're just going to finish this up. So in this case, we're going to say await seed admin to call the admin function to generate an admin user. And this admin user does not have a member. So in this case, the members will not be able to see the admin from the members list. So in this case, we're going to type npx prisma generate to update our Prisma client. And this should allow us to create a role for the user. So after we make the change in the schema.prisma, we can be able to reset our data and seed our data again. So I'm going to do this first. Okay, so then after we restart our Prisma Studio, and you can see that we have a new user called admin. And you can see here that the role that the current user is in a admin role. Okay. And of course, this user does not have a member. So if we were to look at members here, and you don't see a admin member. All right, so now what we're going to do is inside of the auth.ts, we're also going to update our session with the user role. So in this case, for the token here, we're going to have the role, which in this case equals to the user.role. And then we're just going to ignore the type for now. We're going to come back to adjust it. And then here we're going to adjust our session. So the session.user.role is equal to the token.role. Okay, and so to fix this, inside of the types here, we're going to go to the NextAuth.d.ts. You can see here that I have added the role, which is a type string, and then for session, role is a type string, and then same for the JWT token as well. And then here, just like what we did before, we're going to cast that the role is a string. Okay. So now let's restart our application. So now I'm just going to log in as admin. So in this case, for the Prisma Studio, for the user, we have admin@test.com. So we're going to type in the admin@test.com, and then the password is just password. And we're going to click on login. And here we have to fill the form. In this case, we don't have to because the admin will not have a member. So if we were to navigate to the main page here, you can see we have a role which is equal to admin here. And if I were to log out and try to log in using just a regular user, and if we were to log in and click on the main page here, you can see the role is member. So we do see that difference for the role is either member or admin. And in terms of the role here, I cast it as a string, but we can also be able to cast using a role enum that we have already created inside of the schema.prisma. So in this case, I'm just going to put enum role for this type here. And then here inside of the, I believe is auth.ts here, I'm going to cast it as using a enum. So we have a role, okay? And this is from the Prisma client. And of course, for the NextAuth.d.ts, we're going to make sure to add the correct type for the role, which is from the Prisma client. All right, so now you can see we have the role in place that user can be able to differentiate the role of the current user, for example, admin or member. So in this case, what we can do is we can be able to conditionally render things based on their current user role. So if it's an admin, we can be able to render different sets of a nav links and such. So in this case, we're going to navigate to the top navigation. And here you can see inside of our top nav, we have our members, lists, and messages. So in this case, we're going to conditionally render these things based on the current user role. So in this case, we're going to have a member lists. And then here for the admin links, we have the admin moderation, which in this case, admin can be able to moderate the photos that's being uploaded from the members. And in this case, we can be able to render this based on a condition. And since up here we have our session data, so in this case, we can be able to get the links that we're going to render. So in this case, based on the current user role, if it's admin, we're going to render the admin links. Otherwise, we're going to render the members links. And then here inside of the navbar content, I'm going to change this. I'm going to basically iterate all the links and going to return a nav link. Okay, so if I were to save this and come back here, you can see that we have only the photo moderation for the admin that the admin can be able to click to. And if I were to log out and try to log in using a test account, for example, and here you can see this is what the nav links looks like for the members. So now we're going to focus on is basically creating this photo moderation page, and also going to prevent the admin to complete this profile here. So in this case, what we're going to do is inside of our source for the app folder, we're going to create a new page called the admin, and we're going to call it the moderation, and we have the page.tsx. And then here inside of a page, we're going to have the photo moderation page. And then for the return, I'm just going to change it to photo moderation page. And of course, if I were to currently navigate to the photo moderation, you can see that we're getting navigated back to the complete profile. And that's because our middleware. So if we were to look at our middleware here, you can see here that if the current profile is not completed, which the current admin has the profile complete, which is marked as false. And then what's going to happen is that it's going to navigate to the complete profile. So in this case, inside of the middleware, what we're going to do first is we're going to first check to see if the current user is an admin. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the request.auth, which in this case has the user, and the user has the property of role. So we're going to check to see if it's equal to admin. Or what we can do is we can be able to say role from the Prisma client.admin. If it's equal to admin. If it is, then in this case, it's going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. And then once we have the is admin, we're also going to check to see if the current user is trying to navigate to the admin route. So we're going to say is admin route, which is equal to nest URL. And we check to see if the URL that we're going to navigate to start with the admin. And then because here you can see if it's a public, then we're just going to allow user to navigate to that next page. Then here it's going to be the same thing. So if the current user is a admin, so then in this case, we're going to allow the user to navigate, or in this case, allow the admin to navigate to where they want to navigate to. And then what we're going to do is we're going to see if the current user is not an admin, and the user is trying to navigate to an admin route. Then we're going to prevent the user to do so. Then we're going to redirect the user to just the home page. And this should basically fix the error since the current user is an admin and they want to go to the photo moderation. And obviously they haven't completed their profile, but they will never get to here because if it's admin, then they can be able to go to any page they want. So now if I were to refresh the page and try to navigate to the photo moderation, and you can see here that we are successfully navigating to the photo moderation page for the admin user. And I'm also going to log out and try to log in again using, for example, a different user. And here, if I were to navigate to the admin moderation as a non-admin user, so if I were to click this, you can see that we are navigated to the home page. Okay, so you can see the feature works. Okay, so now we're going to focus on is to build our photo moderation page. So before we do so, we're also going to come to our schema and we're going to add an additional property for the photo. So since the photo we're going to moderate, so it's either going to be approved or not approved. So in this case, I'm just going to add is approved. Which by default is false when user upload a new photo. Only the admin or the moderator can be able to change the value for the photo. So we're going to save this, and inside of the seed function for the members, and for the seed members by default we're going to set the photo to be true. So here I'm just going to say the is approved is true. And of course, we also have to update our Prisma client. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to stop our application and our studio, and we're going to run npx prisma generate to update our Prisma client. And if we were to reset our database and try to seed our data again, you can see that the is approved here is set to true. And then what we're going to do is inside of the user action, we're going to throw the error if the photo is not approved. So if it's not approved, we're going to say that the only approved photo can be set as the main image. And then we're going to throw the error, and then the client application will be able to catch it. So here on the member photos for the onset main, I have modified the function, and here you can see when we call the set main image function, if we got an error. So then in this case, we're going to add a toast alert to notify the user that there's an error, and eventually we're just going to set the loading to false. Okay, so if we were to test it out on our application, and I'm just going to restart our application here. And in this case, if I were to upload a new photo, for example, this one, and obviously, if we were to look at the Prisma Studio, and if we were to look at a photo, we have a new photo that set is approved as false. And if I were to set this as the main photo, and you can see that we're getting an error saying that only approved photo can be set to the main image here. Okay. So you can see that we are preventing user to set photo as a main image if the admin does not approve that. So I'm going to change this to true and save the changes inside of our database. And I'm going to try this again. So I'm going to click this as the main image. And here you can see we changed the profile to be the main image here. And what we're going to do is inside of the member photos component, we're also going to mark a photo that's not approved to look a little different than the one that are approved. So then what we're going to do is we're just going to add some styling. So for the member image inside of the photo here, so if we do have a public ID, we're going to display this image. Otherwise, we're going to display a regular image. And here we're going to add an opacity of 40 when the photo is not approved. And below this, I also add a label. So it's going to be absolute. So it's going to be inside of the image. And it's at the bottom here. And we are going to add a text saying that it's awaiting for approval. So if we were to navigate to our application, and you can see here that we are adding the opacity and also a label saying that it's awaiting for approval. So then what we're going to do is we're going to make some modification for the get member photos by user ID. And currently you can see it takes the user ID, and then we're going to find this current member based on the user ID and then select photos as true. And then we're going to return the photos for this member, right? But in this case, if there are non-approved photos, then we're not going to be able to have the user to see it unless the user ID that we want to view is equal to the current user ID. So what we're going to do first is we're going to get the current user ID from the get auth user ID. And then we're going to check to see if the current user ID is equal to the user ID that we want to view. And if it is, then we're going to get all the photos. It doesn't matter if it's approved or not. If not, we're just going to get all the photos that are only approved as true. And then we're going to return the photos to the client. So in this case, you can see if I were to log out and try to log into a different user, and you can see that we're only getting this photo, and the one that is not approved will not be able to see it. And if I were to manipulate the data inside of our database to mark this as true and save the change, and if I were to come back here, you can see that I have two photos, right? In this case, this one is approved. That's why we're able to see it. So then what we're going to do is inside of our actions, I'm going to create a new file called the admin action.ts. And inside here, we can be able to have the admin to reject a photo or approve a photo, as well as get all the list of the non-approved photos. And inside of our auth actions, we're also going to create a new server action called get user role. In this case, we're going to take the session and try to get the role. If the role does not exist, then in this case, not in role, then we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, we're just going to return the role. And then inside of the admin actions, I'm going to go ahead and basically create a new function called get approved photos. And here you can see we're going to use that function inside of our auth actions for the get user role to get the current role. And if it's admin, and if it's not admin, we're just going to throw the error to say that it's forbidden. And we're basically going to return all the photos that is not approved. And if there's any errors, we're just going to throw the error. And now inside of the photo moderation page, I'm going to get the non-approved photos, and I'm going to display the photos inside of our page. I'm just going to add the member photos and be able to display the member photos for the photos that are waiting for moderation. And in this case, if we were to navigate to the admin page, and I'm just going to set this photo to be false and save the changes. and I'm going to log in as admin. And if I were to navigate to the photo moderation, you can see we do have photos that are waiting for approval listed here. And then what we're going to do is inside of the member image, I'm also going to have the admin to have the ability to reject or approve an image. So here we have the approve and here we have the reject. And if we were to navigate to our application, you can see that we got an error because async await is not yet supported in client components. Since this is a client component, we're not going to be able to use the auth function to get our session, and from our session, we're going to get our role. So we're not going to do this. So we're going to seek for other ways to do this. And if we were to look at the Auth.js documentation, you can see that Auth.js is universal and the documentation is trying to get us to use the auth function instead of these hooks, right? Especially the use session hook. And you can see here that use session hook can be used in a client component. And in this case, if we want to use a use session hook, what we can do is inside of our application, and what we're going to do is inside of our providers, we're going to add a session provider. And in this case, we can be able to use the use session hook inside of our applications. So in this case, we're going to import the session provider from the NextAuth React, and then we're going to wrap our application around our session provider. Inside of our source, we have a folder called hooks, and here I'm just going to create a new hook called use role, which in this case, we're going to use the use session from NextAuth, and we're going to get our session, and we're going to return the role here. So if we were to navigate back to the member image here, instead of using a session here, I'm just going to remove it, and we're going to use the use role, and we can be able to use this role to check to see if it's currently equal to the admin. And in this case, what we're going to do is we're also going to remove the opacity as well as the text saying the awaiting for approval, since we're currently under the awaiting for approval moderation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also add role not equal to the admin. So role dot admin. Then we can be able to display this awaiting approval. And then here up here, we're also going to disable the opacity. So in this case, we're going to say photo is approval is false, as well as the role does not equal to admin. So we're going to say role dot admin. In this case, if it's not admin, we're going to display the opacity. If it is admin, we're going to basically show that the full image view. So for example, this one right here. So you can see we don't have the awaiting approval and the image opacity is clear. And now the admin can be able to either approve or reject the photo based on the moderation. And here, because we're using a client session, the client session could be undefined. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to define a variable called isAdmin, check to see if the role is equal to the admin in text. And then here, we're just going to update it here. So if it's not admin, we're just not going to display the opacity as well as the awaiting approval text. And then if it is admin, we're just going to display the button here, right? So we're going to have the success and the danger here. So if I were to navigate to our application and I uploaded more photos, and you can see here that we have cooking, we have a photo of golf, and user can be able to click on the check mark or the reject button here. Obviously, we haven't implemented the functionality for those, so we're going to do this next. So then inside of the admin actions, we're going to implement this. And inside here, I'm just going to add the approval photo, and this is the one what we have. So in this case, it takes the photo ID as a string. And then we're going to first get the role for the current user. And then we check to see if it's not an admin. If it's not an admin, then in this case, the regular member cannot be able to trigger this action. So we're going to say forgot or forbidden. And then what we're going to do is we're going to first find the photo, and then we're going to include the member as well as the user. So what we're going to do is if this photo does not have a member or the user, then in this case, we cannot approve this photo, right? In this case, this photo does not belong to anyone. So then what we're going to do is we're going to take this photo and we're going to check to see if the current user does not have a profile image. If the current user does not have a profile image, we're going to set the image is equal to the current image here. And we're also going to check to see if the current member does not have a main image. If the current member does not have a main image, we're going to set the current photo as the main image here. And then what we'll do is we check to see if the objects that we have for the user update is empty. If it's empty, we're going to continue. Otherwise, we're just going to update our user photo with the photo that we have. And then we're also going to update our member as well as the member's images. So here you can see we're going to deconstruct the member update. And we're also going to update our current photo as approved. Okay. And if there's any errors, we're going to throw the error. And we're also going to implement the reject photo, which in this case, it takes a photo object. So in this case, the photo object is coming from the Prisma client. And at first, we're going to check the role if it's admin. And then we're going to send a request to Cloudinary to destroy this photo. And then we're going to also destroy this photo inside of our photo table. And if there's any errors, we're going to throw the error. All right, so now what we can do is we can go back to member image for components, and we can be able to put the approval image and the reject image here. So then what we're going to do is we're going to implement the approval function. So here it takes the photo image, and then we're going to basically trigger the approve photo server action. And we're going to refresh our page after this is done, and same for the reject as well. And here at the bottom here, I also have added the approve on click as well as the reject on click as well. And of course, if the photo is null, then we're just going to return null here, okay? So this will prevent the TypeScript error here. So in this case, we have the full functionality. So let's test it out. So I have added an additional photo just for testing. I have created a new user using GitHub approval. So let's test this first. So if I were to reject this, and you can see here it is removed from the photo moderation. And if I were to, so since this is not real time, so in this case I have to refresh, but obviously you can be able to add a real time functionality here. And we have added this before. So in this case, if I were to refresh our page, you can see that the photo that I just uploaded has disappeared, right? And if I were to take a look at our Prisma Studio for the photo, you can see that we only have those two photos that we see up here, okay? And let's say inside of our database, I'm just gonna remove the profile image here. So for this user, I'm going to remove the image, and I'm going to click on save. And I'm also going to remove the image from the member page as well, or the members table. So in this case, if I were to refresh our page, you can see that we have no profile for this user. And in this case, I'm going to upload a new photo again. So in this case, I'm going to upload a new photo. And here you can see is waiting for approval. And since this user does not have a profile, so if I were to be the admin and I refresh the page and approve this image, in this case, and you can see this image has become the main profile for both the member and the user. So if I were to refresh, and you can see we have the image set as the profile image for both the user and the member. Okay, so that works. And let's try to test out a feature. So now if I were to click on the matches, and also, for example, visit this person and photos, you can see I only see this one photo. And if I were to approve one photo, for example, the golf one, and refresh on this member, you can see that the golf one exists for this member. And if I were to reject on this one, and it also works, so if I were to refresh, you can see that it does not appear on this members page. And you can see now there's no photos for approval. So now you can see that everything works. And I'm going to commit all these changes for this lesson. So in this case, I'm going to commit the changes and run git push to push the changes. And of course, if I were to come back to this, and here you can see we have a new commit added for the add role access feature. All right, before we continue, if you find this video helpful, please make sure to like this video and also comment down below if you have any questions or any suggestions for the video. And if you do want to receive more videos like this, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Your subscription means a lot to this channel. Thank you very much, and let's continue. All right, welcome to the last lesson where we're going to deploy our Next.js application to Vercel. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to first clean up our application and be able to fix our build issues. And once we have successfully fixed our Nest build issues, then we can be able to set up our Vercel for the Next.js app deployment. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect our Git repository to Vercel, adding the necessary variables, and then we can just go ahead and deploy our Next.js application to Vercel, and also going to update our production OAuth for the GitHub and the Google. So if you skip this step, that's completely fine. You don't have to worry about this. But after that, we're just going to test our application one more time, make sure everything's working, and that's pretty much it for the entire tutorial. And of course, all the commits for this lesson will be in the code repository, so feel free to follow those. All right, so now let's make some final changes before we deploy. So here I'm on the current homepage, And here we're getting our session display on our page. So we're just going to make it simple and just display the welcome match me. So in this case, inside of our homepage, I have gone ahead and basically add the title of the welcome match me. And based on the user session, if the current user has been logged in, then we're just going to have the continue button where user can be able to navigate to the members. Otherwise, we're just going to have a bunch of links. In this case, we have sign in and register. Okay, so if I were to navigate to our homepage, you can see we have welcome match me app. And in this case, we're logged in, so we can be able to click on continue, which will navigate to the members page. And if I were to log out, and in this case, you can see we have sign in and register. And I'll just change it to login since we have the login on the top. So we're just going to have login and register. And the other part we're going to change is this message here. So what we're going to do is if there is messages, we're going to display what we have here. Otherwise, we're just not going to display the 0 here, okay? So if it's 0 messages, there's no point for display the count. So what we're going to do is inside of our top navigation, and inside of our top navigation, you can see we have navlink, and here is where we display the unread count. So what we're going to do is if the unread count is greater than 0, then we're going to display this. So in this case, you can see we don't have any unread counts, then we don't have to display these bracket 0 here. And because we know that those routes are protected, so if I were to log out and click on one of those links, it will basically navigate me to the login page. So what we want to do is we want to disable those nav links if the user has not logged in. So what we're going to do is inside of the top navigation, what we're going to do is if the current user session is logged in, then we're going to display the top navigation links. Otherwise, we're not going to display those. So in this case, we're going to say that session exists. Then we're going to display the nav links. And here you can see we have that disappeared since the user has not been logged in. Okay, so now we're going to focus on is the loading indicator. So in this case, you can see if we were to log in and navigate to the members page, you do see that there's a loading indicator shows at the first when we try to render our members page. So, but the thing is that if we were to navigate to other pages, for example, list, messages, you can see that we don't have this loading indicators. So in this case, what we can do is inside of our application, because we have defined the loading indicator inside of the member section here for loading. So every time when we navigate to the /members, then in this case, the loading indicator will be displayed. So in this case, we're going to move this loading component outside of the members. So we're going to move it to the app level. And it's saying, are you sure you want to move the loading TSX into app level? And we're going to say yes. Okay. So then if we were to navigate to different pages, for example, list, you can see we have a loading indicator shows when we're navigating to any pages we want. For example, messages, we do have a loading indicator. And if we were to navigate back to matches, you can see that we also do have loading indicator here as well. Okay, so the next thing we're going to focus on is basically look at if there are any localhost 3000 references inside of our application. So inside of our source, we're going to search for localhost, and you can see that we do have one inside of our mail.ts. So here you can see that we do have a link that basically reference to the localhost 3000. So because we're going to deploy this, in this case, we're going to have the base URL defined inside of our environment variable. So in this case, if we were to change it, we just have to change it inside of the environment variable. So I'm going to, inside of the .env.example, I'm also going to create a new environment variable called nest public base URL. And I'm going to use it inside of the mail.ts. So then we're going to have the base URL defined, and we're going to replace it with what we have here. So this is going to be our base URL, and then we're going to change it what we have below as well. So if we were to search it again for the local host, you can see that we don't have it anymore. And then I'm going to also add this inside of our .env file as well. And once we remove all the references, what we're going to focus on now is to test out our builds to see if it's successful. So if we were to look at our package.json, so far we have been using is the npm run dev, which is basically run our application in development mode. And what we're going to do is we're going to run this command. And because when we deploy this, we're going to have our application build. So we want to make sure that build has been successful. So instead of npm run dev, we're going to run npm run build. And now you can see our build has complete. But if we were to scroll up, you can see that we do have some errors. So you can see here we have dynamic server usage, route list could not be rendered statically because it used headers. And we also, if we were to scroll up, you can see that we have more errors for the lists. And also the admin moderation, And here we also have the token.ts file, which is using crypto and is also not supported in the Edge runtime. So we're going to fix this first. So inside of our token.ts, we have the random bytes from crypto. And we're using the random bytes to generate the token. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace it to using the crypto web API to generate our token. So to do so, I have gone ahead and created a function called getToken. And here you can see we created a unsigned 8-byte array with a length of 48 length. And then we're using the crypto from the web API. So in this case, we don't have to use the random bytes here or the crypto here. So in this case, this is coming from the global variable and using the crypto to fill our array buffer with a random values. And then what we do is basically converting our array buffer into a hexadecimal array and then eventually into a string. So if we were to look at the hexadecimal, so this is our numbers and we're converting it into hexadecimal. So if it's 0, it's going to be 0, 0, 1 is going to be 0, 1. And then here you can see we have 256, which is in this case 100, right? So you can see here that we take every byte and we convert it into hexadecimal. And then we're going to limit it down to only 2 characters. And then we're going to eventually join the array into one single string. So in this case, it's going to be our token. And here for the token here, we're just going to replace it to getToken, which will return us the token value. And then if we were to look at the other error we have, which is the admin moderation route, and you can see that we cannot be rendered statically because it used headers. So if we were to look at the admin moderation page, and you can see here for this server action for the get unapproved photos, we're using the get user role, and you can see here we're getting data from our session, which is from our runtime, and we cannot be able to statically pre-render this component because the server action here requires data from our runtime. So in this case, what we have to do is we have to tell Next.js that we want to force this page to render in a dynamic way. So to get around this, inside of our application, we're going to tell Next.js that this is a dynamic content. So in this case, we have a variable called dynamic, and the value is going to be force dynamic, which will basically tell Next.js that this is a dynamic content, which will be served in a dynamic way. And then we also have the list, which cannot be served statically because of headers. So if we were to look at the lists, and we're going to also add the force dynamic as well. So now if we were to clear this and run the build again, and if we were to look at our build result, you can see that everything is compiled successful and there is no any errors. All right, so now let's focus on deploying our application. And we're going to use a service called Vercel, which is a platform that creates Next.js. And here you can see we have different plans for the deployment. So you can see here we have hobby, which is free. So in this case, you can see does not require a credit card. So in this case, for just the testing purpose, we're just going to use the free version, which has everything that we need. And you can see we have the automated CI/CD pipeline, serverless compute, as well as also a database. And we can also be able to import our repository and deploy our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our account, and I have already done so. So if you have created the account with Vercel, and this is what the overview or the dashboard looks like. And here you can see we can be able to add a repo from our Git providers. But before we do so, we're going to click on storage to create our database. And we're going to have 2 different databases. So one is the database that we have for development, and the other one that we have is for production. And here you can see we have the option to create the Postgres database, which we have been using for our development process. So we're going to click on create, and we're going to click on accept, and we're going to give it a name for the database. And then we can also be able to specify the region. And in this case, I'm just going to specify the USA Washington DC, and we're going to click on create. So once we have our database created, you can see we have our quick start to connect to our database. And you can see we also have the environment.local, which is our environment variables for our database. So now if we were to come back to our overview and click on import projects, and you can see here it gives the option to sign with a GitHub provider. But before we do so, we're going to also update our changes. So you can see here that we have some changes that we added, and we're going to update those. And before we do so, we also have to take a look at the package.json. And what we're going to do is inside of our package.json, I'm also going to add additional command called Vercel build, because we have created a new database inside of Vercel and basically create a new migration and deploy it. And then we're going to seed our database with the data that we have inside of our seed.ts. And then we're going to run our nest build, which will build our application. So in this case, we're pre-publishing our app, and in this case, we're going to add all the changes, commit this, and we're going to push the changes. Okay, and if we were to refresh our commits, you can see that we do have one added for the lesson 13. So now if we were to click on the new project here, and we're going to continue with GitHub, and it says install the GitHub application for the accounts you wish to import from to continue. And we're going to click on this, and we're going to install. And in this case, we're going to select the match me here. So we're going to click on import here. And now is where we can be able to configure it. And here we can be able to give the project name, which is match me. And the framework is Next.js. And here for the environment variables, this is where we're going to add all the environment variables that we define inside of our .env. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And then here you can see I just basically copy it and then paste it here for the environment variables. And you can see here that for database URL, this is going to be the database URL that we have for the Postgres that we define for the development. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the storage, and we have our database here. And here we're just going to copy the Postgres URL here because we're using the production one. So I'm going to do so. And then here I have basically gone ahead and update our database URL. And then if we were to scroll down, you can see we also have our Nest public base URL, which in this case it points to the localhost 3000, but obviously we don't know the base URL yet. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to leave it like this, and then we're going to come back and edit it later. So then we're going to click on deploy, and this might take a minute or two, and you can check the progress here for development. And here is the build log, and we can be able to see the logs here. All right, so now you can see our project has been deployed successful, and you can see we can be able to click on this link to be able to view our application. And this is our Match Me application. And now if we were to take a look at our project, you can see we have our project here. And if we were to look at our storage for the Match Me demo, and coming down to the data here, if we were to choose the table, for example, user, you can see that these are our user data. So you can see that our data has been seeded into our application. So if we were to log in into one of our test account, for example, and in this case, we'll click on login, and we're going to log in using the password that we generate. And you can see here we are logged in into our test application. And you can see these are the users that we seeded into our app. So then what we're going to do is we're going to copy our domains. And if we were to come to our environment variable, so click on the environment variable here, we have these ones. So we're going to change our Nest public base URL from localhost 3000 to the one that we have for our domain. And we're going to change it to HTTPS because if we were to look at our application, you can see that it's using HTTPS for our domain. And we're going to save this. So after we update our Nest public base URL, what we're going to do is we're also going to update our OAuth for GitHub. So inside of our GitHub for the OAuth apps, for the Match Me, what we're going to do is we're going to update our homepage URL here. We're going to update it to the HTTPS with the Match Me eta.vercel.app, which is the one that we have, as well as the authorized callback URL as well. So we're going to put it here, HTTPS, and if we were to click on the update application, and that should be all. And then the next part we're going to do is we're going to also update our Google console. And if we were to navigate to the Google Cloud for the API and the credentials, what we're going to do is we're also going to update our URLs here. So after that's done, we're going to click on save. And this just basically save our OAuth credentials. So then what we're going to do is we're also going to click on the OAuth consent screen. And we also need to set publishing status in a production mode so that our app will be available to anyone with a Google account. So in this case, we're going to click on publish app. And we're going to click on confirm. All right, so to do more testing here, you can see we have two separate accounts. One is using Mile and the other one is using Sarah. So you can see if I were to look at the members page, you can see we have Sarah is currently active. And if we were to look at Sarah, we see that Mile is active currently. And you can see I can be able to like a person. And we have notification shows that Sarah has liked the current person. And in this case, if we were to look at the list, members that like me, we see Sarah. And if I were to like it back, and you can see we do see a notification here. And also if we were to look at the mutual like, we do see Sarah here as well. Okay. And of course, if I were to click on this and try to send a message to Sarah, so say hi Sarah, and you can see we have a message. And if we were to click here, you can see we do see the message here. And I can also be able to see the message here as well. And if I were to send a message here, so hi Sarah again, and you can see we have a new message added in the message list. And just going back to the edit profile here, you can see I'm currently in Mile, and I can be able to upload a photo. And if I were to click on photo, I'm just going to upload a photo for cooking. And here you can see it is awaiting for approval. So if I were to log out and log in as admin, and here you can see for the user table, we do have a admin user, and we're going to log in as admin, and we're going to click on photo moderation. And you can see we have one photo that's waiting for approval. So in this case, we're going to click on check. And if we were to refresh, and you can see this photo is valid. And of course, user can be able to delete a photo, can be able to set a photo as a main. So in this case, I'm just going to set this photo as the main photo. And you can see here, we have the main profile here. Okay, and if I were to go to the matches, and you can see that this is the new photo added. So now if we were to register a user, and in this case, I'm going to register a new user, and I'm going to click on submit. And you can see we have a email confirm, and you can see we have an email sent to the test account. So I'm going to click here to verify, and here you can see the verify email is successful.